The Life of St. Patrick. The Life of St. Patrick and His Place in History. By J. B. Barry, M.A. Hon D. Lit. Oxon. Hun, Lit. D. Durham Hun, LL.D. Eden, Glasgow and Aberdeen. Corresponding member of the Imperial Academy of Sciences, St. Petersburg. Formerly Fellow of Trinity College, Dublin, Regius Professor of Modern History, and Fellow of King's College in the University of Cambridge. London Macmillan & Co., Limited, New York. The Macmillan Company. All rights reserved. Preface. Perhaps the scope of this book will be best understood if I explain that the subject attracted my attention, not as an important crisis in the history of Ireland, but, in the first place, as an appendix to the history of the Roman Empire, illustrating the emanations of its influence beyond its own frontiers, and, in the second place, as a notable episode in the series of conversions which spread over northern Europe, the religion which prevails today. Studying the work of the Slavonic apostles, Cyril and Methodius, I was led to compare them with other European missionaries, Wulfilas, for instance, and Augustine, Boniface, and Otto of Bamberg. When I came to Patrick, I found it impossible to gain any clear conception of the man and his work. The subject was wrapped in obscurity, and this obscurity was encircled by an atmosphere of controversy and conjecture. Doubts of the very existence of St. Patrick had been entertained, and other views almost amounted to the thesis that if he did exist, he was not himself, but a namesake. It was at once evident that the material had never been critically sifted, and that it would be necessary to begin at the beginning, almost as if nothing had been done, in a field where much had been written. This may seem unfair to the work of Todd, which in learning and critical acumen stands out preeminent from the mass of historical literature which has gathered round St. Patrick. And I should like unreservedly to acknowledge that I found it an excellent introduction to the subject, but it left me doubtful about every fact connected with Patrick's life. The radical vice of the book is that the indispensable substructure is lacking. The preliminary task of criticizing the sources methodically had never been performed. Todd showed his scholarship and historical insight in dealing with this particular passage or that particular statement, but such sporadic criticism was no substitute for methodical quelling critic. Hence his results might be right or wrong, but they could not be convincing. It is a minor defect in Todd St. Patrick that he is not impartial. By this I mean that he wrote with an unmistakable ecclesiastical bias. It is not implied that he would have ever stooped to a misrepresentation of the evidence for the purpose of proving a particular thesis. No reader would accuse him of that, but it is clear that he was anxious to establish a particular thesis. He does not conceal that the conclusions to which the evidence, as he interpreted it, conducted him were conclusions which he wished to reach. In other words, he approached a historical problem with a distinct preference for one solution rather than another, and this preference was due to an interest totally irrelevant to mere historical truth. The business of a historian is to ascertain facts. There is something essentially absurd in his wishing that any alleged fact should turn out to be true or should turn out to be false. So far as he entertains a wish of the kind, his attitude is not critical. The justification of the present biography is that it rests upon a methodical examination of the sources, and that the conclusions, whether right or wrong, were reached without any prepossession. For one whose interest in the subject is purely intellectual, it was a matter of unmixed indifference what answer might be found to any one of the vexed questions. I will not anticipate my conclusions here, but I may say that they tend to show that the Roman Catholic conception of St. Patrick's work is, generally, nearer to historical fact than the views of some anti-papal divines. The fragmentary material, presenting endless difficulties and problems, might have been treated with much less trouble to myself if I had been content to weave, as Todd has done, technical discussions into the story. It was less easy to do what I have attempted, to cast matter of this kind into the literary shape of a biography, a choice which necessitated long appendices supplying the justifications and groundwork. These appendices represent the work which belongs to the science of history. The text is an effort in the art of historiography. It should be needless to say that, in dealing with such fragmentary material, reconstructions and hypotheses are inevitable. In ancient and medieval history, as in physical science, hypotheses, founded on a critical examination of the data, are necessary for the advancement of knowledge. The reconstructions may fall tomorrow, but if they are legitimate, they will not have been useless. The future historian of Ireland will have much to discover about the political and social state of the island, which is still but vaguely understood, and the religion of the Scots, about which it may be affirmed that we know little more than nothing. These subjects await systematic investigation, and I have only attempted a slight sketch, Chapter 4, confining myself to what it seemed possible to say with tolerable safety on the chief points immediately relevant to the scope of this monograph. But notwithstanding the dimness of the background, I venture to hope that some new light has been thrown on the foreground, and that this study will supply a firmer basis for the life and work of Patrick, even if some of the superstructures should fall. The two maps are merely intended to help the reader to see the whereabouts of some places which he might not easily find without reference to the Ordnance Survey. I consulted Mr. Orpin's valuable map of early Ireland, unfortunately on a small scale, in Poole's Historical Atlas of Modern Europe, but he has used material which applies to a later period, and I have not ventured to follow him. For instance, in marking the boundary between the northern frontiers of the kingdoms of Connaught and Meath. It was fortunate for me that my friend Professor Gwynn was engaged at the same time on a diplomatic edition of the records contained in the Codex Armachanus, which constitute the principal body of evidence. With a generosity which has placed me under a deep obligation, he put the results of his labor on the difficult text at my disposal, and I have had the invaluable help and stimulus of constant communication with him on many critical problems arising out of the text of the documents. Since the book was in type, I have received some communications from my friend Professor Rise, which suggest a hope that the mysterious Bana Enta, St. Patrick's home, may perhaps be identified at last. I had conjectured that it should be sought near the Severn or the Bristol Channel. The existence of 3 places named Banwin, which may represent Bana Enta, in Glamorganshire, opens a prospect that the solution may possibly lie there. J. B. Barry. Contents. Pay. Chapter 1. On the diffusion of Christianity beyond the Roman Empire. Chapter 2. The captivity and escape of Patrick, Section 1, Parenthood, and capture, Section 2, Captivity and Escape. Chapter 3. In Gaul and Britain, Section 1. At Laren, Section 2. At Home in Britain, Section 3. At Auxerre, Section 4. Palladius in Ireland, AD 431-2, Section 5. Consecration of Patrick, AD 432. Chapter 4. Political and social condition of Ireland. Chapter 5. In the Island Plain, in Dallaradia. Chapter 6. In Meath, Section 1. King Ligeir's Policy, Section 2. Legend of Patrick's Contest with the Druids, Section 3. Ligeir's Code, Section 4. Ecclesiastical Foundations in Meath. Chapter 7. In Connaught. Chapter 8. Foundation of Armagh and Ecclesiastical Organization, Section 1. Visit to Rome, circa AD 441-3, Section 2. Foundation of Armagh, AD 444, Section 3. In South Ireland, Section 4. Church Discipline, Section 5. Ecclesiastical Organization. Chapter 9. Writings of Patrick and his Death, Section 1. The Denunciation of Coroticus, Section 2. The Confession, Section 3. Patrick's Death and Burial, AD 461. Chapter 10. Patrick's Place in History. Appendix A. Sources. Bibliographical Note. I. Writings of Patrick and Documents of the 5th Century. The Confession, the Letter against Coroticus, Dicta Patriciae. Ecclesiastical Canons of St. Patrick. Note on the Liber de Abisionibus Seculi. Irish Hymn, Lyrica ascribed to Patrick. Hymn of St. Sechnal. Life of Germanus by Constantius. Roman 2. Lives and Memoirs of Patrick. Memoir of Patrick by Tyrchon. Additions to Tyrchon in the Liber Armachanus. Additional notices in the Liber Armachanus. Life of Patrick by Muirchew. Hymn Gener Patrick. Hymn of Fiac. Early Acts in Irish. Vita Secunda and Vita Quarta. Vita Tripartita. Vita Tertia. Life by Probus. Vita Quinta. Notice of Patrick in the Historia Brittonum. Roman 3. Other documents. The Irish Annals. the Catalogus Sanctorum Hiberni, the Liber Angli. Appendix B, notes. Chapter 1, Roman 2, Roman 3, Roman 4, v. Roman 6, Roman 7, Roman 8, Roman 9, x. Appendix C, Excursus. The home of St. Patrick Benaenta, Irish invasions of Britain, the dates of Patrick's birth and captivity, the place of Patrick's captivity, tentative chronology from the escape to the consecration as bishop, the escape to Gaul, the state of Gaul AD 409–416, Palladius, Patrick's alleged visit or interrupted journey to Rome in AD 432, Patrick's consecration, evidence for Christianity in Ireland before St. Patrick. King Laegaire and King Dathai, the Senchus More, Patrick's visits to Connaught, King Amilngade, date of his reign, Patrick at Rome, appeal to the Roman See, Patrick's Paschal Table, the organization of the episcopate, the place of Patrick's burial, legendary date of Patrick's death, Professor Zimmer's theory. Index. Maps. Part of Kingdom of Ulidia, Dalaradia and Dalriada, with Orior to face 84. Kingdoms of Meath and Connaught, 104. Chapter 1. On the diffusion of Christianity beyond the Roman Empire. The series of movements and wanderings, settlements and conquests, which may be most fitly described as the expansion of the German and Slavonic races, began in the 2nd century AD and continued for well-nigh 1,000 years, reshaping the political geography and changing the ethnical character of Europe. The latest stage in the process was the expansion of the northern Germans of Scandinavia and Denmark, which led to the settlements of the Vikings and Danes in the west and to the creation of the Russian state by Swedes in the east. The general movement of European history is not grasped if we fail to recognize that the invasions and conquests of the Norsemen, which began towards the close of the 8th century, are the continuation of the earlier German expansion, which we are accustomed to designate as the wandering of the peoples. It was not till this last stage that Ireland came within range of this general transformation, when, in the 9th century, Teutonic settlements were made on her coasts, and a Teutonic kingdom was formed within her borders. Till then, she had escaped the stress of the political vicissitudes of Europe. But 4 centuries before, a force of another kind had drawn her into union with the continent and made her a part of the Roman world, so far as the Roman world represented Christendom. Remaining still politically aloof, still impervious to the influence of higher social organization, the island was swept into the spiritual federation, which, through the act of Constantine, had become closely identified with the Roman state. This was what the Roman Empire did for Ireland, not directly or designedly, but automatically, one might say, through the circumstances of its geographical position. The foundation of a church in Ireland was not accomplished till the very hour when the empire was beginning to fall gradually asunder in the west. And so it happens that when Europe, in the 5th century, is acquiring a new form and feature, the establishment of the Christian faith in the outlying island appears as a distinct, though modest, part of the general transformation. Ab integro seclorum nascitur ordo, and Ireland, too, has its small place in the great change. To understand the conversion of Ireland, which we are here considering as an episode in the history of Europe, we must glance at the general conditions of the early propagation of the Christian idea. It would not be easy to determine how much Christianity owes to the Roman Empire, and we can hardly imagine what the rate and the mode of its progress through southern and western Europe would have been if these lands had not been united and organized by the might of Rome. It is perhaps not an exaggeration to say that the existence of the empire was a condition of the success of a universal religion in Europe. And it is assuredly true that the hindrances which the Roman government, for 2 centuries and a half, opposed to its diffusion, by treating it as the one foreign religion which could not be tolerated by the state, were more than compensated by the facilities of steady and safe intercourse and communication, which not only helped the new idea to travel, but enabled its preachers and adherents to organize their work and keep in constant touch with one another. The manner in which this faith spread in the West and the steps in its progress are entirely hidden from us. We can only mark, in a general way, some stages in the process. We know that there were organized communities in Gaul in the 2nd century and organized communities in Britain at the end of the 3rd. But in neither of these countries, it would seem, did the religion begin to spread widely till after its official recognition by the Emperor Constantine. At the end of the 4th century, there were still large districts in Gaul, especially in the Belgic provinces, which were entirely heathen. In this respect, Gaul and Britain present a notable contrast to the other great Atlantic country of the empire. In the Spanish peninsula, Christianity made such rapid strides, and the Spaniards adapted it so skillfully to their pagan habits, that before the time of Constantine's Spain had become, throughout its length and breadth, a Christian land. It could not be expected that, while there were still within the Roman frontiers many outlying districts where the new religion had not penetrated, the Western churches could conceive the design of making any systematic attempt to convert the folks who lived beyond the borders of the empire. The first duty of the bishops of Gaul and the bishops of Britain, if they undertook any missionary work, was to extend their faith in the still heathen parts of their own provinces. The single conspicuous case in which it reached a northern people, independent of the empire, is significant, for it exhibits the kind of circumstances which helped this religion to travel. The conversion of the West Goths in Dacia was not inaugurated by any missionary zeal on the part of the church, but came to pass through the means of Christian captives whom the people had carried off in their invasions of Asia Minor in the middle of the 3rd century. The apostle, Wulfilas, whose work led to the general conversion of the Goths, sprang from a Cappadocian family which had thus been led into captivity and had lived for 2 generations in Gothic land. Gothic in spirit and sentiment, as he was Gothic in name, he devoted himself to spreading the gospel of the Christians among his people. His work was recognized and supported at Constantinople, but the fact remains that the conversion of the Goths was due to the hostilities which had brought Christian captives to their land, and not to missionary enterprise of the Church. The part which captives played in diffusing a knowledge of their religion is, in this instance, strikingly exemplified. The conversion of the Kingdom of Iberia under Mount Caucasus is another case. The story that it became Christian in the reign of Constantine through the bondslave Nino, who is still revered there as the enlightener and apostle of Georgia, rests upon evidence only 2 generations later, and must have a foundation in fact. And even if the tale is not accepted literally, its existence illustrates the important part which Christian captives played in the diffusion of their creed. This is expressly observed by the author of the treatise on the calling of the Gentiles. Sons of the church led captive by enemies made their masters serve the gospel of Christ, and taught the faith to those to whom the fortune of war had enslaved them. The same nameless writer, who composed his work in the 5th century, notices another channel by which knowledge of his religion was conveyed to the barbarians. Foreign soldiers, who enlisted in the army of the empire, sometimes came under Christian influences in their garrison stations, and when they returned to their own homes beyond the imperial frontier, they carried the faith with them. That the silent and constant intercourse of commerce was also a means of propagation beyond the limits of the empire cannot be doubted, though commercial relations and conditions in ancient and medieval history are among the hardest to realize because ancient and medieval writers never thought of describing them. The foundation of the Abyssinian Church, however, exhibits the part which merchants, as well as the part which captives, might take in propagating a religious faith. And fortunately, we possess an account which was derived directly from one of the captives who was concerned in the matter. A party of Greek explorers who had been sailing in southern seas landed on the coast of Abyssinia and were slaughtered by the natives, with the exception of 2 youths who were spared to become slaves of the king. One served him as cupbearer, the other, whose name was Frumentius, as secretary, and after the king's death, his son's education was entrusted to these 2 men. Frumentius used his influence to help the Roman merchants who traded with Abyssinia to found a Christian church. He was afterwards permitted to return to his own country, but he resolved to dedicate his life to the propagation of Christianity in Abyssinia, and having been consecrated by Athanasius at Alexandria as Bishop of Axum, the Abyssinian capital town, he returned thither to foster the new church. This course of events illustrates both the way in which captives helped to spread Christianity abroad, and also how the intercourse of trade could lead to the planting of Christian communities in lands outside the empire. It illustrates the fact that up to the 6th century, the extension of that faith to the barbarians was not due to direct efforts or deliberate design on the part of the church, but to chapters of accidents which arose through the relations, hostile and pacific, of the empire with its neighbors. The mission to the Gentiles was, in practice, limited by the Church to the Roman world, though the heads of the Church were always ready to recognize, welcome, and affiliate Christian communities, which might be planted on barbarian ground by the accidents of private enterprise. It was only after the Roman Empire had become officially Christian through the memorable decision of Constantine that the conversion of neighboring states, with the striking exception of Armenia, really began. Just after that change, the victorious religion began to spread generally in Gaul and Britain. The work of Frumentius and the work of Wulfilas were alike subsequent to the revolution of Constantine. It would be difficult to estimate how great was the impetus which this religion derived for the acceleration of its progress from its acceptance by the head of the Roman state. But while it is evident that the Church gained immeasurably within the empire by her sudden exaltation, it is perhaps generally overlooked how her changed position aided Christianity to pass out beyond the empire's borders. We touch here on a fact of supreme importance, not less important, but more likely to escape notice, because it cannot be stated in terms of definite occurrences. The enormous prestige which the Roman Empire possessed in the minds of the barbarian peoples who dwelt beyond it. The observant student who follows with care the history of the expansion of Germany and the strange process by which the German kingdoms were established within the empire in Western Europe is struck at every step by the profound respect which the barbarians evinced for the empire and the Roman name throughout all their hostilities and injuries. While they were unconsciously dismembering it, they believed in its impregnable stability. Europe without the empire was unimaginable. The dominion of Rome seemed to them part of the universal order, as eternal as the great globe itself. If we take into account this immeasurable reverence for Rome, which is one of the governing psychical facts in the history of the wandering of the nations, we can discern what prestige a religion would acquire for neighboring peoples when it became the religion of the Roman people and the Roman state. We can understand with what different eyes the barbarians must have regarded Christianity when it was a forbidden and persecuted doctrine, and when it was raised to be a state religion. It at once acquired a claim on their attention. It was no longer merely one among many rival doctrines current in the empire. Considerations of political advantage came in, and political motives could sway barbarians, no less than Constantine himself, in determining their attitude to a religious creed. And the fact that the Christian God was the God of that great empire was in itself a persuasive argument in his favor. Could a people find any more powerful protector than the deity who was worshipped and feared by the greatest nation on earth? So it seemed to the Burgundians, who embraced the Roman religion, we are told, because they conceived that the God of the Romans is a strong helper to those who fear him. The simple barbarians did not reason too curiously. It did not occur to them that the eternal city had achieved her greatness and built her empire under the auspices of Jupiter and Mars. There can be little doubt that, if the step taken by Constantine had been postponed for 100 years, we should not find the Goths and the Vandals professing Christianity at the beginning of the 5th century. Among the independent neighbors of the Roman Empire, Ireland occupies a singular place as the only part of the Celtic world which had not been gathered under the scepter of Rome. It may be suspected that an erroneous opinion is prevalent, just because it lay outside the empire, that this outlying island was in early times more separate and aloof from Europe than its geographical position would lead us to suppose. The truth is that we have but lately begun to realize the frequency and prevalence of intercourse by sea before historical records begin. It has been, but recently brought home to us, that hundreds and hundreds of years before the Homeric poems were created, the lands of the Mediterranean were bound together by maritime communication. The same thing is true of the northern seas at a later period. It is absurd to suppose that the Celtic conquerors of Britain and of Ivern burned their ships when they had reached the island shores and cut themselves off from intercourse with the mainland from which they had crossed. And we may be sure that it was not they who first established regular communications. We may be sure that the pre-Celtic peoples of South Britain and the Ivernians, who gave its name to Ireland, knew the waterways to the coasts of the continent. The intimate connection of the Celts of Britain with their kinsfolk across the Channel is amply attested in Caesar's history of the conquest of Gaul, and in the ordinary histories of Britain the political connection, which even took the shape of a Gallo-British kingdom, has hardly been duly emphasized. Ireland was further, but not far. Constant relations between this island and Britain were inevitable through mere proximity, but there is no doubt that regular communication was also maintained with Gaul and with Spain. Whatever weight may be allowed to the Irish semi-mythical traditions, which point to ancient bonds between Ireland and Spain, and in judging them, we must remember that the Ivernians are of the same Mediterranean race as the Iberians. It is, for the Celtic period, highly significant to find Roman geographers regarding Ireland as midway between Spain and Britain, a conception which seems to point unmistakably to direct intercourse between Irish and Spanish ports. But the trade of Ireland with the empire is noticed by Tacitus and is illustrated by the knowledge which Romans could acquire of its geography. Ptolemy, in the 2nd century, gives an account of the island, which, disfigured though it is, and in many parts undecipherable through the corruption of the place names, can be tested sufficiently to show that it is based upon genuine information. It does not surprise us that in our Roman records we hear no syllable of any relations with Ireland, when we remember how meager and sporadic are the literary records of Roman rule in Britain from the time of Domitian to the premature close. We know, indeed, that at the very outset the question had been considered whether Ireland should be occupied or not. A general of Domitian thought the conquest ought to be attempted, but the government decided against his opinion. The question has been asked why the Romans never annexed it. The answer is simple. After the time of Augustus, no additions were made to Roman dominion except under the stress of political necessity. Britain was annexed by the generals of Claudius for the same reason which prompted Julius to invade it, political necessity, arising from the dangerously close bonds which united the Britons with the Gauls. The inference is that in the case of Ireland, there was no such pressing political necessity. The Goidels of Ireland were a different branch of the Celtic race, and the Britons could find in Ireland no such support as the Gauls found in Britain. This explanation accords with the fact that till the middle of the 4th century, the Irish or Scots are not named among the dangerous invaders of the British province. They are not named at all. But it would be a false inference from this silence to suppose that the government in Britain had not to take political account of their western neighbors. Ireland was well on the horizon of the Roman governors, and Irish affairs must from time to time have claimed their attention. The exile, of whom Agricola made much, was not, we might surmise, the last Irish prince who sought in Britain a refuge from enemies at home. But one important measure of policy has escaped oblivion, though not through Roman records. In the 3rd century, it would seem, an Irish tribe which dwelled in the kingdom of Meath was driven from its land. The name of this tribe, the Desi, still lives in their ancient home, the district of Dees. Some of them migrated southward to the lands of the Suir and the Blackwater, where their name likewise survives in the districts of Desise. But others sought new abodes beyond the sea, and they settled largely in South Wales. The migration of the Desi rests on the records of Irish tradition, but it is confirmed by the clear evidence of inscribed stones which attest the presence of a Goidelic population in southwestern Britain. Here we have to do with an act of policy on the part of the Roman government similar to the policy pursued in other parts of the empire. A foreign people was allowed to settle, perhaps under certain conditions of military service, on the southwestern seaboard. Nor need these Goidelic settlers have consisted only of the Desi, or the settlements have all been made at one time, and there seem to have been other settlements in Somerset, Devonshire, and Cornwall. General considerations, then, supported by particular fragments of evidence which exist, would prepare us to learn, as something not surprising, but rather to be expected, that, by the end of the 4th century, Christians and some knowledge of the Christian worship should have found their way to the Irish shores. Beyond the regular intercourse with Britain, Gaul, and Spain, there was the special circumstances of the Irish settlements in southwest Britain, a highroad for the new creed to travel, and the great invasion in the middle of the 4th century, which will be mentioned in the next chapter, must have conveyed Christian captives to Ireland. In the conversion of this island, as elsewhere, captives played the part of missionaries. It will not then amaze us to find, when we reach the 5th century, that men go forth from Ireland to be trained in the Christian theology. It will not astonish us to learn that Christian communities exist which are ripe for organization, or to find this religion penetrating into the house of the high kings. We shall see reasons for supposing that the Latin alphabet had already made its way to Ireland, and the reception of an alphabet generally means the reception of other influences from the same source. For the present, it is enough to have brought the relations of the empire to Ireland somewhat into line with its relations to other independent neighbors. Chapter 2. The Captivity and Escape of Patrick. Section 1. Parentage and Capture. The conversion of Ireland to Christianity has, as we have seen, its modest place among those manifold changes by which a new Europe was being formed in the 5th century. The beginnings of the work had been noiseless and dateless, due to the play of accident and the obscure zeal of nameless pioneers. But it was organized and established, so that it could never be undone, mainly by the efforts of one man, a Roman citizen of Britain, who devoted his life to the task. The child who was destined to play this part in the shaping of a new Europe was born before the close of the 4th century, perhaps in the year 389 AD. His father, Calpurnius, was a Briton. Like all free subjects of the empire, he was a Roman citizen, and, like his father Potitus before him, he bore a Roman name. He belonged to the middle class of landed proprietors, and was a decurion or member of the municipal council of a Roman town. His home was in a village named Baniventa, but we cannot with any certainty identify its locality. The only Baniventa that we know lay near Daventry, but this position does not agree with an ancient indication that the village of Calpurnius was close to the Western Sea. As the two elements of the name Baniventa were probably not uncommon in British geographical nomenclature, it is not a rash assumption that there were other small places so called besides the only Baniventa, which happens to appear in Roman geographical sources. And we may be inclined to look for the Baniventa of Calpurnius in southwestern Britain, perhaps in the regions of the Lower Severn. The village must have been in the neighborhood of a town possessing a municipal council of decurions, to which Calpurnius belonged. It would not be right to infer that it was a town with the rank of a colonia, like Gloucester, or of a municipium, like St. Albans. For smaller Roman towns, such as were technically known as prefecturae, fora, and conciliabula, might be managed by municipal councils. To be a decurion, or member of the governing council, of a Roman town in the days of Calpurnius and his father was, throughout the greater part of the Roman dominion, an unenvied dignity. Every landowner in a municipality who did not belong to the senatorial class was obliged to be a decurion, provided he possessed 16 acres or upwards, and on these landowners the chief burden of imperial taxation fell. They were in this sense the sinews of the republic. They were bound to deliver to the officials of the imperial treasury the amount of taxation levied upon their community. It was their duty both to collect the tax and to assess the proportion payable by the individual proprietor. In the 4th century, while the class of great landed proprietors, who were mainly senators and entirely free from municipal obligations, was increasing, the class of small landowners diminished in numbers and declined in prosperity. This decline progressed rapidly, and the imperial laws which sought to arrest it suggest an appalling picture of economic decay and hopeless misery throughout the provinces. The evils of perverse legislation were aggravated by the corruption and tyranny of the treasury officials, which the emperors, with the best purposes, seemed powerless to prevent. Men devised and sought all possible means of escaping from the sad fate of a decurion's dignity. Many a harassed taxpayer abandoned his land, surrendered his freedom, and became a laborer on the estate of a rich landlord to escape the miseries of a decayed decurion's life. We find the Emperor Maxentius punishing Christians by promoting them to the dignity of a decurion. It is unknown to us whether the municipal classes in Britain suffered as cruelly as their brethren in other parts of the empire. The history of this island throughout the last century of Roman rule is almost a blank. It would be hazardous to draw any inferences from the agricultural prosperity of Britain, whose cornfields, notwithstanding the fact that large tracts of land which is now under tillage were then woodland, sometimes supplied the Roman legions on the Rhine with their daily bread. But it is possible, for all we know, that members of the British municipalities may have enjoyed a less dreary lot than the downtrodden decurions of other provinces. There was one class of decurions which seems to have caused the emperors considerable perplexity. It was those who, whether from a genuine religious motive or in order to shirk the municipal burdens, took orders in the Christian church. A pagan emperor like Julian had no scruple in recalling them sternly to their civil duties, but Christian emperors found it difficult to assert such a principle. They had to sustain the curial system at all costs, and yet avoid giving offense to the church. Theodosius the Great laid down that the estates of decurions who had become presbyters or deacons before a certain year should be exempt from municipal obligations, but that those who had taken orders after that year should forfeit their lands to the state. He qualified this law, however, by a later enactment, which provided that if the presbyter or deacon had a son who was not in orders, the son might keep the paternal property and perform the accompanying duties. Now Calpurnius belonged to this class of decurions who had sought ordination. He was a Christian deacon, and his father before him had been a Christian presbyter. And it would seem as if they had found it feasible to combine their spiritual with their worldly duties. In any case, we may assume that the property remained in the family. It was not forfeited to the state. Whether the burdens laid upon them from Milan or Constantinople were heavy or light, Calpurnius and his fellows in the northern island were keenly conscious that the rule of their Roman lords had its compensations. For Britain was beset by three bold and ruthless foes. The northern frontier of the province was ever threatened by the Picts of Caledonia. Her western shores dreaded the descents of the Gaels and Scots of Ireland, while the south and east were exposed to those Saxon freebooters who were ultimately to conquer the island. Against these enemies, ever watching for a favorable opportunity to spoil their rich neighbor, the Roman garrison was usually a strong and sure protection for the peaceful Britons. But favorable opportunities sometimes came. Palladius, at least, if not Calpurnius, must have shared in the agonies which Britain felt in those 2 terrible years when she was attacked on all sides, by Pict, by Scot, and by Saxon, when Theodosius, the great emperor's father, had to come in haste and put forth all his strength to deliver the province from the barbarians. In the valley of the Severn, the foes whom men had to dread now were Irish freebooters, and we need not doubt that in those years their pirate crafts sailed up the river and brought death and ruin to many. Theodosius defeated Saxon, Pict, and Scot, and it would seem that he pursued the Scots across the sea, driving them back to their own shores. The court poet of his grandson sings how icebound Hivern wept for the heaps of her slain children. After this, the land had peace for a space. Serious and thoroughgoing measures were taken for its defense, and an adequate army was left under a capable commander. Men could breathe freely once more, but the breathing space lasted less than 15 years. The usurpation of the tyrant Maximus brought new calamities to Britain. Maximus assumed the purple, AD 383, by the will of the soldiers, who were ill-satisfied with the government of Gratian. And if the provincials approved of this rash act, they perhaps hoped that Maximus would be content with exercising authority in their own island. But even if Maximus did not desire a more spacious field for his ambition, such a course was perhaps impracticable. It would have been difficult for any usurper to maintain himself, with the adhesion of Britain alone, against the power of the Lord of the West. Probably the best chance of success, the best chance of life, for the tyrant lay in winning Gaul. And so Maximus crossed the Channel, taking the army or a part of it with him. His own safety was at stake. He recked not of the safety of the province, and whatever forces he left on the shores and on the northern frontier were unequal to the task of protecting the island against the foes who were ever awaiting a propitious hour to pounce upon their prey. Bitterly were the Britons destined to rue the day when Maximus was invested with the purple. Denuded of defenders, they had again to bear the inroads of Pict, Saxon, and Scot. Rescue came after the fall of Maximus, AD 388, and the son of their former defender, the Emperor Theodosius, empowered his most trusted general, Stilicho, to make all needed provision for the defense of the remote province. The enemies seemed to have escaped, safe and sated, from the shores of Britain before the return of the army. No fighting devolved on Stilicho. He had only to see to works of fortification and defense. But it was high time for legions to return. Britain, says a contemporary poet, was well nigh done to death. The woes and distresses of these years must have been witnessed and felt by Calpurnius and his household, and they must have experienced profoundly the joy of relief when their country was once more defended by an adequate army. It was probably just before or just after this new period of security had begun that a son was born to Calpurnius and his wife Concessa. It may have been the habit of the native provincials to give their children two names, a Latin name, which stamped them as Romans, as well as a British name, which would naturally be used in home life. Calpurnius called his son Patricius. But if Patricius talked as a child with his father and mother the Brythonic tongue of his forefathers, he bore the name of Sucet. He was thus double-named, like the Apostle Paul, who bore a Roman as well as a Jewish name from his youth up. But another Roman name, Maganus, is also ascribed to Patrick, and possibly his full style, as it would appear in the town registry when he should come of age to exercise the rights of a citizen, was Patricius Maganus Sucatus. Such a name would be strictly analogous to that of a Roman historian of Gothic family who lived in a later generation, Renatus Profuturus Friedridus. As the son of a deacon, Patrick was educated in the Christian faith and was taught the Christian scriptures. And we may be sure that he was brought up to feel a deep reverence for the empire in which he was born a freeman and citizen, and to regard Rome as the mighty bulwark of the world. Qua nihil in terris complectitur altius etha. This feeling comes out in his writings. It may have been strengthened by the experiences of his life, but the idea must have been with him from his very cradle. Peaceful folk in Britain in those days could have imagined no more terrible disaster than to be sundered from the empire. Rome was the symbol of peace and civilization, and to Rome they passionately clung. The worst thing they had to dread from year to year was that the Roman army should be summoned to meet some sudden need in another province. But as Patrick grew up, the waves were already gathering, to close slowly over the island and to sweep the whole of Western Europe. The great Theodosius died, and his two feeble successors slumbered at Milan and Constantinople, while along all the borders, or even pressing through the gates, were the barbarians, armed and ready, impressed by the majesty of Rome, but hungry for the spoils of the world. Hardly was Theodosius at rest in his tomb when Greece was laid waste by the Goths, and Athens trembled at the presence of Alaric. But men did not yet realize, even in their dreams, the strange things to come, whereof this was the menace and the presage. When the rumor of Alaric and his Goths reached the homesteads of Britain, it must have struck men's ears as a thing far off, a trouble in which they could have no part. And the danger that stole upon the empire was muffled and disguised. Alaric was a Goth, but at the same time he was an imperial general, a master of soldiers, a servant of the Roman state, profoundly loyal to the empire, the integrity of which he was undermining. A few years later, Britain was startled by sudden tidings. Alaric and his Goths had entered Italy itself. The Emperor Honorius was trembling on his throne, and the armies of the West must hasten to defend him. The message came from Stilicho, the general on whose strength and craft the safety of Western Europe in these years depended, and one Britannic legion obeyed the summons to Italy. The islanders must again have been sick at heart in daily expectation of the assaults of their old enemies. Those enemies were not asleep, and they rose up presently to take advantage of the favorable time. At this point, we encounter an Irish king, whose name is famous in the obscure history of his own land. King Niall was the High King of Ireland in the days of the rebellion of Maximus, and may possibly have joined in the marauding expeditions which vexed Britain during those years. His deeds are enveloped in legend, but the exalted notion which his countrymen formed of his prowess is expressed in the vain tale that he invaded Gaul and conquered as far as the Alps. To the annals of the empire, King Niall is as unknown as the princelings of remotest Scythia, but in Britain his name must have been a familiar word. The tradition that he died out of his own country, but slain by the hand of a fellow countryman, can hardly fail to be founded on fact, and when the Irish annals tell us that he met his death by the Sea of Wight, there is nothing in the circumstances of the time which forbids us to believe the record. If the date assigned to his death, A.D. 405, is roughly correct, this last hosting of Niall was made before the Roman army had finally left the island, but during the disorders which preceded its departure. It may have been at this crisis in the history of Britain that the event happened which shaped the whole life of the son of Calpurnius, who had now reached the age of 16, in his home near the Western Sea. a fleet of Irish freebooters came to the coasts or riverbanks in the neighborhood seeking plunder and loading their vessels with captives. Patrick was at his father's farmstead and was one of the victims. Men servants and maidservants were taken, but his parents escaped. Perhaps they were not there, or perhaps the pirates could not carry more than a certain number of slaves and chose the young. Thus was Patrick in his 17th year carried into captivity in Ireland, to the ultimate places of the earth, as he says himself, as if Ireland were severed by half the globe from Britain. The phrase shows how thoroughly, how touchingly Roman was Patrick's geographical view. The Roman Empire was the world, and all outside its fringe was in darkness, the ultimate places of the earth. Section 2. Captivity and Escape. Of all that befell Patrick during his captivity in Ireland, we know little, yet the little knowledge we possess is more immediate and authentic than our acquaintance with any other episode of his life, because it comes from his own pen. But at the outset, we encounter a puzzling contradiction between Patrick's own words and the tradition which was afterwards current in Ireland as to the place of his bondage. When the boats of his captors reached their haven, Patrick was led, so we should conclude from his own story, across the island into the kingdom of Connaught, to serve a master in the very furthest parts of the ultimate land. His master dwelled near the wood of Fochlad, nigh to the western sea, in northwestern Connaught, to this day a wild and desolate land, though the forest has long since been cleared away. A part of this bleak country belonged to Amilgade, who afterwards became king of Connaught, and it is still called by his name, Turully, the land of Amilgade. But the wood of Fochlad was probably of larger extent than the district of Turully. It may have stretched over Mayo to the western promontory of Murrisk. Here, we should perhaps suppose, close to Crochan Aigley, the mount which has been immemorially associated with Patrick's name, the British slave served his master for 6 years. But our other records transport us to a distant part of Ireland, far away from the forest of Fochlad, to Pictish soil near the eastern coast of Ulster. Here in the lands east of Lough Neagh, the old race, driven eastward from central Ulster, still held out. The name Ulaid, which originally designated the whole of Northern Ireland, even as now in its Danish form of Ulster, had come to be specially applied to the eastern corner, whither the true Ulidians had been driven. It seemed now to be the true Ulaid. Within the borders of Ulidia, in this restricted sense, there was a marked division. In the extreme north were the Scots, and in the south were the Picts. The small land of the Scots was known as Dalriada, and the larger land of the Picts as Dalaradia. It is supposed that both peoples, those known as Scots and those known as Picts, represented the older races, which possessed Ireland before the coming of the Goidelic invaders, whose language ultimately prevailed throughout the whole island. Here, it was believed and recorded, Patrick served a master whose name was Miliach. His lands and his homestead were in northern Dalaradia, and Patrick herded his droves of pigs on Mount Miss. The name of this mountain still abides unchanged, though by coalescing with Sliab, the Gaelic word for mountain, it is slightly disguised in the form Slemish. Not really lofty, and not visible at a distance of many miles, yet, when you come within its range, Mount Miss dominates the whole scene and produces the impression of a massive mountain. Its curious, striking shape, like an inverted bowl, round and wide-brimmed, exercises a sort of charm on the eye, and haunts one who is walking in the valley of the Braid, somewhat as the triangular form of Pentelicus, clear-cut like the pediment of a temple, follows one about in the plain of Athens. It was in this valley of the Braid and on the slopes of Miss that, according to the common tradition and general belief, Patrick for 6 years did the bidding of his lord. But it is certain, from his own words, that he served near the forest of Fochlad. An attempt may be made to reconcile the contradiction by assuming that he changed masters, and that, having dwelled at first in the west, he was sold to another master in Dalaradia. But his own description of his bondage seems hardly compatible with such a conjecture. The simplest solution seems to be a frank rejection of the story, which connected his captivity with Mount Miss in the land of the Picts. While he ate the bitter bread of bondage in a foreign land, a profound spiritual change came over him. He had never given much thought to his religion, but now that he was a thrall amid strangers, the Lord, he says, opened the sense of my unbelief. The ardor of religious emotion, the love and fear of God, so fully consumed his soul that in a single day or night he would offer 100 prayers, and he describes himself, in woodland or on mountainside, rising from his bed before dawn and going forth to pray in hail or rain or snow. His contemplation was above the earth and fixed on spiritual object. Thus the years of his bondage were also the years of his conversion, and he looked back upon this stage in his spiritual development as the most important and critical in his life. He was homesick, and he was too young to abandon hope of deliverance and escape from the wild outland into which fate had cast him. He longed and hoped, and we may be sure that he prayed, to win his way back within the borders of the Roman Empire. His waking hopes came back to him at night as responsive voices in his dreams. He heard a voice that said to him in his sleep, "Thou doest well to fast, thou shalt soon return to thy native land." And another night it said, "Behold, thy ship is ready." Patrick took these dream voices for divine intimations, and they heartened him to make an attempt to escape. Escape was not easy, and was beset with many perils. For the port where he might hope to find a foreign vessel was about 180 miles from his master's house. Patrick, in describing his escape, does not name the port, but we may conjecture that it was in Verdi, at the mouth of the stream, which is now called the Vartry, and reaches the sea near the town of Wicklow. The resolution of attempting this long flight, with the danger of falling into the hands of some other master, if not of being overtaken by his own, is ascribed by Patrick to the promptings of a higher will than his. He escaped all dangers and reached the port, where he knew no man. But at all events he had chosen the season of his flight well. The ship of his dreams was there, and was soon to sail. It was a ship of traders, their cargo was aboard, and part of the cargo consisted of dogs, probably Irish wolfhounds. Patrick spoke to some of the crew and made a proposal of service. He was willing to work his passage to the port to which the vessel was bound. The proposal seems to have been at first entertained, but afterwards the shipmaster objected and said sharply, "Nay, in no wise shalt thou come with us." The disappointment, as safety seemed within grasp, must have been bitter, and Patrick turned away from the mariners to seek the lodging where he had found shelter. As he went he prayed, and before he finished his prayer, he heard one of the crew shouting behind him, "Come quickly, for they are calling you." The shipmaster had been persuaded to forgo his objections, and Patrick set sail from the shores of Ireland with this rough company. To what country or race the crew belonged we are not told. We learn only that they were heathen. They wished to enter into some solemn compact of abiding friendship with Patrick, but he refused to be adopted by them. "I would not," he says, using a quaint phrase, "suck their breasts because of the fear of God. Nevertheless, I hoped of them that they might come to the faith of Christ, for they were heathen, and therefore I held on with them." They sailed for 3 days before they made land. The name of the coast which they reached is hidden from us, and there is something very strange about the whole story. The voyage was clearly uneventful. They were not driven by storm or stress of weather out of their course to some undesired shore. There is nothing in the tale, as Patrick tells it himself, to suggest that the ship did not reach the port to which it was bound. Yet when they landed, their way lay through a desert, and they journeyed through the desert for 28 days in all. Their food ran short, and at last starvation threatened them. Many of their dogs were exhausted and left to die on the wayside. Then the shipmaster said to Patrick, "Now, O Christian, thou sayest thy God is great and almighty. Why then dost thou not pray for us? For we are in danger of starvation, and there is no likelihood of our seeing any man." And Patrick, in the spirit of the missionary, replied, "Nothing is impossible to the Lord my God. Turn to him truly, that he may send you food in your path this day till ye are filled, for he has plenty in all places." Presently a drove of pigs appeared on the road, and the starving wayfarers killed many, and rested there 2 nights, and were refreshed. They were as ready as Patrick himself to believe that the appearance of the swine was a miraculous answer to his prayer, and he won high esteem in their eyes. As Patrick slept here, his body satisfied after long privation by a plenteous meal, he had a dream which he remembered vividly as long as he lived. He dreamed that a great stone fell upon him, and that he could not move his limbs. Then he called upon Elias, and the beams of the rising sun awoke him, and the feeling of heaviness fell away. Patrick regarded this nightmare as a temptation of Satan, and imagined that Christ had come to his aid. The incident has a ridiculous side, but it shows the intense religious excitement of Patrick at this period, ready to see in the most trivial occurrence a direct interposition from heaven. And we must remember how in those days dreams were universally invested with a certain mystery and dread. For 9 days, more Patrick and his companions traveled through deserted places, but were not in want of food or shelter. On the 10th, they came to the habitations of men. Patrick had no thoughts of remaining with them longer than he needed. He had heard in a dream a divine voice answering his thoughts and saying, "Thou shalt remain with them 2 months." This dream naturally guided him in choosing the time of his escape. At the end of 2 months, he succeeded in releasing himself from his masters. In his description of this strange adventure, he leaves us to divine the geography as best we may, for he relates it as if it had happened in some nameless land beyond the borders of the known world. But the circumstances enable us to determine that the ship made for the coast of Gaul. It can be shown that its destination was not Britain, and Gaul is the only other land which could have been reached in 3 days or thereabouts. The aim of the traders with their Irish dogs must have been to reach southern Europe, and the place of disembarkation would naturally have been Nantes or Bordeaux. The story of the long faring through a wilderness might be taken to illustrate the condition of western and southwestern Gaul at this period. For much about the time at which Patrick's adventures happened, Gallic poets were writing heartbreaking descriptions of the desolation which had been brought upon this country by the great invasion of Vandals and Sueves and other barbarous peoples. The Vandals and Sueves had indeed already left it to pass into Spain, but they had left it waste. Strong castles, walled cities, sings one poet, could not escape. The hands of the barbarians reached even lonely lodges in dismal wilds and the very caves in the hills. If the whole ocean, cries another, had poured its waters into the fields of Gaul, its vasty waves would have spared more than the invaders. But even in the exceptional conditions of the time, it is surprising that a party, starting from a port on the west coast and traveling to the Mediterranean, should have walked for 4 weeks without seeing a human abode and in dire peril of starvation. We must suppose that they avoided, deliberately and carefully, beaten roads, and perhaps made considerable halts, in order to avoid encounters with roaming bands of the Teutonic barbarians. Though Patrick did not mention the scene of his journey in the narrative which he left behind him, he used to tell his disciples how he had the fear of God as a guide in his journey through Gaul and Italy. This confirms the conclusion, to which the other evidence points, that Gaul was the destination of the crew, and also intimates that he traveled with his companions through Gaul to Italy. It was in Italy, then, we must suppose, that he succeeded in escaping from them. The book in which he described this episode was written by Patrick, as we shall see hereafter, when he was an old man. He rigidly omitted all details which did not bear upon his special purpose in writing it. The whole tale of his captivity and escape, undefined or vaguely defined by landmarks or sea marks, as if the places of the adventures had no name or lay beyond the range of all human charts, is designed to display exclusively the spiritual significance of those experiences. That the land of his captivity was Ireland, this was indeed significant, but otherwise names of men and places were of no concern and might be allowed to drop away. Patrick, in reviewing this critical period of his life, reproduces the select incidents as they impressed him at the moment, contributing, as he believed, to his own spiritual development, or illustrating the wonderful ways in which heaven had dealt with him. Chapter 3. In Gaul and Britain. Section 1, at Lérins. Patrick has not told us where, or in what circumstances, he parted from his companions, nor has he related his subsequent adventures. When he found himself free, his first thought would have been, we should suppose, to make his way back to his home in Britain. We saw that he probably succeeded in escaping from his fellow travelers in Italy, and his easiest way home might in that case have been by the coast road through Liguria and Provence to Marseille. From whatever quarter he started, he seems to have reached the coast of Provence. For here at length, amid perplexing, broken clues, we have a definite trace of his path. Here at length we can fix an episode in his life to a small plot of ground. In the later part of the 4th century, the influence of the Eastern on the Western mind had displayed itself not only in theological thought, but also in the spread of asceticism and the foundation of monastic societies, especially through the influence of men like Ambrose, Martin of Tours, and Jerome. In choosing their lonely dwelling places, the eyes of anchorites did not overlook the little deserted islands which lay here and there off the coast in the western Mediterranean. Island cloisters studded the coast of Italy like a necklace before the end of the 4th century, and soon they began to appear off the coast of Provence. It was perhaps while Patrick was a slave in Ireland that a traveler, weary of the world, came back from the east to his native Gaul, and seeking a spot where he might found a little society of monks who desired to live far from the turmoil of cities, he was directed to the uncouth islet of Larinus, which no man tilled or approached because it was infested by snakes. Honoratus took possession of it and reclaimed it for cultivation. Wells were dug, and sweet water flowed, in the midst of the bitterness of the sea. Vines were planted and cells were built, and a little monastic community gathered round Honoratus, destined within a few years to be more illustrious than any of the older island cloisters. Larinus is the outermost of the two islands which lie opposite to the Cape of Cannes, smaller and lower than its fellow Lero, which screens it from view, bearing at the present day the name of the man who made it significant in history. It is difficult to realize as one walks round it today and sees a few stones, relics of its ancient monks, that at one time it exercised a great if unobtrusive influence in southern Gaul. Its peaceful, sequestered cells, withdrawn into the great sea, in mare magnum residentia, had a wonderful attraction for men who had been shipwrecked in the tumbling world, or who desired unbroken hours for contemplation, vacare et viter. Patrick found a refuge in the island cloister of Honoratus, and in that island we are for the first time treading ground where we have reason to think that he lived for a considerable time. We should like to know the circumstances of his admission to this community, but his own picture of the state of his mind enables us to understand how easily he could have been moved by the ascetic attractions of the monastery to interrupt his homeward journey and lead a religious life in the sacri solitudines of Larinus for a few years. Among the men of some note who sojourned in the monastery in its early days was Hilary, who afterwards became Bishop of Arelate, Maximus, who was the second abbot and then Bishop of Riae, Lupus, who subsequently held the see of Trecases, Vincentius, who taught and wrote in the cloister, and Eucherius, who composed, among other works, a treatise in praise of the hermit's life. Eucherius had built a hut for himself and his wife Galla, aloof from the rest of the brotherhood, in the larger island of Lero. It was remembered how one day Honoratus sent a messenger across in a boat with a letter on a wax tablet, and Eucherius, seeing the abbot's writing, said, "To the wax you have restored its honey." As the monastic spirit grew and spread, many a stranger set his face to Larinus, hoping, as men hoped greatly in those days, that he might break through the wall of the passions and ascend by violence to the kingdom of heaven. Among those who joined the new society was Faustus, a compatriot of Patrick. But it is unknown whether he was at Larin's at this time. Perhaps he was still only a child, for we first hear of him in the abbotship of Maximus, who succeeded Honoratus and whom he himself was destined to succeed. Faustus had enjoyed an education such as Patrick never acquired. He was a student of ancient philosophy and a master of style, as style was then understood. He was afterwards the valued friend and correspondent of the greatest man of letters of that century, Sidonius Apollinaris. Crude and rustic must Patrick have seemed to his fellow countrymen if they met at Larin's. Yet today the name of Faustus has passed out of men's memory, and Patrick S. is familiar in the households of Western Christendom and in far Western Christendom beyond the ocean. There can be no doubt that the years which he spent at Larin's exercised an abiding influence on Patrick. He was brought under the spell of the monastic ideal, and though his life was not to be sequestered, but out in the active world of men, monastic societies became a principal and indispensable element in his idea of a Christian church. It is improbable that during these years of seclusion he was stirred, even faintly, by the idea of devoting himself to the work of spreading Christianity in the barbarous land, associated with his slavery and shame. But he was profoundly convinced that during the years of his bondage he had been held as in the hollow of God's hand. Whatever hopes or ambitions he may have cherished in his boyhood must have been driven from his heart by the stress of his experience, and in such a frame of mind, the instinct of a man of that age was to turn to a religious life. At Larin's, perhaps, his desire, so far as he understood it, was to remain a monk. Uniare ad iremum summa perfectio est. But there were energies and feelings in him which such a life would not have contented. At the end of a few years, he left the monastery to visit his kinsfolk in Britain, and there he became conscious of the true destiny of his life. Section 2, At Home in Britain. When Patrick returned to his old home, his kinsfolk welcomed him as a son, and implored him to stay and not part from them again. But if he had any thought of yielding to their persuasions, it was dismissed when he became aware, all at once, that the aim of his life was determined. The idea of laboring among the heathen, which may have been gradually, though quite unconsciously, gathering force and secretly winning possession of his brain, suddenly stood full-grown, as it were, face to face with him in a sensible shape. In a vision of the night, it seemed to him that he saw a man standing by his side. It was a certain Victoricus. We may suppose that Patrick had made this man's acquaintance in Gaul, and that he was interested in Ireland, but his only appearance in history is in Patrick's dream. To the dreamer, he seemed to have come from Ireland, and in his hand he held a bundle of letters. And he gave me one of these, and I read the beginning of the letter, which contained the voice of the Irish. And as I read the beginning of it, I fancied that I heard the voice of the folk who were near the wood of Fochlad, nigh to the western sea. And this was the cry, "We pray thee, holy youth, to come and again walk amongst us as before." I was pierced to the heart and could read no more, and thereupon I awoke. This is the dreamer's description of his dream. But, as the story was told in later days, the cry that pierced his heart was uttered by the young children of Fochlad, even by the children still unborn. There is nothing of this in Patrick's words, yet the tradition betrays a true instinct of the significance of the dream. It brings out more intensely and pathetically how the forlorn condition of the helpless unbaptized, condemned to everlasting punishment by the doctrine of the Church, could appeal irresistibly to the pity of a Christian who held that rigorous doctrine. This doctrine was closely connected with the question which, at this time, above all other questions, was agitating Western Christendom and, strange to say, the controversy had been opened by a man of Irish descent. It is possible that, as some claim, Palladius was born in Ireland, but the evidence rather points to the conclusion that he belonged to an Irish family settled in Western Britain. His name represents, doubtless, some Irish sea name such as Muirchu, Hound of the Sea. While Patrick was serving in Ireland, Pelagius was in Rome, thinking out one of the great problems which has constantly perplexed the meditations of men, and promulgating a view which arrested the interest or compelled the attention of leaders of theological opinion from York to Carthage, from Carthage to Jerusalem. For some years, the Roman Empire echoed with his fame. Pelagianism is not one of those dull, lifeless heresies which have no more interest than the fact that they once possessed for a short space the minds of men, a long while dead. At this period, the onward movement of human thought was confined within the lines of theology, couched in theological language, and we must distinguish those questions which, like the Arian and Pelagian, involve speculations of perpetual human interest from controversies which touch merely the formulae of a special theology. We need not enter upon the actual course of the debate in which Pelagius and Augustine represented two opposed tendencies of religious and philosophically thought, destined to reappear in the time of the Reformation, but we are concerned with the general significance of the questions involved. The chief and central principle of Pelagius was the recognition of free will as an inalienable property of human nature. In every action, a man is free to choose between good and evil, and his choice is not determined, and has not been predetermined, by the deity who originally gave to man that power of choosing. Pelagius regarded free will as the palladium and surrogate of the dignity of human nature. This view logically excluded the doctrine of original sin inherited from Adam, as well as the doctrine of predestination. It implied that infants are born sinless, and that baptism is not necessary to save them from hell. It implied that it was perfectly possible, however difficult, for a man who had not embraced the Christian faith or been bathed in the mystical waters of baptism to lead a sinless life. It is clear that this thesis, as the opponents of Pelagius saw and said, struck at the very root of the theory of the atonement, at least as the atonement was crudely conceived by the Church in dependence on the old Jewish story of the fall of Adam. Pelagius does not seem to have succeeded in really working his theory of human nature into the Christian system, which he fully accepted, and this was the logical weakness of his position in the theological debate. Pelagius was not a mere speculator. Himself a monk and rigorous liver, he had in view the practical aim of raising the morality of Christians, and his particular view of human nature and sin bore directly on this practical aim. For if the purpose of religion is to realize the ideal of holiness and draw men up, above the level of commonplace sensual life, to high and heavenly things, and if the doctrine of sin was framed by the Church with this view, it might well have seemed to an observer that there lay a practical danger in such a doctrine. There was a danger that, if men were taught that they were born evil and impotent to resist evil by efforts of their own nature, the moral consciousness would be stifled and paralyzed by a belief so dishonoring to humanity. The assertion of the freedom of the will by Palladius and his denial of innate sin represent a reaction of the moral consciousness against the dominance of the religious consciousness. And although he speaks within the Church, he is really asserting the man against the Christian, defending the honor of the reasonable creature. To the surveyor of the history of humanity, this is the interest which Pelagius possesses, an interest which is generally obscured in the dust of controversy. He was the champion of human nature as such, which the Christian Church, in pursuance of its high objects, dishonored and branded as essentially depraved. He was the champion of all the good men who lived on the ridge of the world. As men of his own race would have said, before ever Jesus was born, of all those whose minds were fixed on invisible things, of all the noble and sinless pagans, were they many or few? This was the merit of Pelagius, to have attempted to rescue the dignity of human nature oppressed by the doctrine of sin, and we who realize how much our race owes to the peoples of antiquity may feel particular sympathy with him who dared to say that, before Jesus, sinless men had lived upon earth. A few men have the Celts of Ireland or Britain better reason to be proud than of the bold thinker who went forth to speak holy words for humanity against the inhuman side of the Christian faith. He was ranged against the authorities of Augustine and Jerome, but he was not fond of fighting. He wished to keep the whole question out of the region of dogma and let it remain a matter of opinion. He never sought to get his own views sanctioned by a council of the Church. But the strife and the defeat are of subordinate interest. What interests us is that Pelagius, himself originally stimulated by Rufinus, stimulated thinking men throughout the West, and induced many to modify their views about free will and congenital sin. The repose of Larens was not uninvaded by the sounds of this debate, and some of its more notable monks showed hereafter that they had been profoundly influenced by the arguments of Pelagius. The subject, therefore, must have been familiar to Patrick, and the terrible doctrine, impugned by the Scottish heretic, that infants, being sinful at their birth, incur the everlasting punishment of the wicked until they are redeemed through the mysterious rite of baptism, might well affect his imagination. Nothing could have done more to quicken his concern for the unbaptized people by the Western Sea than a vivid realization of this doctrine. The self-revealing dream convinced Patrick that he was destined to go as missioner and helper to Ireland, ad ultimum terre, to the limit of the world. Yet he felt hesitation and uncertainty, distrusting his own fitness for such an enterprise, conscious of the defective education of his youth, and he felt a natural repugnance to return to the land of captivity. His self-questionings and diffidence were in the end overcome by the mastering instinct of his soul. And to his religious imagination, the instinct seemed to speak within him, like an inner voice, confirming his purpose. Such experiences befall men of a certain caste and mold when an impulse, which they can hardly justify when they weigh it in the scales of the understanding, affects them so strongly that it seems the objective compulsion or admonition of some external intelligence. Section 3 at Auxerre. It is probable that, when he was finally convinced of the destination of his life, and knew that he must seek the woods of Fauchelade, Patrick did not tarry long in Britain, but returned to Gaul in order to prepare himself for carrying out his task. It was necessary not only to train himself, but to win support and countenance for his enterprise from influential authorities in the Church. Even if Patrick had been already in clerical orders, it would have been the mere adventure of a wild fanatic, and would have excited general disapprobation, to set sail in the first ship that left the mouth of the Severn for the Irish coast, and, trusting simply in his own zeal and the divine protection, set out to convert the heathen of Connaught. Such were not the conditions of the task which he aspired to perform. He knew that, if he was to succeed, he must come with support and resources and fellow workers, accredited and in touch with the Christian communities which already existed in Ireland. He needed not only theological study and the counsels of men of leading and light, but material support and official recognition. At this time, the Church of Audiobook seems to have already won a high position in northern Gaul through the virtues of its bishop, Amator. It was soon to win a higher fame still through the greater talents of Amator's successor. The town of Audiobook, situated on the river Yonne, is no exception to the general rule that the towns of Gaul have preserved the old Gallic names, whether place names or tribe names, throughout Roman and German domination alike. And Auxerre, like most towns in Gaul, unlike most towns in Britain, has had a continuous life through all changes since the days when it was Patrick's home in the reign of Honorius and Valentinian. For it was Auxerre that Patrick chose as the place of his study. Perhaps he was introduced to Amator by British ecclesiastics. It may be that there was some special link or intimacy between the Church of Auxerre and one of the British sees. But it is not unlikely that there was a further motive in determining Patrick's choice. Perhaps some particular interest had been exhibited at Auxerre in the Christian communities of Ireland. There is, in fact, evidence which points to the conclusion that Auxerre was a resort of Irish Christians for theological study. Patrick was ordained deacon by Bishop Amator before long, and it would seem that two other young men, who were afterwards to help the spread of Christianity in Ireland, were ordained at the same time. One of them was a native of South Ireland. His Irish name was Fifth, but he took the name of Iserninus. The nationality of his companion, Auxilius, which the Irish made into Auxil, is unknown. 14 years passed, at the smallest computation, from the ordination of Patrick till the day came for setting forth to his chosen task. This long delay can hardly be accounted for by the necessities of an ecclesiastical training. There must have been other impediments and difficulties. He intimates himself that he was not encouraged. Those to whom he looked up for counsel considered his project rash and himself unqualified for such a work. His rusticidas, or want of liberal education, was urged against him, and perhaps a failure to win support is a sufficient explanation of the delay. At all events, Patrick, one would suppose, had a discreet, if not a sympathetic, guide in the head of the Church of Auxerre. Amator had been succeeded by one who was to bear a more illustrious name in the ecclesiastical annals of Gaul. Germanus is a case, common in Gaul and elsewhere at this period, of a distinguished layman who held office in the state exchanging secular for ecclesiastical office. In the year 429, it devolved upon him to visit Britain, and this enterprise must have had a particular interest for Patrick. The poison of the serpent Palladius, as his opponents named him, had been spreading, in a diluted form, in the island. Some of the writings of its British advocates are still extant. The orthodox pillars of the British Church were alarmed, and they sent pressing messages across the sea to invite their Gallic brethren to send able champions over to overcome the heresy. It was probably to Auxerre and Troyes, in the first instance, that they made their appeal. And it is recorded that at a synod held at Troyes, it was decided that Germanus should proceed to Britain along with Lupus, Bishop of Troyes, who had been formerly a monk of Lerins. Whatever may be the truth about this alleged Gallic synod, Germanus went with higher authority and prestige, for he went under the direct sanction of Celestine, the Bishop of Rome. We learn that this sanction was gained by the influence of the deacon Palladius, who may possibly have been a deacon of Germanus. The authoritative mission from Gaul seems to have crushed the heretics, and their doctrine was compelled to hide its head in Britain for a few years to come. Celestine was approached soon afterwards on a subject which touched Patrick more closely than the suppression of heresy in Britain. His attention was drawn to the position of the Christian communities in Ireland. The man who interested himself in this matter was the same deacon, Palladius, who had interested himself in the extirpation of British Pelagianism. It is remarkable that this first appearance of Irish Christianity in ecclesiastical history should be associated, both chronologically and in the person of Palladius, with the Pelagian question. Now we may be sure that some overture or message had come from the Christian bodies in Ireland, whether to Britain or Gaul or to Rome itself. For the Bishop of Rome would hardly have sent them a bishop unless they had intimated that they wanted one. It is, then, not impossible, though it is not proven, that the motive of the Irish Christians in taking such a step at this moment may have been the same Pelagian difficulty which had caused the appeal from Britain. The question, which must have occurred sooner or later, of organizing the small Christian societies of Ireland may possibly have been brought to a head by the Pelagian debate. And if the Pelagian heresy had gained any ground in Ireland, nothing would have been more natural than that the fact should have come before the notice of Germanus, while he was dealing with the same question in Britain. This conjecture, which is suggested unconstrainedly by the general situation, may supply us with the key for reading between the lines of a passage in Patrick's autobiographical sketch. He complains of the treachery of a most intimate friend, whom he does not name, but who seems, from the circumstances, to have been an ecclesiastic, whether of Britain or Gaul. To this friend he had communicated his inmost thoughts, crediti etiam animam, and had evidently received sympathy from him in regard to his cherished plan of working in Ireland. His friend had told him emphatically that he must be made a bishop, and afterwards, when the question of choosing a bishop for Ireland practically arose, his friend was active in urging his claims. Now it was in Britain that the matter was discussed when Patrick's friend, though Patrick himself was not there, showed such loyal zeal in his behalf. Here, then, we have an incident which exactly fits into the situation when Germanus was fighting against heresy in Britain in AD 429. If this heresy existed in Ireland, it was an element in the problem with which Germanus had to deal, even with regard to British interests solely. For, if the false doctrine were permitted to spread unchecked in the Irish communities, it might constitute a serious danger to the neighboring church in Britain. If, as was most likely to occur, Orthodox members of the Irish communities sent representatives to Germanus while he was in Britain and asked for some intervention, the question of sending a bishop to guide the Irish Christians in the right path and organize their society became at once practical and urgent. This, then, it seems reasonable to suggest, may have been the occasion on which Patrick's friend designated him as the suitable man for the post. The opportunity for which Patrick had been waiting long seemed to have come at last. Probably a certain interest in Irish Christianity had been already felt in Gaul, and especially at Auxerre, but it was now brought under the notice of the head of Christendom. There seemed a prospect now for Patrick to undertake the work on which he had set his heart under high sanction and with sufficient support. But Celestine's choice fell on another. The deacon Palladius, who had been active in these affairs, was prepared to go to Ireland, and Celestine consecrated him bishop for the purpose, AD 431. The choice, if it was Celestine's own, was perfectly natural. We must remember that the first and chief consideration of Celestine was the welfare and orthodoxy of Irish believers, not the conversion of Irish unbelievers. He was called upon to meet the need of the Christian communities. The further spreading of the faith among the heathen was an ulterior consideration. The qualification, therefore, which he sought in the new bishop may not have been burning zeal for preaching to pagans, but rather experience and capacity for dealing with the Pelagian heresy. Palladius had taken a prominent part in coping with this heresy in Britain, and it is a probable conjecture that he had accompanied Germanus thither. Possibly representatives of the Irish Christians may have intimated that they wished for his appointment. Section 4. Palladius in Ireland, AD 431-2. The brief chronicle of the visit of Palladius to Ireland is that he came and went within a year. It is generally assumed that he had not the strength or tact to deal with the situation, that he departed in despair, that his mission was a failure. But our evidence hardly warrants this conclusion. We are told that he proceeded from Ireland to the land of the Picts in North Britain and died there, but we cannot be sure that he did not intend to return. It is with North Leinster and the hills of Wicklow that tradition associates the brief episode of Palladius. But we may be tempted to suspect that the expedition of Palladius to the country of the Picts was not an abandonment of Ireland, but was, on the contrary, part of his work in Ireland, and that it was not the Picts of North Britain, but some Christian communities existing among the Picts of Dalaradia in North Ireland who were the object of his concern. The most probable conclusion seems that the episcopate of Palladius in Ireland was cut short, not by a voluntary desertion of his post, but by death. We should like to know where were the dwelling places of the Christians to whom Palladius was sent. Between the port where Wicklow of the Vikings now is, the port where Palladius landed, and the lonely glen of the Two Lakes, by whose shores a cluster of churches was afterwards to spring up, stretched the lands of the children of Gachu, and tradition said that the chief of this tribe regarded Palladius with disfavor. But his short sojourn is also associated with the foundation of 3 churches. It is possible that we may seek the site of a little house for praying, built by him or his disciples, on a high wooded hill that rises sheer enough on the left bank of the river Avoca, close to a long slanting hollow, down which, over grass or bushes, the eye catches the glimmer of the stream winding in the vale below and rises beyond to the higher hills which bound the horizon. Here may have been the house of the Romans, Tekna Ramon, and Tigrone, the shape in which this name is concealed, may be a memorial of the first missioner of Rome. But farther west, beyond the hills, we can determine with less uncertainty another place, which tradition associated with the activity of Palladius, in the neighborhood of one of the royal seats of the Lords of Leinster. From the high rath of Dunlavin, those kings had a wide survey of their realm. Standing there, one can see westward to Mount Bladma, and northward, across the plain of Liffey, into the kingdom of Meath. More than a league eastward from this fortress Palladius is said to have founded a church which was known as the Domnac, or Lord's House of the Highfield Domnac Ert, in a hilly region which is strewn with the remnants of ancient generations. The original church of this place has long since vanished, and its precise site cannot be guessed with certainty, but it gave a permanent name to the place. At Donard, we feel with some assurance that we are at one of the earliest homes of the Christian faith in Ireland, not the earliest that existed, but the earliest to which we can give a name. There was a third church, seemingly the most important of those which Palladius is said to have founded, Selfine, the Church of the Tribes, in which his tablets and certain books and relics which he had brought from Rome were preserved. Here, and perhaps here only in the place unknown to us, where his relics lay, was preserved the memory of Palladius, a mere name. Whatever his qualities may have been, he was too short a time in Ireland to have produced a permanent impression. The historical significance of his appearance there does not lie in any slight ecclesiastical or theological successes he may have accomplished. It is significant because it was the first manifestation in Ireland of the authority of Rome. The secular arm of Rome, in days when Rome was mightier, the arm of Agricola, the arm of Theodosius, had never reached the Scotic coast. It was not till after the mother of the empire had been besieged and despoiled by barbarian invaders that her new spiritual dominion began to reach out to those remote shores which her worldly power had never sought to gain. The coming of Palladius was the first link in the chain which bound Ireland, for some centuries loosely, to the spiritual center of Western Europe. But when, seeking vainly for traces of this first comer in the vales of the children of Gachu or on the holy hill of Donard, we see the memorials in earth and stone of days before Palladius, we are reminded that, if his coming is significant, it is a fact more important still that no secular messengers of Rome had come before him. The superstitious and primitive customs of the island were protected and secured, pure and uncontaminated, by the barrier of sundering seas. If one of the early Roman emperors had annexed Ireland to their British provinces, ideas of city life and civil government and administration would have been introduced which might have proved a more powerful solvent than Christianity of Celtic and Iberian barbarism. A Roman colonia, a number of Roman towns with municipal organization, might, in a couple of hundred years, have produced a greater change in civilization than all the little clerical communities which sprang up in the 3 or 4 centuries after the coming of Palladius. It would have been the task of the Roman government to put an end to the incessant petty wars between the kingdoms and tribes, pascisque imponer morm. But the absence of such civilizing influence protected and preserved the native traditions, and the curiosity of those who study the development of the human mind may be glad that Ireland lay safe and undisturbed at the end of the world, and that Palladius, nearly 100 years after the death of Constantine, was the first emissary from Rome. Section 5. Consecration of Patrick, AD 432. The appointment of Palladius as bishop for the Scots had naturally affected the plans of Patrick. There was no longer any motive for delay in setting about the accomplishment of his project. There was no reason why, with the support of Auxerre and Bishop Germanus, he should not set forth, along with whatever coadjutors he could muster, and, under the auspices of the new bishop, begin the conversion of the heathen. All was arranged for his enterprise in the following year, AD 432, and the tradition is that he had already set out from Auxerre, accompanied by Segitius, an elderly presbyter, when the news reached Gaul that Palladius was dead. The announcement was brought by some of the companions of Palladius, and Patrick's plans were once more interrupted, but only for a moment. The circumstances seem to imply that there was a distinct understanding that he was to be the successor of Palladius, and Germanus consecrated him bishop immediately. And so it came about that, in the end, he started for the field of his work invested with the authority and office which would render his labors most effective. Considerable preparations had, doubtless, been necessary. To carry out the ambitious scheme of converting heathen lands, there was needed not only a company of fellow workers, but a cargo of spiritual treasures and ecclesiastical gear for the equipment of the new communities which were to be founded. Money and treasure were indispensable, and however simple Patrick's faith may have been in the intrinsic potency of the gospel which he was inspired to preach, he was a man of thoroughly practical mind, and he knew that silver and gold and worldly wealth would be needed in dealing with pagan princes and in the effective establishment of clerical communities. The foregoing account of Patrick's setting forth for the field of his labors is based on a critical examination of the oldest sources. In later times, men wished to believe that he, too, like Palladius, was consecrated by Celestine. Such a consecration seemed both to add a halo of dignity to the national saint and to link his church more closely to the apostolic seat. We have no means of knowing whether Patrick set out before or after the death of Celestine, but in any case the pious story is inconsistent with the oldest testimonies. Nor, even if there were room for doubt, would the question involve any point of theoretical or practical importance. By virtue of what had already happened, Ireland was, in principle, as closely linked to Rome as any Western church. The circumstances of the consecration and mission of Palladius were significant, but whether his successor was ordained at Rome or at Auxerre, whether he was personally known to the Roman pontiff or not, was a matter of little moment. It will not be amiss, however, to dwell more fully on the situation. The position of the Roman See at this period in the Western Church is often wrongly represented, or vaguely understood. At the end of the 4th century, the bishops of Rome, beyond their acknowledged primacy in Christendom, possessed at least two important rights, which secured them a large influence in the ecclesiastical affairs of the western provinces of the empire. The Roman See was recognized by imperial decrees of Valentinian I and Gratian as a court to which clergy might appeal from the decisions of provincial councils in any part of the western portion of the empire. Of not less practical importance was another distinctive prerogative, which, though not recognized by any formal enactment, was admitted and acted upon by the churches of the West. The Roman Church was regarded as the model church, and when doubtful points of discipline arose, the bishops of the Gallic or other provinces used to consult the Bishop of Rome for guidance, not as to a particular case, but as to a general principle. The answers of the Roman bishops to such questions are what are called decretals. No decretals are preserved older than those of Damasus, and perhaps it was in his pontificate that the practice of such applications for advice became general. The motive of the custom is evident. It was to preserve uniformity of discipline throughout the Church and prevent the upgrowth of divergent practices, but those who consulted the Roman pontiff were not in any way bound to accept his ruling. The decretal was an answer to a question. It was not a command. Those who accepted it were merely imitating the Roman See, they were not obeying it. The appellate jurisdiction, and the decretals which were gradually to be converted from letters of advice into letters of command, were the chief foundations on which the spiritual empire of Rome grew up. But in the latter part of the 4th century, its nascent authority was confronted by a serious danger in the shape of a rival. When Milan instead of Rome became the imperial residence in Italy, the See of Milan assumed immediately a new importance and prestige. Its bishop soon came to be regarded as an authority to which appeals might be addressed, as well as to the Bishop of Rome. This new dignity was justified by the personality of Ambrose, who then occupied the See, but it was due to the presence of the Augustus. If his presence had been lasting, it is possible that Mediolanum would have become in regard to Rome what Constantinople became, because it was the imperial city in regard to Alexandria and Antioch. But the danger passed away when the Emperor Honorius migrated to Ravenna, though the consequences of the transient rivalry of Milan with Rome can be traced for a few years longer. For the further development of the spiritual authority of Rome, two things were necessary: tact and imperial support. Bishop Zosimus possessed neither, and his brief pontificate did as much as could be done within 2 short years to injure the prestige of the apostolic seat. He was smitten on one cheek by the synods of Africa, he was smitten on the other by the Gallic bishops at the Council of Turin. He intervened in the Pelagian controversy and was obliged to eat his own words. But his inglorious pontificate remains a landmark, because he was the first to make a strenuous attempt to exercise sovereign rights, which the Western churches had never admitted or been asked to admit, rights which a more competent pontiff afterwards secured. The indiscretions of Zosimus were atoned for by more moderate successors, but the most consummate tact and adroitness would never have won the powers of intervention which he had claimed and the Gallic bishops had repudiated, if Pope Leo had not gained the ear of the emperor. In AD 445, one of the greatest dates in the history of the growth of the papal power, the Emperor Valentinian Roman III conferred on the Bishop of Rome sovereign authority in the western provinces, which were still under imperial sway. But in the meantime, though southern Gaul might resist Zosimus and disregard Celestine when they attempted to assert a right of control, though Celestine might discern in the power of the See of Arles, and in the tendencies of the monks of Lerins forces adverse to Roman influence, no Gallic bishop would have thought of questioning the appellate jurisdiction or the moral authority of the Roman See, as exercised before the days of Zosimus. Germanus of Auxerre might sympathize with Hilary of Arles in his struggle with Pope Leo, but in dealing with heresy in Britain, he had acted cordially with Pope Celestine. No one could ascribe more importance than Vincentius of Lerins to the decisions of the apostolic seat. It would be a grave mistake to infer from the disputes which cluster round Arles that the bishops of Gaul had ceased in any way to acknowledge the older claims of Rome or to reverence it as the head of Christendom. When a new ecclesiastical province was to be added to Western Christendom, it was to Rome, naturally, that an appeal would be made. It was to the Bishop of Rome, as representing the unity of the Church, that the Christians of Ireland, desiring to be an organized portion of that unity, would naturally look to speed them on their way. His recognition of Ireland as a province of the spiritual federation of which he was the acknowledged head would be the most direct and effective means of securing for it an established place among the Western churches. If then, they asked Celestine either to choose a bishop for them, or to confirm their own choice and consecrate a bishop of their choosing, they adopted exactly the course which we might expect. But once this step was taken, once the Roman bishop had given his countenance and sanction, it was a matter of indifference who consecrated his successor. There was significance in the consecration at Rome of the first bishop of the new province. There would have been no particular significance in such a consecration in the case of the second any more than in the case of the third. It was an accident that Patrick was consecrated in Gaul. If Palladius had not been cut off, and if Patrick had proceeded, as he intended, to Ireland in the capacity of a simple deacon, he might afterwards have been called to succeed Palladius by the choice of the Irish Christians and received episcopal ordination wherever it was most convenient. The essential point is that by the sending of Palladius, Ireland had become one of the Western churches, and therefore, like its fellows, looked to the See of Rome as the highest authority in Christendom. Unless, at the very moment of incorporation, they were to repudiate the unity of the Church, the Christians of Ireland could not look with other eyes than the Christians of Gaul at the appellate jurisdiction of the Roman bishop and the moral weight of his decretals. Chapter 4. Political and social condition of Ireland. Nowhere more conspicuously than in Ireland have secular institutions determined the manner in which the Christian religion spread and increased. The introduction of that religion effected no social revolution. It introduced new ideas and a new profession, but society steadily remained in the primitive stage of tribal organization for more than 1,000 years after the island had become part of Christendom. Ireland was divided into a large number of small districts, each of which was owned by a tribe, the aggregate of a number of clans or families which believed that they were descended from a common ancestor, At the head of the tribe was a king, who was elected from a certain family. Below the king were 4 social grades within the tribe. There were the nobles, who were distinguished by the possession of land. These were the only members of the tribe, besides the king, who had land of their own. After them came those who had wealth in cattle and other movable property, but were only tenants of the land on which they lived. Below these were freemen, who had no property either in soil or in cattle, but farmed lands for which they paid rent. The lowest grade consisted of herds and laborers of various kinds, who were not freemen, but were regarded as members of the tribe and entitled to its protection. There was also another class of slaves who did not belong to the tribe, consisting of strangers, such as fugitives, bought slaves, and captives. Patrick belonged to this class, feudiers as they were called, in the days of his bondage. Originally, all the land must have belonged to the tribe, but at the time with which we are concerned, part of the arable land was the private property of the king and the nobles. There were, however, certain restrictions on this proprietorship which show that, theoretically, all the land was still considered, as in a certain sense, tribal. The chief of these was that the proprietor could not alienate his land without the consent of the tribe. The limits of these small tribal kingdoms can be still approximately traced, for they are represented, for the most part, by the baronies of the modern map, and the names of the baronies in many cases preserve the names of the tribes. The inspection of a map on which the baronies are marked will convey a general idea of the number and size of the small kingdoms which formed the political units of the island. These kingdoms varied greatly in size, the tribes varied in numbers and importance. But each kingdom, whether large or small, managed its own affairs. The self-government of the tribes and the complicated organization of the clans and families within them were the most important and fundamental social facts. But the tribal units were grouped together loosely in a political organization of an elaborate kind, consisting in degrees of overlordship. Thus the king of Cashel was king over all the kingdoms of Munster. The underkings owed him tribute and service in war, and he had certain obligations to them. The king of Connaught and the king of Leigh held the same position in regard to the kings of those provinces, and the king of Tara exercised similar overlordship over the kings of Meath. But the king of Tara was also overlord of all the kings of Ireland, and his superior position was designated by the title Audrai, High King. The kings of Cashel, Connaught, and Leigh are usually described as provincial kings, for the island was regarded as consisting of 5 provinces or fifths. Connaught, Mewmen, and Ultonia corresponded, with some minor differences, to Connaught, Munster, and Ulster of the modern map, while Leinster represents the 2 remaining fifths, Leigh in the south and Meath in the north. But it does not appear that in historical times there was any king who held the same position in the province of Ulster which the king of Cashel held in Munster. The northern province consisted of 3 large kingdoms, which seem to have been wholly independent: Ailech, Oriel, and Ulaid. The kings of these territories were all alike overlords of underkings. They were all alike subject to the High King, but they were as independent of one another as they were of the king of Connaught. The king of Ulaid was not under the king of Ailech, as the king of Thomond or the king of Ossory was under the king of Cashel. Ireland then was organized, theoretically, in an ascending scale of kings and overkings. There was the High King at the head of all. Below him were 6 overkings: the king of Cashel, the king of Connaught, the king of Leigh, the king of Ailech, the king of Ulaid, and the king of Oriel. Below these were the tribal kings, but in some cases there were intermediate grades, kings who were overlords of several small territories. For example, several of the small kingdoms in North Munster formed an intermediate group, the kingdom of Thomond. It is clear that this system must have grown up by degrees through conquest, and one remarkable practice illustrates its origin. It was the habit of the overkings to take hostages from the underkings as a surety for the fulfillment of their obligations. This was such an important feature of the political system that a house for the custody of hostages was an almost indispensable addition to a royal palace. The mound of the hostages is still shown at Tara. But though the general theory of the system is clear, it would be difficult to say how far it was a reality at any particular period, or how far the elaborate scheme of obligations and counter-obligations, binding on the kings of all ranks, was intended to be enforced. The ceaseless warfare which marks the annals of Ireland suggests that these bonds were a cause of trouble rather than a source of union. Of the political relations existing in Ireland in the 5th century, we know practically nothing. The most important fact seems to be that the descendants of King Eochaid, and particularly the family of his son Niall, both of whom had been high kings, were winning a decided preponderance in the northern half of the island. When Patrick came to Ireland, a son of Niall was on the throne of Tara. His cousin was king of Connaught. One of his sons gave an abiding name to a large territory in North Ulster. Other sons were kings of lesser kingdoms in Meath. Family connections of this kind were no permanent or even immediate guarantee of union. But it is probable that at this time, through the predominance of his near kindred, a prudent high king, such as Laegaire, son of Niall, seems to have been, may have been able to exert more effectual and far-reaching influence than many of his forerunners and successors. We shall have occasion to observe that his reign seems to have been a relatively peaceful period, if such an epithet can be applied to any epoch of Irish history. Whatever may have been the measure of the High King's authority, it was unquestionably desirable for the new bishop, in pursuing his designs, to secure his favor or neutrality. But the political situation and the mutual relations of the higher potentates had, we may fairly surmise, no decisive or serious effect on the prospects of the religion which was now about to become firmly established in the land. Those prospects depended mainly, if not entirely, upon gaining the tribal kings and the heads of families. The king of Ulidia, or the king of Ireland himself, might suffer or encourage the strange worship in his own immediate territory, might himself embrace the faith, but beyond that he could only recommend it. And though his example might indeed do much, he could not force any underking and his tribe to tolerate the presence of a Christian community in their borders. It was not political relations, but the tribal system and economic conditions that claimed the study of a bishop who came not merely to make individual converts, but to build up a sacerdotal society. A church and a priesthood must have means of support, and in a country where wealth consisted in land and cattle, it was plain that, if the church was to become a stable and powerful institution, its priests and ministers must have land secured for their use. But land could be obtained only through the goodwill of those who possessed it, and therefore it was impossible to plant a church in any territory until some noble who owned a private estate had been persuaded to accept the Christian baptism and to make a grant of land for ecclesiastical use, with his tribe's consent. The conversion of the landless classes, slaves, or farmers, or even the lords of herds, could not lead to the foundation of churches and the maintenance of sacerdotal institutions. The success of Patrick's enterprise depended on the kings of the tribes and the chiefs of the clans. There was another reason also why Christianity could not hope to make considerable progress until the heads of society had been converted. Strong tribal sentiment, expressed in the devotion of the tribesmen to the king of the tribe, of the clansmen to the chief of the clan, was the most powerful social bond. And while, if a chief accepted the new faith, his clan would generally follow his example, it was not likely that if he rejected it, many of his followers would dissociate themselves from his action. Thus, on every account, the process of establishing the Christian worship and priesthood in Ireland must begin from above and not from below. We know little of the religious beliefs and cults in Ireland which the Christian faith aspired to displace. If there was any one divinity who was revered and worshipped throughout the land, it was probably the sun. There seem to have been no temples, but there were altars in the open air, and idols were worshipped, especially in the form of pillar stones. Various gods and goddesses play a part in the tales of Irish mythology, but it is not known whether any of these beings was honored by a cult. There was no priesthood, and it seems certain that there was no organized religion which could be described as national. Heathenism of such a kind could oppose no formidable resistance to the weapons of such a force as the organized religion which had swept the Roman Empire. Heathenism is naturally tolerant, and when there is no powerful sacerdotal order jealous of its privileges and monopoly, a new superstition is readily entertained. It must be admitted as probable that the morality which the Christian faith enjoins, and the hopes which it offers, would hardly have appealed to heathen peoples or taken possession of their minds if it had not engaged their imaginations by mysteries and rites. It was, above all, these mysterious rites, baptism, without which the body and soul were condemned to everlasting torment, and the mystical ceremony which is known as the Eucharist, that stamped the religion as genuine in the eyes of barbarians. And it is to be observed that Christianity, while it demanded that its converts should abandon heathen observances and heathen cults, did not require them to surrender their belief in the existence of the beings whom they were forbidden to worship. They were only required to regard those beings in a new light as maleficent demons. For the Christians themselves, even the highest authorities in the church were as superstitious as the heathen. The belief in the Sidhe, or fairies, which was universal in Ireland, was not affected by Christianity and survives at the present day. Thus, the spreading of the new religion was facilitated by the circumstance that it made no attempt to root out the heathen superstitions as intellectual absurdities, but only aimed at transcending and transforming them so that fear of deities should be turned into hatred of demons. The chief pretenders to the possession of wizardry and powers of divination in Ireland were the Druids, who correspond, but not in all respects, to the Druids of Gaul. They joined to their supernatural lore innocent secular learning, skill in poetry, and knowledge of the laws and history of their country. They gave the kings advice and educated their children. The high value which was attached to their counsels rested naturally on their prophetic powers. They practiced divination in various forms, with inscribed rods of yew, for instance, or by means of magic wheels. They could raise the winds, cover the plains with darkness, create envelopes of vapor, which rendered those who moved therein invisible. Though learned in things divine, they did not form a sacerdotal class, and in their religious functions they might be compared rather to augurs than to priests. It was their habit to shave their heads in front from ear to ear and to wear white garments. It was inevitable that these men should be unfriendly to the introduction of new beliefs which threatened their own position, since it condemned the practice of divination and those kindred arts on which their eminent power was based. But their opposition could not be effective because they had no organization. The fact, then, that the Christian Church, by its recognition of demons as an actual power with which it had to cope, stood in this respect on the same intellectual plane as the heathen, was an advantage in the task of diffusing the religion. The belief in demons as a foe with which the Church had to deal was expressed officially in the institution of a clerical order called exorcists, whose duty it was, by means of formulae, to exorcise devils at baptism. Patrick had exorcists in his train, and it was not unimportant that the Christian, going forth to persuade the heathen, had such equipments of superstition. He was able to meet the heathen sorcerer on common ground because he believed in the sorceries which he condemned. He was as fully convinced as the pagan that the powers of magicians were real, but he knew that those powers were strictly limited, whereas the power of his own God was limitless. Patrick could never have said to an Irish wizard, as children of enlightenment would now say, "Your magic is imposture. Your spells cannot really raise spirits or control the forces of nature. You cannot foretell what is to come." He would have said, "Yes, you can do such miracles by the aid of evil powers, but those powers are subject to a good power whose religion I preach, and are impotent except through his permission." This point of mental agreement between the Christian priest and the heathen whom he regarded as benighted, their common belief in the efficacy of sorcery, though they put different interpretations on its conditions, was probably not an insignificant aid in the propagation of the Christian religion. It may be said, more generally, that if Christianity had offered to men only its new theological doctrine with the hope of immortal life and its new ethical ideals, if it had come simple and unadorned, without an armory of mysteries, miracles, and rites, if it had risen to the height of rejecting magic not because it was wicked, but because it was absurd, it could never have won half the world. It was natural that the spread of new religious ideas should excite the misgivings of the Druids. But so long as the new doctrine was professed only here and there in isolated households, they could hardly gauge its force or estimate the danger. It is not unlikely that shortly before the coming of Palladius, they awoke to the fact that a faith, opposed to their own interests, was gaining ground. For, at the same time, the Christian communities were discovering that they deserved and required a bishop and an ecclesiastical organization. The apprehension of the Druids may be reflected in a prophecy attributed to the wizards of the High King. They foretold that a foreign doctrine would seduce the people, overthrow kings, and subvert the old order of things, and they designated the preacher of the doctrine in these oracular words: Adshead will come with a crookhead staff. In his house, with wholehead robe, he will chant impiety from his table. From the front eastern part of his house all his household will respond, so be it, so be it. It would not be legitimate to build any theory on an alleged prophecy when we cannot control its date. But we may admit, without hesitation, that this ancient verse, which was assuredly composed by a pagan, contains nothing inconsistent with the tradition that it was current before the coming of Patrick. There is nothing to stamp it as an oracle post-eventum. The knowledge which it shows of Christian usages was accessible to the Druids, inasmuch as Christianity was already known, had already won converts in Ireland. And if, as we have seen reason to believe, the Christians of Ireland negotiated for the appointment of a bishop a year or two before the sending of Palladius, there would be no difficulty in supposing that the Druids at this juncture, aware that a leader was expected, expressed their apprehensions in this form. But whatever be the truth about the oracle, whether it circulated in the mouths of men before the appearance of Palladius and Patrick, or was first declared at a later period, it possesses historical significance as reflecting the agitation of heathenism, roused at length to alarm at the growth of the foreign worship. Chapter 5. p. 81, Patrick's landing place in Ireland. Muirchew, p. 275. Palladius had landed at the same place, Vit. Trip, p. 30, v2, 24 and 25. Todd, St. Patrick, 338 SQQ. Thought that the circumstances of the landing of Palladius were transferred to Patrick, it being unreasonable to suppose that both missionaries should have landed at the same place. This is a bad argument. For in the first place, Inverdy may have been the usual port for ships from South Britain, and in the second place, nothing was more natural than that Patrick should first go to the region in which his predecessor had been active. And if this is admitted, there is nothing unreasonable, Todd's second objection, in supposing that the chieftain Nathai Macgachin, who, according to Vit. Trip. p. 30, v2, 24 opposed Palladius, should also have opposed Patrick, v2, 25. It is more to the purpose that Muirchew says nothing of Nathai, but it may be observed that his opposition might help to explain why both bishops remained such a short time in Wicklow. p. 83. See Journey from Wicklow to Ulidia. Dr. Gwynn suggests that Muirchew, who seems to have visited Ulidia, see Appendix A Roman 2. 3, made this journey himself. Patrick's visit to Anais Patrick is also mentioned by Tyrchan, p. 303, who seems almost to imply that it was the first place he visited in Ireland. According to Tyrchan's account, he proceeded from the islands off Skerries directly to the plain of Breg. The visit to Ulidia is not mentioned. Here we have a Meath tradition, at variance with the Ulidian tradition reproduced by Muirchew. It is perhaps impossible to decide between them. There can be no doubt that Patrick was active both in Down and in Meath. The question at issue is only one of chronological order. Muirchew worked the Ulidian episode into a narrative which originated in Meath, but this proves nothing for the superior authenticity of either. And on the other hand, the motive which probably influenced Muirchew in accepting the Down tradition that Mag Anais in Ulidia was the first field of Patrick's labors, namely the bishop's desire to visit and convert his old master and pay him the price of his freedom, cannot have very much weight, even if we accept the tradition that Patrick was a captive in North Dalaredia. In my narrative, I have adopted Muirchew's order, but without any decided opinion that it is right. If, as I think, Dalaredia was the destination of Palladius when he left Wicklow, there may have been a good reason for Patrick's proceeding thither first. If the tradition that his first Easter in Ireland, AD 433, was celebrated at Slane is accepted, very little time is left for his labors in Ulidia. p. 84. Patrick's landing place in Dalaredia. Muirchew, p. 275. The ostium slain was identified by J.W. Hannah in a rare tract, an inquiry into the true landing place of St. Patrick in Ulster, printed at Downpatrick in 1858. The river flows into the lake at Ringbin, about 2 miles from Saul, dividing the townlands of Ringbin and Ballintogher, see Ordnance Map. Mr. Hannah discovered that the name Slaney was still in use for the river, and this furnished him with the identification. Since he wrote, the name has been forgotten. The church of Ballintogher is called the Church of Ballybren in the taxation of Pope Nicholas, offering the same word by which the mouth of Strangford Loch, Fredham Quad Est Breen, was known to Muirchew, See further on the locality, Olaverty, Diocese of Down and Connor, I-216 SQQ. Ib. Dunlethgles. For the striking remains of the fort, also called Rathcal Chair, see Mr. Westrop's valuable study on the forts of Ireland in Transactions of RIA. Volume Roman 31. p. 586, where it is cited as an instance of the moat type of fort. It has a platform separate from the central mound, and the mound is surrounded by 3 ramparts 30 feet wide. Ib. Dichu. The proof of Dichu's reality is supplied by the petition, Muirchu 29610, ut nepots dichan quiti benin seseparant misericordiam marinter, et non parent. Nepots dichan means the high dichan, Dichu's tribe, and though seseparant may be an error for sesepit, the text is not inconsistent with the story. There is further confirmation in the independent testimony to the existence of Ruse or Rose, son of Trecham, said to have been Dichu's brother. See Appendix C. 12 on the Census More. Ruse is said to have lived at Durlis, V2C, 31 equals V4C 37 Vit, Trip, P38 CP, V3C 33, which was at Emrichtan, now Bright. It has been conjectured that the castle of Bright stands on the site of Durlis, Olaverty, Op. Sit, IP 148, and the Protestant church is supposed to be on the site of the ancient church Ib. 147. P86, for Scary CP, Reeves Eckel Ant PP 83-4. P87, Sabel Saul C. Reeves Op. Sit, PP 220 SQQ. P90, Tassechet Rahulp. That he was stationed in the neighborhood of Saul is implied in Muirchu 29710 for his connection with Rathkalpa C. Mart. Dung, April 14, Skall, on Jenner Patrick Him L53 Lib, Him, IP 102, there are ruins of an ancient church known as Churchmoily described in Reeves Eckel, Antic, P39. P90, Lornet Bright, V-Trip, P38 V4C 37 V2C 31, it was recorded in a common source of V-Trip. P40 and V2 C32 that near Bright Patrick converted Mocha, who afterwards founded a church at Nondrum, now Mahi Island in L. Strangford Ob 497 An, Alt and Tigernack. Olaverty has much to say on this Op. Sit, I-143-4. For Bright CP, Reeves Op. Sit. P35, for Nondrum Ib. PP. 10 148 SQQ, 187 SQQ. It is a legitimate inference from the silence of our authorities that no church at Dunlethgles was founded by Patrick, for its history see Reeves Op. Sit, 141 SQQ, 220 SQQ. The first bishop recorded is Fergus, whose death is placed in Anne, Alt, at AD 584 or 590. P91, Mutabroth. Dr. W. Stokes interprets De Me Indicium, Trip, p. 289 but CP. Atkinson, Lib. Him, Roman 2, p. 179. Ib. Druimbo Columbuis, CP. Olaverty Op. Sit, p. 228 note. Chapter 6. p. 102, Foundation of Trim. Additional notes, 334-6, translation with notes in Todd St. Patrick, 257 SQQ. The name of the wife of Fedalmid is given as Scoth No equals Flows Resens. Laman is said to have been a son of a sister of Patrick, 33,513. The legendary character of the story is obvious, but there seems no reason to doubt the Trim traditions which it involves. The cooperation of the Briton Laman with Fedalmid and his British wife and their son Fortune. Laman's name appears in the Martyrologies, Talat and Donegal, under October 11. p. 104. The legend of the Easter fire at Slane and Patrick's visit to Tara is told in the text after Muirchu, who used an older, probably Irish source. It is very briefly summarized in Tyrchan, p. 306. He differs from Muirchu as to the number and names of the Druids. Todd has the merit of having seen that the whole story is unhistorical, and that it is absurd to draw any chronological inferences or treat seriously its chronological implications. On the other hand, historical motives clearly underlie the story, as I have sought to show in the text. It may be said that the celebration of Patrick's first Easter at Slane may be a historical fact. It is evident that this was a tradition at Slane, and it is quite possible that Patrick may have spent his first Easter there for the purpose of baptizing converts, as Easter was at that time one of the chief occasions for that ceremony. We may regard this as a possibility, but we are only entitled to say that there must have been some motive for the location of the fire at Slain. It is a nice problem whether the scriptural parallels, the contest between Moses and the magicians, and the Book of Daniel, which pervade Muirchew's account, were first introduced by Muirchew himself or presided at the original composition of the legend. I am inclined to adopt the second alternative and to hold, with Todd, though he does not clearly distinguish Muirchew from Muirchew's source, that Patrick's contest with the Druids took place at the first Christian Passover or Easter celebrated by him in Ireland. Because the similar contest of Moses occurred shortly before the first Passover of the children of Israel in the land of Goshen, as Muirchew, following his source, points out. Zimmer's view, that the motive of Muirchew in giving prominence to the story of Patrick's first Easter was connected with the Easter controversy in the 7th century, Celtic Church, p. 81, has been noticed above, Appendix A Roman 2. 3. But if Muirchew was specially interested in it on that account, the Easter question had certainly nothing to do with the origin of the legend, which must be far older than the 7th century. For Beltane fires cp. Fraser Golden Bough Roman 3, 259 SQQ. For fires on Easter Eve Ib, 247 SQQ. There is a remarkable notice in the calendar of Ongus that on April 5, on the great feast of Beccon Macula, with a victory of piety excellent Patrick's baptism was kindled in Ireland. Transl. Stokes, p. LXV. This obviously refers to the slain legend, but the date April 5 must have a different origin, as Easter did not fall on that day in 433. During Patrick's episcopate, it fell only once on April 5, viz., in AD 459, whether on the 84 or 84-12 cycle. The notice therefore suggests that in that year there was a baptismal ceremony which was remembered, and it might be conjectured that it was the occasion of the raid of Coroticus, which probably occurred towards the end of Patrick's life. See Cap. Roman 9, and notes. p. 104. High Festival at Tara, Phase Temrach. The holding of such an assemblage by Laguerre is recorded in Anne. Alt. SA 454 CP. SA 461, and by his successor Aelul Molt, SA 467, alternative dates 469-470. According to the Book of Rites, p. 7, such conventions were held every 7th year. Other traditions represent them as triennial, cp. Todd, St. Patrick, p. 416. But these notices in the Annals suggest that they were not held at stated periods in the 5th century, but were summoned at the pleasure of the High King for special purposes. This is especially suggested by the notice Anne. Alt. SA 461, that Laguerre lived 7 years and 7 months after the Feast of Tara, as if it were a unique, not a recurring, event in his reign, and the statement is inconsistent with a septennial as well as with a triennial period. The periodic convention contemplated by the Book of Rites was held at Samhain, Nov. 1. p. 105. The company driving over the plain of Breg might possibly contain a reminiscence of the custom of a Flurumrit, as described by Manhart, Der Baumkultus der Germanen und ihre Nachbarstam, 397 SQQ. In the Archduchy of Austria, it was the custom for the sons and servants of the house to ride round the fields at Easter, vor Sonnenaufgang im schnellsten Lauf. Other instances of such early processions are cited. The custom of proceeding ad levem against the sun with malicious intent seems still to exist near Loch Case in Mayo. There is a pile of stones near the lake, round which stations are made to zeal, except in the case of maliciously disposed persons, who occasionally come on the sly in the dead of night, and go round widdershins in order to raise storms to destroy crops and kill cattle. Professor Rise, Proceedings of Royal Society of Antiquaries of Ireland, Part 3. Volume Roman 8. 5th Series, 1898, p. 233. p. 110. The Berg in Eifel District, on First Sunday in Lent, Manhart, Baumkultus, p. 501. Compare also the practice of the Gallic Druids described by Caesar, B.G., Roman 6. 16, and the material collected by Mr. Fraser, Golden Bough, Roman 3. 319 SQQ. p. 111, Burning of Sandon, CP. Fraser, Golden Bough, Roman 3, 168 SQQ. p. 112, Mode of Burial of Laguerre, Tirchan, 3084. The text should be read as follows. Nam nil pater mus non sinuit mihi credier sed ut sepelir in cacuminibus temro. Quasi uiris consistentibus in bello, quia utunter Gentiles, etc. Ego filius nil, et filius dunlinge im maston in campo lifi pro duratate odi ui. Dr. Gwynn saw that ego is to be construed with sepelir. It seems best to suppose that quasi bello is not part of Ligere's declaration. As Mr. Stokes points out, odiui can be translated as a perfect, the relative being omitted, but odi proposed by Todd furnishes better sense. The two foes were still to face each other in their tombs, standing in their armor, Ligere looking southward, and the king of Legion northward. P. 115. Dubthach. Murchu 2832, Dubthach Maculugel poetam optimum ad. Notices 344, Dubthach Maculuger. Material about the High Luger of Leinster is collected in Shearman's Loca Patriciana. Shearman's theory that the Colleen Cormac bilingual stone commemorates Dubthach and 3 of his sons cannot be maintained. The Ogham inscription means monument of Ovenus, descendant of Ivecatus, and the Latin inscription reads Iver dr Vivides, which Professor Rise interprets of the Druid of Ivera equals Ireland. Thus the stone would commemorate one Ovenus, a Druid. It certainly belongs to the Christian period and may probably be dated to the 6th century. Professor Rise thinks it is by no means impossible that this Druid was of the race of Dubthach Maculuger, Studies in Early Irish History, p. 7. But there can hardly be much ground for such a supposition, especially as Dubthach was a poet, not a Druid. The inscription illustrates the survival of Druidism. The presence of Dubthach, a Leinster poet, at Tara in the legend, is remarkable. Was the incident inserted by Muirchew himself, from slave tradition, or is Muirchew only responsible for the reference to Fiach, Dubthach's pupil? It seems probable that Dubthach's presence appeared in the legend in its original form and was a genuine reminiscence, cp. Appendix A Roman 2. 5, and if so, it betrays that Patrick's legendary appearance at Tara was suggested by an actual visit in very different circumstances, for the purpose of consulting with Ligere and representatives from various parts of Ireland, one of whom would have been Dubthach, about the status, etc. of Christian communities. For the file, poet and lawyer cp. Darbois de Jubinville, Droit Celtique I. 321 SQQ. P. 117. For the foundations in Meath, see Tyrchan, 307 SQQ. P. 118. Donegpatrick. The place is marked by a fine earth fort of the moat type, with a crescent platform, separated from the mound by a ditch, see Westrop, trans of RIA, Roman 31, p. 714. P. 119. Tailt, burning of the firstborn offspring. CP. Book of Leinster, 201a15, and O'Curry, Manners and Customs, Volume IP DCXL. P. 120. Uisnech. For the plan of this hill town, see Westrop Ib, p. 688. P. 123. The account of Patrick's visit to Magslecht, which was near Ballamagoran in Cocavan, is found in later lives, Vita Tertia, c. 46, and Tripartite, p. 90. But there is reason to suppose that an account of the visit has fallen out of Tyrchan's text, p. 311. See Barry, Itinerary of Patrick in Connaught, pp. 154-6. P. 123. Send Cruich Tripart. Senaroth or Senkroth, Corruption of Senkroch, Vit, Turt. Crom Cruech, Book of Leinster, 16b30 and cp. 213b38 SQQ. Crom Croech, Rents Dinsenches ed. Stokes in Rev Celt, 1635-6. See Rise, Celtic Religion, pp. 200 SQQ. In the Vita Tertia, c. 46, it is said that Ligere used to adore in Magslecht, but we cannot attribute much importance to this statement. Chapter 7. P. 127. Amulgade. The name occurs on a gravestone at Brestog, north of Killala in King Amulgade's country. Mac I Corbry Mac I Amlongat, monument of the son of Corpry, son of Amulgade, Rise, Proceedings of RSAI, Part 3. Volume Roman 7. 5th Series, p. 235, 1898. The Genealogy of the High Fiacrach ed. O'Donovan, p. 11, gives Quarper as the name of a son of King Amulgade, likewise a notice in the Book of Lecan, Fall. 46, see O'Donovan, Ib, p. 12, note a. There is thus ground for supposing that the person commemorated was a descendant of the king. p. 129. Mathona was connected with Tamnak. Tyre Chan calls her sister of Benignus, Patrick's successor. He probably confounded the famous Benignus with an obscure namesake whom he mentions in another place, 319, Benignus frater Sethiesi degener elelo. We should expect Mathona in Tyrol to be degener elelo. p. 134. For the place of crossing the Shannon, Sinona, indicated by Tyre Chan, see my itinerary of Patrick in Connaught, where it is shown that the view which placed it near Clonmacnois is untenable. p. 136. On Rathcrotchan and the various mounds around it, see O'Donovan's long note, Annals of Four Masters, SA 1223, Volume Roman 3, pp. 246 and cp. Westrop Trans of RIA, Roman 31, p. 687. On the Red Stone, O'Donovan, High Fiacrach, pp. 24-5, note no mention of this stone is found before the 17th century. p. 139. Baptismal queries. 3 questions were put in the Roman usage. Credes in diem patrum omnipotentem. Credes et in isum Christum, filium ius unicum, dominum nostrum, natum et passum. Credes et in spiritum sanctum, sanctam ecclesiam, remissionum peccatorum, carnis resurrectionum. Duchesne, Origins du Culte Creation, p. 313. p. 140. Death of Ethan and Fedelm after their baptism. The same thing is told in Muirchu's story De Mort Monis Saxonici, p. 496. Monson, daughter of a king in Britain, cannot be induced by her parents to marry, but persists in asking her mother and her nurse cosmic questions. Her parents, hearing that Patrick received weekly visits from God, took her to Ireland and besought the saint to allow their daughter to see God. He baptized her, and she immediately committed her spirit to the hands of the angels, moritur ibi et adonator. She was buried at a church which Muirchu does not name, but her relics were venerated there in his time. Compare also the story of Rose, brother of Dichu, and the instance in the life of St. Brendan, cited by Todd St. Patrick, p. 459 and note. The other cases which he quotes, p. 125 and note 2, are not so closely parallel. p. 145. Inscription at Cels. Tyre Chan, p. 319. Barry, Supplementary Notes in Ang Hist, Review, October 1902. Bishop Braun Masikny was consecrated by Patrick Tur, 30,510, and his name appeared as bishop on the Cels inscription, 3197. The inference is that Patrick's visit to Killisbugbrone, 32,719, was on the first journey. But of course, he may have been there twice. Braun is commemorated in the martyrologies of Talat and Donegal at June 8, and in the latter his death is assigned to AD 511. p. 148. Patrick's Foundations in Turali. I may refer to 2 papers by Bishop Healy in the Irish Echo. Record, 1889, 673 SQQ, and 906 SQQ, giving an account of an antiquarian visit which he made to the neighborhood of Killala. Chapter 8. p. 151. Relics. For the notices in Tyre Chan C. App. c. 16. The relics at Armagh are also mentioned in Liber Angli, 354. A ridiculous story was afterwards invented that Patrick threw all the inhabitants of Rome into a miraculous sleep, and then plundered the city of its most precious relics, vit. Tripp. p. 238. It illustrates the moral ideals of medieval Irish ecclesiastics, but hardly proves, as Todd suggests, p. 481, the unscrupulous manner in which the lives were interpolated to prop up later superstitions. For the extension of the cult of relics from the 7th century forward, see Zimmer, Celtic Church, pp. 119 SQQ. But his thesis that relics were unknown before in Ireland is highly improbable. p. 155. Emain, Navan, for a description and plan of the remains C. M. Darbois de Jubinville, Rev. Celt, Roman 16, p. 1 SQQ, and cp. Westrop Trans of RIA, Roman 31, p. 684. Ib. House of Entertainment at Navan, Anne, of Four Masters, SA 1387. Ib. If Dare was king of Oriel, one is surprised at the way he is introduced by Muirchu, 290. As quidem homo dives et honorabilis in regionibus orientalium, i.e. in Orier equals Erthier, the eastern part of Oriel equals Wargiala. This passage proves that Orier extended further westward than the regions comprised in the two modern baronies of Orier. This looks as if he were only an underking, perhaps king of the High Nialane, O'Neill land, CP. Book of Rights, p. 146, for he was a descendant of Nialan, CP. Trip, p. 228, and Todd, p. 481. On the other hand, if the tradition that Dare cooperated with Laguerre and Cork in initiating the census more is correct, it looks as if he may have been king of Oriel. In a tract in the Leber na Huidir, edited by Stokes in his Tripartite Life, pp. 562 SQQ. He is called Rai Uled, p. 564, by an anachronism. It seems that he was in any case chief of the High Nialane, and probable that he was also king of Oriel. The mere fact that Armagh was chosen by Patrick as his chief seat seems to me, as I have indicated in the text, an argument in favor of this conclusion. p. 156. Date of foundation of Armagh, AD 444. We must here follow the Annals, see Appendix, a Roman 3. 1. In the story of the foundation of Trim in the additional notices, it is stated that Trim was founded immediately on Patrick's arrival in Ireland, i.e. AD 432, in the 25th year before the foundation of Armagh. This would place the foundation of Armagh in 457, a date which is obviously too late, and has been rightly rejected by Todd, St. pp. 470. Is it possible that there had been a pre-patrician foundation at Trim, 24 years older than Armagh, and that the statement is due to a confusion between this and Patrick's second founding? p. 159. Northern Church at Armagh. The church which Patrick founded on the hill is called by Muirchew Northern Church, Sinistralis Ecclesia, hence Reeves supposes it to have stood somewhere near the extremity of the north transept of the present cathedral, p. 15. On the other hand, it has been suggested that the adjective means that the church was built north and south, cp. Todd, St. pp. 412, and Stokes, Note on Muirchew, p. 292. The argument for this interpretation is that the church was called the Sabhall, and that the other church which bore the same name, at Saul, lay north and south, transverse, according to the Vita Tertia, c. 31. Hence it is suggested that churches with this peculiarity were called Sabhalls. Reeves had taken this view in an earlier work, Antiquities of Down and Connor, pp. 221. p. 159, Graveyard, Vit, Trip, 228, the place where is the Ferda today, Stokes, not as Colgan, so Reeves and Todd, the place where are the two graves, de Ferda. p. 162, Clogher in Tyrone. No connection of Patrick with Closhar is mentioned in the Lib, Arm, but there is a good deal about it in the Vit, Trip, 174 SQQ. The Bishop of Closhar, Mac Caerthin, is described as Patrick's champion. It is not clear that he is the same as Filius Caerthin in Ad, Notices 3383. The Domnac Ergit was preserved at Closhar at the time when the Part 3 of the Vit, Trip, was compiled p. 176 and afterwards transferred to Clones. It is now in the Dublin Museum, and its history will be found in the papers of Dr. Petri Trans of RIA, Volume Roman 18, 1838, and Dr. Bernard Ib, Volume XXX, pt. Roman 7, 1893. An inner box of view is protected by a silver-plated copper cover, which is enclosed in an outer case of gold-plated silver, richly ornamented. It contained, but not originally, a copy of the Latin Gospels, of which mutilated fragments are preserved. It used to be thought that this Ms. dated from the 5th century and belonged to Patrick, but Dr. Bernard's careful examination proves that it can hardly be earlier than the 8th century. As for the box, which was probably meant for relics, not for a Ms., it may be identified with the Domnac Ergit of the Vita Trip, and is therefore at least as old as the 10th century, but more cannot be said. It may be observed that Closhar is called Closhar Mac Endoimni, Vit, Trip, p. 178, and one of the bishops whose consecration Tyrchan notices, 304, is Eastianus Mac Hu Damain. Ib, Ardpatrick. The tradition that Patrick founded Ardpatrick east of Louth, though not in the Lib, Arm, deserves mention because Machti, whom Patrick established there according to Vit, Trip, 226-8, is mentioned in Adamnan's Vita Columbi in the only passage where Adamnan refers to Patrick. Preface. Quidem proselytus Brito, homo sanctus, Sancti Patrici Episcopi Discipulis, Moctius Nomen. According to Anne, Alt, Moctius died in AD 535 or 537. If he was a pupil of Patrick, he must have been very old when he died. A work by Machti was quoted in the Liber Q&ac. Anne, Alt, Essay 471, and the opening words of a letter of his are given Essay 535. Moctius peccator presbyter sancti patrici discipulis in domino salutum. P. 163, Patrick in Leinster. Sources, Tyrchon 331, add, notices 342-6 and 349-50, with corresponding passages in Vit. Trip. For Munster and Ossory, see Ter. 331. The muskery of Co-Cork is indicated in add. Notices P 3512 equals Vit. Trip. 220. For North Munster, Thomond, C 35031 equals Vit. Trip. 200. Tyrchon notices the foundation of Domus Martyrum Martortech at Druim Urchill in Co-Kildare. For its site compare Shearman's conjectures Locke, Pater. P 112. Ib. Consecration of Auxilius and Iserninus. The evidence for their consecration by Patrick is Tyrchon, 3313. Et ordinarit auxilium purum patrici exorcistem et Eserninum et Mactilium in Salola Cuilin. It may be questioned whether the text is sound. There is certainly some mistake about Auxilius, who could not be described as pure patrici exorcista, and it is not stated to what order they were ordained. In Tyrchon's list of bishops ordained by Patrick, 304, Auxilius and Mactalius appear, but not Iserninus. In the corresponding passage in the Vit. Trip. 186, nothing is said of ordaining. He left Auxilius in Kilossie and Iserninus and Mactil in Kilcullen. In the add, notices in Lib. Arm. P 342, it seems to be implied that Iserninus was already a bishop. See above, P 310. P 164. Birth of Iserninus in Cleo add. Notices, P 342. For the locality see Shearman, Loca Patriciana, P 141 note. P 165. Fiac, Memoranda in Lib. Arm. Trip. 344, CP. Muirchu 283. The story represents Fiac as consecrated bishop per saltum. This may be an error. It is possible that he did not become a bishop till he went to Slabed, and that at Domnac Faic he was in inferior orders. Ib. Domnac Faic. Shearman 186-8. The argument is at least plausible that it lay in the region between Clonmore and Aghole. He would fix it more precisely in the townland of Killabig. P 170. The liturgy used by Patrick. Compare Duchesne, Origins du Culte Chrétien, 3rd ed. 1903, Chapter Roman 3, P 88 SQQ. The antiphonary of Bangor is an example of a Gallican liturgy unmodified by Roman influence, and according to Dr. McCarthy, we have another in the oldest part of the Stowe Missal, see above Appendix, I3, ad fin. For Celtic liturgies see Warren, Liturgy and Ritual of the Celtic Church, 1881, the chief book on the subject. A Missa Patrici, Mass of Patrick, is mentioned in Tyrchon, 32,219. I cannot say what attention should be paid to the statements about the Scotic liturgy in the cursus Romanus printed in Warren 77 SQQ. Haddon and Stubbs, Councils I-138. CP, Usher Brit, Eckel, Ant. Works, Roman 6. P 480. P 176. It is worthwhile to collect the notices of grants to Patrick and free churches mentioned in the Liber Armachanus. Muirchu, 29,131, Arma partum elam agri, du tibi nunc quantum habeo. Tyrchon, 32,021, Drumut Serigi, emoluerent agram et bona patris aerum patricio. Ib. 30,930 and use. Ib. 3217, Ecclesiam liberam, 33,029, sed liber semper. Add, notices 338, offering of Cachon's fifth. Note liberoit dio et patricio. Ib. 337, sons of Conlade offered, octo campi pondera id est uecas campi octo, 8 ballibos in hereditate sua, dio et patricio in sempiterna secula. Ibs 340, 344-1. Ib 335 trim. P 184. Alphabets objetoria or elementa. Ter. 30,813, 32,028, 32,215, 326, 32,720, 32,828. The suggestion that these were figurative alphabets, the BC of the Christian doctrine, tentatively put forward by Stokes, Vit, Tripp, P. Clei, can hardly be entertained unless it is shown that abjidere was used in this sense without the addition of crabaith equals fidei. Tyrchan saw a psalter written by Patrick for Satchel, doubtless at Basilic 3018. Justus, a deacon of Patrick, is said to have possessed a baptismal liturgy which Patrick gave him, Libros Baptismatis ib. 318. He gave Mucnius Libros Legis Septem, which seems to mean the Heptateuch, ib. 32,617. Tyrchan has a story that in a district of Connaught Patrick and his companions had tablets, written mormosaico in their hands, and that pagans took them for swords, saying that they seemed to be wooden in the daytime, but were really of iron for shedding blood. It is inferred that these tablets were wooden staves, roughly resembling in shape the short swords of the ancient Irish. Compare Graves, Hermathena, Roman 3, 237 and 228 SQQ. And Todd, St. Patrick, 509. It may be noted that in this passage of Tyrchan, cum uie aut uei uiris points to the use of a written source. The numeral was not clear in the MS. P. 185. The Agam alphabet. A word must be said on its structure, as it bears upon my contention that Latin letters must have been used in Ireland before the 5th century. The 21 Agam scores form 4 groups of 5, with one letter, P, as a supernumerary. The vowels form one group. The other groups are 2 HDTCQ, 3 BLVSN, 4 MGNGFR. It has been suggested with great probability that the elements of the second group were selected as being the initials of the first 5 Irish numerals, but the principle of arrangement in groups 3 and 4 has not been discovered. The choice of P as the letter to be excluded from the groups and treated separately must have depended on that principle. The supposition that the inventor of the cipher contemplated only 20 symbols, and that the symbol for P was subsequently added when found indispensable, is in itself unlikely, for why should he have fixed the number 20? And breaks down on the fact that, while NG might have been treated by a shift, P was required for the archaic word poi, which occurs on several of the extant sepulchral inscriptions. Including P and excluding NG, which was clearly a native invention, we have simply a cipher of the Latin alphabet up to U, with a single modification. The symbol U, which did double duty in Latin as both consonant and vowel, is represented by 2 symbols, one for each function. The fact that only the last 3 letters, X, Y, Z, of the Latin alphabet are discarded, and that all the others are represented, renders this explanation of the Agam cipher very much simpler than a derivation from Greek or Iberian or Runic, which has been suggested. That the cipher implies that the alphabet for which its symbols are substituted was in use can hardly be questioned. As the date of the oldest Agam stones cannot be determined, we cannot fix a date for the introduction of Roman writing. But there can be no question that the older stones are pagan, and the inference is clear that this writing was introduced independently of Christianity. The bitter hostility of the Druids and the relations of Laguerre to Patrick were worked up by Irish imagination into a legend which ushers in the saint upon the scene of his work with great spectacular effect. The story represents him as resolving to celebrate the first Easter after his landing in Ireland on the Hill of Slane, which rises high above the left bank of the Boyne at about 12 miles from its mouth. On the night of Easter Eve he and his companions lit the paschal fire, and on that self-same night it so chanced that the King of Ireland held a high and solemn festival in his palace at Tara, where the kings and nobles of the land gathered together. It was the custom that on that night of the year no fire should be lit until a fire had been kindled with solemn ritual in the royal house. Suddenly the company assembled at Tara saw a light shining across the plain of Breg from the Hill of Slane. King Laguerre, in surprise and alarm, consulted his magicians, and they said, "O king, unless this fire which you see be quenched this same night, it will never be quenched, and the kindler of it will overcome us all and seduce all the folk of your realm." And the king replied, "It shall not be, but we will go to see the issue of the matter, and we will put to death those who do such sin against our kingdom." So he had 9 chariots yoked, and, with the queen and his 2 chief sorcerers and others, he drove through the night over the plain of Breg. And in order to win magic power over them, who had kindled the fire, they wheeled left-handwise or contrariwise to the sun's course. And the magicians arranged with the king that he should not go up to the place where the fire was kindled, lest he should afterwards worship the kindler thereof, but that the offender should be summoned to the king's presence at some distance from the fire, and the magicians should converse with him. So the company dismounted out of range of the fire, and Patrick was summoned. And the sorcerers said, "Let none arise at his coming, for whoever rises will afterwards worship him." When Patrick came and saw the chariots and horses, he quoted the words of the psalmist, "Some in chariots and some on horses, but we in the name of the Lord." One of the company, and one only, his name was Urk, rose up when Patrick appeared, and he was converted, and Patrick blessed him, and he was afterwards buried at Slane. Then the sorcerers and Patrick began to converse and dispute, and Lochru, one of the enchanters, uttered strong words against the Christian faith. And Patrick, looking grimly at him, prayed to God that the blasphemer should be flung into the air and dashed to the ground, and so it befell. Lochru was lifted upwards and fell upon a stone, so that his head was dashed in pieces. Then the king was wroth and said, "Lay hands upon the fellow." And Patrick, seeing the heathen about to attack him, cried in a loud voice, "Let God arise, and let his enemies be scattered." Then a great darkness fell, and the earth quaked, and in the tumult the heathen fell upon each other, and the horses fled over the plain, and of all that company only the king and queen and Lucitmail, the other sorcerer, and a few others survived. Then the queen went to Patrick and besought him, saying, "O mighty and just man, do not destroy the king. He will come and kneel and worship your God." And the king, constrained by fear, bent his knee to Patrick and pretended to worship God. But afterwards he bade Patrick to him, purposing to slay him. But Patrick knew his thoughts, and he went before the king with his 8 companions, one of whom was a boy. But as the king counted them, lo, they were no longer there, but he saw in the distance 8 deer and a fawn making for the wilds. And the king returned in the morning twilight to Tara, disheartened and ashamed. Illustration: Map of the kingdoms of Meath and Connaught. R. and R. Clarke Limited, Edinburgh. The framers of this legend had an instinct for scenic effect. The bold and brilliant idea of the first Easter fire flashing defiance across the plain of Meath to the heathen powers of Tara, and the vision of the king with his queen and sorcerers setting forth from their palace in the depth of night with chariots and horses, and careering over the plain, as Ailill and Maeve of pagan story might have suddenly driven in headlong course against the hound of Ulaid, is a picture not unworthy of the best of those nameless story-makers who in all lands, working one cannot tell where or how, transfigure the facts of history. The calendar is disregarded. The idea is that Easter is to replace Beltane, the Christian to overcome the heathen fire, and it is a matter of no import that the day of Beltane was the first day of summer, which could never fall on Easter Eve. But incongruous though the circumstances are, the scene is well conceived to express the triumph of the new faith, and certain general historical facts are embodied, namely, the hostility of the Druids and the personal distaste of the king for the foreign creed. And the imaginary coincidence of the pagan with the Christian festival has a historical interest of its own. Down to modern times, we find the ancient heathen customs of Europe observed in different countries on different days. In some regions, they were transferred to Christian feasts like Easter and Pentecost. Elsewhere, the old heathen days were preserved. When the old practice was adapted to the frame of the new faith, the change was silent and unrecorded. But this Irish legend, by its impossible junction of the two festivals, may be said to embody unconsciously a record of such a change. We can detect here, in the very act as it were, the process by which pagan superstitions which insisted on surviving were sometimes adopted into the Christian calendar. The story has a sequel which tells how Patrick strove with the other enchanter. On the morrow, that is, Easter Day, Laguerre, with kings and princes and nobles, was feasting in his palace, when Patrick with 5 companions suddenly appeared among them, though the door was shut. He came to preach the word, and the king invited him to sit at meat. Lucitmail, the Druid, in order to prove him, poured a noxious drop into the cup of Patrick, and the saint blessed the cup, and the liquor was frozen to ice, except the drop of poison, which remained liquid, and fell out when the cup was turned upside down. Then he blessed the cup again, and the drink returned into its natural state. Then the magician said, "Let us work miracles on the plain, let us bring down snow upon the land." Patrick said, "I will not bring down aught against the will of God." And the magician by his incantations brought snow waist-high upon the plain. "Now remove it," said the saint. "I cannot," said the Druid, "till this hour upon the morrow." "You can do evil," answered the saint, "but not good," and he blessed the plain, and the snow vanished without rain or mist or wind, and all applauded and marveled. Then in the same way the Druid brought darkness down over the plain, but he could not dissipate it, and Patrick dissipated it. Then said the king, "Dip your books in the water, and we will worship him whose books come out unspoiled." Patrick was willing to accept this test, but the sorcerer refused on the ground that Patrick worshipped water as a god, meaning its use in baptism. Then the king proposed the same test with fire instead of water, but the Druid said, "No, this man worships fire and water alternately." But all these parleyings were only preliminary, leading up to the main issue, which is closely connected with the events of the previous night. Patrick proposed an ordeal, which was accepted. His pupil Benignus and the magician were placed in a hut built half of green and half of dry wood. Benignus, clothed in the magician's garment, was placed in the dry part, and Lucitmail, wearing the garment of Patrick, in the green part. And the hut was set on fire in the presence of all. Then Patrick prayed, and the fire consumed the magician, leaving Patrick's robe unburnt, but it did not hurt Benignus, though it burnt the magician's robe from about him. Then Laguerre was fain to kill Patrick, but he was afraid. Having discerned that one of the motives of the whole legend is the adoption in the Christian Church, in connection with the Easter festival, of those fire customs and sun charms which were associated throughout Celtic, as throughout Teutonic, Europe with certain days in spring or early summer, we can hardly avoid recognizing in this ordeal a memory of the custom of burning a victim on those days. This victim was thought to represent the spirit of vegetation, and its ashes were carried forth and scattered in the fields to make them fruitful. Originally the victim was human, but as time went on, either a mock victim, such as a straw man, was substituted, or he who was chosen to die and decked out for sacrifice was rescued at the brink of the fire. In the Eifel country, by the Rhine, for instance, the custom was long maintained of heaping brushwood round a tall beech tree, and forming a framework known as the berg or the hut, and a straw man was sometimes burned in it. We can hardly doubt that the chief ceremonial of the Beltane celebration, the burning of the spirit of growth, whether represented by a man or by a mock man, whether in a dress of leaves or in a framework of green or dry wood, was the motive which suggested the story of this ordeal. In the story, the motive has lost its particular significance, and but for its connection with the opposition between Easter and Beltane might escape detection. The envelopment of a motive of somewhat the same kind in a setting which purposes to be historical, and in which the motive entirely loses its meaning, has an instructive parallel in the famous story of the funeral pyre of King Croesus. The fundamental motive of that story is the burning of the god Sandon, but the incident has been wrought into a historical context so as to disguise its origin, and the tale was largely accepted as literal fact. But Cyrus was as innocent of dooming his defeated foe to a cruel death as Patrick was of burning his Druid rival. In both cases, the true victims of the legendary flames were spirits of popular imagination. The story bears the stamp of an early origin. It is a common fallacy that legends attach themselves to a figure only after a long lapse of time, and that the antiquity of biographies may always be measured by the presence or absence of miracles. The truth is that those men who are destined to become the subjects of myth evoke the mythopoeic instinct in their fellows while they are still alive, or before they are cold in their graves. When once the tale is set rolling, it may gather up as time goes on many conventional and insignificant accretions of fiction, and the presence or absence of these may indeed be a guide in determining the age of a document. But the myths which are significant and characteristic are nearly contemporary. They arise within the radius of the personality to which they relate. The tale of Patrick's first Easter in Ireland and his dealings with the king is eminently a creation of this kind. In this legend of Patrick's dealings with the High King, there is one implication which harmonizes with other records, and which, we cannot doubt, reflects, while it distorts, a fact. Patrick visited Laguerre in his palace at Tara, but he went as a guest in peace, not as a hostile magician and a destroyer of life. The position which the Christian creed had won rendered a conference no less desirable for the High King than for the bishop who represented the Church of the Empire. Laguerre agreed to protect Patrick in his own kingdom, though he resisted any attempts that were made to convert him. No cross should be raised over his sepulchre. He should be buried, like his forefathers, standing and accoutred in his arms. But the place of the Christian communities in the society of Ireland, their rights and obligations, and the modifications of existing customs and laws, which the principles and doctrines of their religion demanded, raised questions which could not well be settled except in a general conclave of the kings and chief men of the island. Now it was a custom of the High Kings to hold occasionally a great celebration, called the Feast of Tara, to which the underkings were invited. It was an opportunity for discussing the common affairs of the realm. Such an occasion is evidently contemplated in the legend, and the annals record that a Feast of Tara was held towards the close of Laguerre's reign. It is therefore possible that at such an assembly the religious question was marked as a subject of deliberation, and the bishop was invited to be present. If so, the general issue of the debate must have been that Christian communities were recognized as social units on the same footing as families, but that Christian principles could not alter the general principles of Irish law. This brings us to the chief monument of Laguerre's reign, the legal code, the construction of which may well have been discussed and resolved on at one of the general assemblages at Tara. Section 3. Laguerre's Code. Laguerre did for Ireland what Euric did for the Visigoths, Gundobad for the Burgundians, Clodwig for the Salian Franks. And we have already observed that to him probably, as to them, the idea of compiling a written legal code came from the Roman Empire. The Sensus Mor, as the code was called, has not come down in its primitive form. It has been remodeled, worked over, and overlaid with additions by subsequent lawyers. But a critical examination of the evidence leaves little room for doubt that in its original shape it was, as tradition held, composed under the auspices of Laguerre. As it was to be valid for Ireland, and not merely for Meath, it was necessary for the High King to act in consort with the provincial kings, and tradition mentions as his coadjutors Cork, King of Munster, and Dare of Orior. If the view is right that the initiation of such a code was due to the influence of Roman ideas, it would be not unnatural or surprising that the Christian bishop and Roman citizen, who represented more than any other man in Ireland the ideas of Roman civilization, should have been consulted, though the construction of the law book was a matter for native experts. But there was another reason why Patrick would naturally have been taken into the councils of the kings and lawyers. The spread of Christianity and the foundation of Christian communities throughout the land rendered it imperative for the secular authorities to define the status of the clergy and fix the law which should be binding on all. A new society had been established, recognizing laws of its own, which differed from the laws of the country, and this threatened to create a double system, which would have been fatal to order. Either the spirit of the Mosaic law must be allowed to transform the ancient customs of the land, or the Christians must resign themselves to living under principles opposed to ecclesiastical teaching. It is possible that Patrick made an attempt to revolutionize the Irish system of dealing with cases of manslaughter, to abolish the customs of composition by fine and private retaliation, and make it an offense punishable by death. But if he made such an attempt, it was unsuccessful, and it would probably have received little support from his native converts. The principle of primitive societies that bloodshedding was a private offense which could be atoned for by payment of a composition, a principle which Greek societies were discarding in the 7th century B.C., prevailed in Ireland so long as Ireland was independent and the Irish Church was perfectly content. Among the experts who are said to have taken part in compiling the code was the poet Dubthach of Leinster, who is said to have been one of the most eminent poets in the reign of Laguerre. Tradition says that he became a Christian, and his pupil Fiach, whom he had trained in the art of poetry, was consecrated a bishop by Patrick. Of the poets of Ireland at this early age we know nothing. One wonders what manner of poems were sung by that bard whose sepulchral stone, old but of unknown age, has preserved his bare name and calling, written in the character which the Irish of those days used to inscribe upon their tombstones. Velitas Lugutti, this is the tomb of the poet Lugut. The poets were men of dignity and consequence in the society of their tribes and country. They were not only poets, but judges, for they possessed the legal lore which was perhaps preserved in poetical form. The administration of justice depended on their knowledge. Their arbitrations were the substitute for a court of justice. Such was the position of Dubthach, lawyer at once and poet, like Charondas of Catana, whose laws, cast in poetical form, were sung, we are told, at banquets. He was a native of Leinster, and if he was one of the commission which drew up the census more, we may take it that he represented that kingdom, for the name of the king of Leinster, Laegare's enemy, does not appear. The legend of Patrick's visit to Tara, when he entered through closed doors, relates that when he appeared in the hall Dubthach alone of the company rose from his seat to salute the stranger. This seems to be a genuine fragment of tradition. That there had been a friendship between Patrick and Dubthach was believed in later times at Sletty, in Leinster, of which Fiach, pupil of Dubthach, was the first bishop. Section 4. Ecclesiastical Foundations in Meath. The early traditions of Patrick's work in founding new communities claim our notice. For though we cannot control them in any particular case, the probability is that many of them have a basis in fact, and collectively they illustrate this side of his activity. Within Laegare's own immediate kingdom, not a few churches claim to have been founded by Patrick, one or two of them in the neighborhood of the Royal Hill. But though the names of the places where these churches were built are recorded, they are in most cases for us mere names. The sites cannot be identified, or can only be guessed at. In a few places in the land of Meath, we can localize the literary traditions. We may begin with a church which was founded not by the bishop himself, but by a disciple, and it was believed a relative. Not far south from Tara lies Dunchelin, and the name, which represents Domnac Sechnal, the church of Sechnal, is supposed to preserve the name of Sechnal or Secundinus, said to have been Patrick's nephew. Here Secundinus is related to have composed the first Latin hymn that was composed in Ireland, and the theme of the hymn was the apostolic work of his master. This hymn is undoubtedly contemporary, and there is no reason either to deny or to assert the authenticity of the tradition which ascribes it to Secundinus. But there are considerations which make it very difficult to accept his alleged relationship to Patrick. It is composed in trochaic rhythm, but with almost complete disregard of metrical quantity, and its 23 quatrains begin with the successive letters of the alphabet. Literary merit it has none, and the historian deplores that, instead of singing the general praises of Patrick's virtues and weaving round him a mesh of religious phrases describing his work as pastor, messenger, and preacher, the author had thought well to mention some of his particular actions. But the hymn has its value. It is among the earliest memorials that we possess of his work, and if it was composed by Secundinus, it was written before Patrick had been 14 years in Ireland, and is thus older than the greater memorial which he wrote himself before he died. And the writer may have derived his inspiration from Patrick's own impressions about his work. We may suspect that some of the verses echo words which had fallen from Patrick's lips in the hearing of his disciple, as when the master is compared to Paul, or described as a fisherman setting his nets for the heathen, or called the light of the world, or a witness of God in Liege Catholica. But Secundinus, if he was the hymnographer, did not live to see the fuller realization of Patrick's claims to the fulsome laudations of his hymn. The disciple died long before the master had finished his perfect life. In another district of Meath, Donog Patrick, near the banks of the Blackwater, seems to mark a spot associated with an important success of the apostle. Here Conall, son of Niall and brother of King Laegare, had his dwelling, still marked by the foundations of an ancient fort, and he was less deaf than his greater brother to the persuasions of Patrick's teaching. He submitted to the rite of baptism, and he granted a place close to his own house for the building of a church. Patrick measured out the ground, and a church of unusual size arose, 20 yards from end to end, and it was known as the Great Church of Patrick. Such was the scale of the early houses of Christian worship in Ireland. The conversion of Conall was an important achievement, but it is related that there were other sons of Niall who were so bitterly adverse to the new doctrine that they were fain to take the life of its teacher. Not far from the place where he won the friendship of Conall, Patrick had been in danger of his life at the hands of Quarper, Conall's brother. At a little distance above the confluence of the Blackwater with the Boyne, the village of Teltown recalls the memory of Tailt, a place of great note and fame in ancient Meath. Here a fair was held and a feast celebrated at the beginning of autumn, and people gathered together to witness the games which were held there, perhaps under the presidency of the High King. The record of the visit of Patrick to Teilt mentions the games as the Royal Agon, and the Greek word sends our thoughts to those more illustrious contests which were held at the same season of the year on the banks of the Alpheus in honor of Zeus. It is not clear whether Patrick is supposed to have timed his visit to see and denounce the heathen usages of the festival. Perhaps he would have avoided such an occasion with the same discretion which Otto, the apostle of the Pomeranians, exercised when he waited outside the town of pirates till the pagan folk had finished the celebration of a religious feast. The story is that Quarper, son of King Niall, wished to put Patrick to death at Teilt and scourged his servants because they would not betray their master into his hands. But if the bishop was in danger from a son of Niall at Teilt, he is said to have fared worse at the hands of a grandson of Niall at another place of high repute in the kingdom of Meath. The hill of Uisnech in southwestern Meath was believed to mark the center of the island and was a scene of pagan worship. Patrick visited the hill town, and a stone known as the Stone of Coithried, perhaps a sacred stone on which he inscribed a cross, commemorated his name and his visit. The stone has disappeared, but the traveler is reminded of it by the stone enclosure which is known as St. Patrick's Bed. While he was there, a grandson of Niall slew some of his foreign companions. Patrick cursed both this man and Quarper and foretold that no king should ever spring from their seed, but that their posterity would serve the posterity of their brethren. Tradition consistently represents Patrick as finding in malediction an instrument not to be disdained. It is recorded that, proceeding from Donog Patrick up the Blackwater, he came to the ford of the Quern and planted there another Christian settlement. This place was probably near the old town of Kells, then called Senendy. Unlike Trim, Kells has some traces of the early age of Christian Ireland, though nothing that can claim association with the age of Patrick. The ancient stone house which is preserved there is connected by tradition with the name of the great saint who 100 years after Patrick's death went forth from Ireland to convert North Britain. Some churches are said to have been established by Patrick in the northwestern region of Meath, which was known by a name, now obsolete, as the Kingdom of the Two Tethbias. The river Ethen, which is now pronounced Inny, flows through this region to contribute its waters to a swelling of the Shannon and divides it into two parts, the northern and the southern Tethbia. Perhaps the only place here that we have any ground for associating with Patrick is Granard. We are told that from the hill of Granard, he pointed out to one of his followers the spot where a church should be founded. This church, Sel Rathin, may have been the origin of the settlement which grew into the town of Granard. Among the inmates of the monastery established here is said to have been one who had a specially interesting connection with Patrick's life. Gossact, described as the son of his old master, was, according to the tradition, here ordained a priest by the captive stranger who had once kept his father's droves. There cannot be any reasonable doubt that the tomb of Gossact was in later times to be seen at Granard, and that the tradition of the place represented him as the son of Miliach. Nor should we have any good reason to question that Gossact, who was buried there, was a son of Miliach. But we have seen grounds for believing that the story of Patrick's servitude under Miliach of Dalaradia was an error, and it would follow that Gossact, son of Miliach, was not the son of Patrick's master. Nevertheless, Gossact may have been connected with the years of bondage, and may perhaps supply us with the clue which we desire for explaining how it came about that it ever occurred to anyone to place the scene of the captivity in the land of Miliach. In the earliest notice of Gossact that is preserved, he is said to have been fostered by Patrick during the servitude of 7 years. This suggests the conjecture that, in conformity with a custom which prevailed in Ireland, Miliach had sent his son from home to be brought up by Patrick's master in Connaught, and that through this accident, happening at the time of the captivity, Patrick had associated with Gossact. The record of this bond between Patrick and Miliach's son might have originated the error that Miliach was Patrick's master. It is said that, having done what he could do towards planting his religion here and there in Tethbia, Patrick bent his steps northward to one of the chief strongholds and sanctuaries of pagan worship in Ireland. In the plain of Slecht, in a region which belonged then to the kingdom of Connaught, but falls now within the province of Ulster, there was a famous idol. It was apparently a stone, covered with silver and gold, standing in a sacred circuit, surrounded by 12-pillar stones. This idol was known as Sen Cruich or Crom Cruich, and it has been suggested that a fossilized memory of the same worship is found in a name among the British Celts beyond the sea, Penacrucium. We may suspect that either later generations exalted unduly the importance of the precinct in Mag, Slecht as a national center of religion, or that its importance had dwindled before the days of Patrick. It was told in later times that the firstlings, even of human offspring, used to be offered to this idol, in order to secure a plenteous yield of corn and milk, and that the high kings of Ireland themselves used to come at the beginning of winter to do worship in the plain of Slecht. If the cult in that plain possessed such national significance as was in later times believed, it would have been one of Patrick's greatest feats if he assaulted and conquered the power of heathendom in one of its chief fastnesses. The story tells, with a simplicity which defeats itself, that he came and struck down the idol with his staff. If this was done, if the golden pillar of the older god was thus cast down by the servant of the new divinity, it must have been done with the consent of secular powers. It would thus have marked, perhaps more than any other single event, the formal success of Christian aggression against the pagan spirit of Ireland, and it would inevitably have stood out in the earliest records as one of the decisive victories, if not the supreme triumph. The blow struck by Patrick at the stone of Magslecht would be as the stroke of Boniface at the oak of Jasmer. The fall of Sen Cruich should be as illustrious in the story of the spreading of Christianity in the island of the Scots, as was the fall of the Ermin Pillar on a Westphalian hill in the advance of Christendom from the Rhine to the Elbe, under the banner of Charles the Great. The apostle of the Irish might as justly and proudly have sent some fragment of the fallen image to the Roman pontiff, a trophy of the victory of their faith, as in a later age, the apostle of the Baltic Slavs sent to Rome the three-headed god, which he took from the temple of Stettin to show the head of the church how a new land was being won for Christ. But the truth is that the episode of Sen Cruich, though the incident rests on an ancient tradition, held no prominent place in the oldest records. Perhaps we shall be near the mark if we infer that the story is based on a genuine fact, but that the later accounts impute to it a significance which it did not possess. We may suppose that the worship of the idol was of interest only to the surrounding regions and had no national import for the whole island. If Patrick went to the place and with the help of secular authority suppressed the worship and cast down the god, it was simply one of his local successes, one of many victories in his struggle with heathenism, not a crowning or typical triumph. Chapter 7. In Connaught. It is uncertain how long Patrick had been in the island before he set forth to accomplish the thing which had been the dream of his life, the preaching of his gospel in the western parts of Connaught, ubi nemo ultra erat, by the utmost margin of European land. We remember how the cry of the children of Fochlad, heard in the visions of the night, was the supreme call which he felt as irresistible. And although his outlook must have widened as he came face to face with facts, and new tasks of great worth and moment, presenting themselves, transformed and enlarged the conception of his work as he had originally grasped it, we cannot doubt that to bear light to the forest of Fochlad was the most cherished wish of his heart. Nor is it likely that, however much he found to do in Ulidia and Meath, he would have deferred this purpose long, unless some grave obstacle had constrained him to delay. The necessary condition of success was the consent of the king of the land. The decisive hindrance would have been his disapprobation and opposition. Now there was one district close to the woods of Fochlad where Patrick was unable to fulfill his wishes till after the lapse of 13 or 14 years. This was the land of Amongade in North Mayo, the land which is still called by that king's name, Tur Amongid, which is pronounced Turali. It was not till after his death that the Christian bishop visited those regions, and it may be inferred, perhaps, that Amongade could not be persuaded to look with favor on the strange religion which his sons afterwards accepted. According to the common view, the forest of Fochlad was restricted to this corner of Connaught, and in that case Patrick's fulfillment of his original purpose would have been thus long delayed. But it has been pointed out in a previous chapter that Fochlad had possibly a wider compass, stretching across Mayo towards the neighborhood of Murrisk, and that the scene of Patrick's bondage was in that neighborhood. If so, our records allow us to suppose, though certainty cannot be attained, that he may have visited the southern limits of Fochled at an earlier period. We are told that he crossed the Shannon and visited Connaught 3 times. One of these occasions was shortly after the death of King Amlgad, but one or both of the other visits may have been earlier, and on such an earlier occasion, he may have made his way to the region which he had known of old as a bond slave. In our records, events which belong to different journeys are thrown together, and it is not possible, except at some particular points, to distinguish them. But this chronological uncertainty will not seriously affect the general view of Patrick's labors in Connaught as remembered there. In the following account of some of his acts, it is assumed that his first 2 journeys were in the lifetime of Amlgad. But while this assumption is adopted for the purpose of the narrative, it will be understood that it is only tentative. The field of Patrick's work in his first journey beyond the Shannon seems to have been, partly, in the land of the children of Ailill. Their country covered a large part of the county of Sligo, and perhaps extended southward into Roscommon to the neighbourhood of Elphin. As in the case of other Irish kingdoms, its memory is still preserved in the name of a small portion of its original compass. The barony of Tyrell is a remnant of the land of Ailill, son of King Eochaid, and brother of King Niall. In the north of this kingdom, on the west side of Loch Arrow, Patrick founded a church in a district which still bears the old name of Aganog, and east of the same lake, at the extreme border of Tyrell, the parish of Shanco enables us to fix the whereabouts of another church which he established at Sentua. There is a curious piece of evidence which suggests that Christianity had already made an attempt to win a footing in these regions. When Patrick ordained a certain Aelb, who belonged to the family of Ailill, to the rank of priest, he told him of the existence of a wonderful subterranean stone altar in the mountain of the children of Ailill. There were 4 glass chalices at the 4 corners of the altar, and Patrick warned Aelb to beware of breaking the edges of the excavation. As Shanco was Aelb's church, we are entitled to infer that the altar was somewhere in the Braleve Hills, which are in that district. It is clear that, if the tradition is genuine, Patrick had seen the place himself, and the story implies that it was not he who had set the altar in the lonely spot on the mountains, but that it had been used in older days and abandoned. No commemorative name has survived to mark the place of another church in the same regions which owed its origin to Patrick, the Cell Angle. But what seems to have been the most important foundation of all was farther north, in the parish of Tonnog, still called as it was called when he first gave it a place on the ecclesiastical map of Ireland. It seems probable that in his first journey Patrick also visited the north of Sligo, and consecrated Bron Bishop for a church founded at Castlelaire. This place was on the seashore, under the massive hill of Knocknarea, which dominates on the west the modern town of Sligo, and the name Killisbugbrown still preserves the memory of the 5th century bishop. He also worked in the regions south of Lake Gara, where Satchal, whom we shall presently meet as a bishop, became his pupil. Thence he may have journeyed southward through the plains and wilds of Kerry, founding some churches on his way, till he came to the lake country on the confines of Mayo and Galway. Then he turned westward through Cara and founded the church of Achadfabir. The old name has clung to the place, Agagower, and in ancient times it had ecclesiastical importance. It marks clearly a stage in the apostle's progress to the famous mountain, to which his visit gave a new name. If we are right in supposing that this was the region in which Patrick spent the years of his captivity, that this was the home of the children of Fochlad who called to him in his dreams, the church of Agagower would possess a singular interest among all the churches which he founded in Ireland, as fulfilling the wish which had first impelled him to make the great resolve of his life. Here, he revisited the scenes where he had herded his master's flocks and prayed at night in the woods in snow and rain. Here he climbed again the mountain which he mentions in his own description of the days of bondage, and which was always henceforward to be linked with his own name. Crochan Aigley rises high and prominent on the north shore of the wild desolate promontory, which is girt on 3 sides by the sea, and is known as the Sea Land. To the summit of this peak Patrick is said to have retired for lonely contemplation and prayer. It is said that he remained there fasting 40 days and 40 nights, like the Jewish teachers, Moses, Elias, and Jesus. It may be thought that this report arose from the pious inclination of later admirers to seek in his life similitudes to the lives of Moses and other holy men of the Christian scriptures. but it is conceivable that the similitude was designed by Patrick himself. It is not unlikely that, if he desired a season of isolation to commune with his own soul and meditate on things invisible, he should have fixed the term of his retreat by the highest examples. The 40 days and 40 nights may be the literal truth, and may have helped to move the imagination of his disciples to create a legend. For in after days, men pictured the saint encompassed by the company of the saints of Ireland. God said to the souls of the saints, not only of the dead and living, but of the still unborn, "Go up, O ye saints, to the top of the mountain which is higher than all the other mountains of the west, and bless the folks of Ireland." Then the souls mounted, and they flitted round the lofty peak in the form of birds, darkening the air, so great was their multitude. Thus God heartened Patrick by revealing to him the fruit of his labors. Ever since, this western mount has been associated with the foreign teacher, not only bearing his name, but drawing to it multitudes of pilgrims, who every year, as the anniversary of his death comes round, toil up the steep ascent of Croagh Patrick, imbued still with the same superstitious feelings which moved the minds of Christian and heathen, of clerk and lay alike, in the days of Patrick. The confined space of its summit is the one spot where we feel some assurance that we can stand literally in his footsteps and realize that, as we look southward over the desolate moors and tarns of Murrisk, northward across the bay to the hills of Burrishool and Erris, and then westward beyond the islets to the spaces of the ocean, we are viewing a scene on which Patrick for many days looked forth with the bodily eye. But the spot has a greater interest if it is associated not only with the ground of solitary retreat in his later years, but with the servitude of his boyhood. For if this was so, the meditations on the mount were interfused with emotions intelligible to the children of reason, who do not understand the need of saints for fasting and prayer. It requires little imagination to realize, in some sort, what the man's feelings must have been when he returned to the places of his thraldom, conscious that he was now a light among the Gentiles, and that his bitter captivity had led to such great results. It was a human as well as a saintly impulse to seek isolation on the mountain, where he had first turned to thoughts of religion amidst the herds of his heathen lord. In the case of what we may suppose to have been another and later journey, in Connaught, some genuine tradition of the line of advance appears to have been preserved. The bishop is said to have traveled westward through the southern corner of Leitrim to the banks of the Shannon. That river sweeps to the east below the town of the Rock, and then, continuing its southward course, widens into a series of swellings, which, though small compared with the greater sheets of water into which it afterwards expands, are striking in their peculiar form. The stream flows through Lake Nanogie, Lake Tap, Lake Boderg, and Lake Boffin, but the special feature is the long arm of water which it flings southwestward, known as Lake Kilglass. The effect of this is that the river seems to bifurcate, and a promontory is formed by the true stream and Lake Boffin on the east, and by the blind water passage of Lake Kilglass on the west. It was to these river lakes that Patrick bent his way, and the place of his crossing, though not designated by any name that is still used, is yet so clearly defined that we cannot mistake it, and can hardly doubt that the tradition is true. He first crossed over a river swelling, and then found a second swelling in front of him, which he also passed. The only place in the course of the Shannon which satisfies these conditions is the place which has been described. When he was rowed across Lake Boffin, Patrick found himself on the water-girt promontory which is washed on the west by Lake Kilglass. In order to reach the district of Moyglas, which was his first destination, he took the shortest and most direct way and crossed this second lake, perhaps near the modern Coronado Bridge, instead of making half a day's journey round its shores. On reaching the other bank, he was in the Plain of Glass, and here again we find that the name of a large district has been preserved in the name of a small part. The little townland of Moyglas is adjacent to Lake Tap, but the ancient Plain of Glass extended, we may be confident, from the banks of the river Shannon to the foot of the western hills, which screen the river here from the great plain of Roscommon. In this district, the bishop established a cell more or great church, and his visit gave the place its abiding name. It can be inferred that Patrick's church was close to the village of Kilmore. From the small plain of Glass, Patrick made his way into the great plain, known as Magi, which extends over the central part of the county of Roscommon. It is divided from the Shannon by a screen of low hills, and only from some of the ridges in the south of it can one descry, shimmering far away, the waters of Lake Ree. When he crossed that chain of hills, Patrick found himself in the land of the Corcu Ochland, and he was welcomed by a certain Hono, who is described as a Druid and was evidently a man of wealth and influence. There is good reason to believe that Hono was prepared for Patrick's coming, for two of Patrick's disciples, Asicius and his nephew Bidius, along with Scipia, the mother of Bidius, were already with Hono when Patrick arrived. We may probably infer that Christianity had already made some way here, and that, on Patrick's coming, no persuasions were necessary to induce Hono to cooperate in founding a church and monastery. They went together to the place which still bears the name of the White Rock, Aelfin, and there founded together one of the most important of Patrick's ecclesiastical foundations, which in later times, when the great dioceses were formed, was to become the seat of a diocesan bishop. The community of Aelfin was to be under the headship of Hono's descendants, but its first members were Asicius, Bethius, and Scipia. Bishop Asicius, whose name has not been forgotten at Aelfin, was a skillful worker in bronze and used to make for Patrick altars and cases for books. Square patents of his workmanship were long preserved as treasures at Armagh and at his own Aelfin. The next station of the bishop's journey was the seat of the kings of Connaught, the fortress of Crochan, famous in story. On one of the highest and broadest of the low ridges which mark the plain of Eye stood the royal palace, and though, as in the case of the other palaces of the kings of Ireland, no remains of the habitation survive except the earthen structure, it is something even to stand on the site of Rathcrochan, where Queen Maeve and her lord lived, if they lived at all. Around the royal fort itself, the ground is covered with other mounds and raths and memorials of ancient history, so that one can hardly fancy what appearance Crochan presented to Patrick. Near at hand was the place of sepulchres, to which the kings went down from their stronghold, as the kings of Mycenae went down from their citadel to the tombs below. In that field of the dead one red stone stands conspicuous to the present day, and the ill-certified tradition is that it marks the tomb of Dathai, the successor and nephew of Niall. If there were any truth in that tradition, the pillar would be an interesting link with the age of Patrick, for it would have been set up not many years before he visited the place. Imagination peopled many spots in Ireland with supernatural beings, not only with fairies, but also with an earth folk that was once at least human, a conquered population who had formerly held the island, and, driven by invaders from the surface of the ground, had found new homes in chambered mounds, where they practiced their magic crafts. But no spot was more closely associated with these fabled beings than the hill of Rathcrochan. On ground so alive with legend, in a place which stimulated fancy, it was hardly possible that the incident of Patrick's visit should be handed down in the sober colors of history or that it should escape the meshes of fable. But the legend-shaping instinct of some Christian poet wrought here with signal grace, and the story must have been invented not many decades of years after the visit to Rathcrochan. Patrick, the tale tells, and the bishops who accompanied him had assembled together at a fountain near Rathcrochan to hold a council before sunrise, when two maidens came down, after the fashion of women, to wash at the fountain. They were the daughters of the High King of Ireland, and their names were Ethan the White and Fedelm the Red. They lived at Crochan, to be fostered and educated by two Druids, Mael and Caplet. These Druids had been deeply alarmed when they heard that Patrick was about to cross the Shannon, and by their sorceries they had brought down darkness and mist over the plain of Eye to hinder him from entering the land. The darkness of night prevailed for 3 days, but was dispelled by the saints' prayers. When the princesses beheld the bishops and priests sitting round the fountain, they were amazed at their strange garb and knew not what to think of them. Were they fairies, men of the side, or were they of the earth folk, the Tuatha De Danann, or were they an illusion and unreal vision? So they accosted and asked the strangers, "Whence have ye come, and where is your home?" And Patrick answered, "It were better for you to believe in the true God whom we worship than to ask questions about our race." Then the elder girl said, "Who is God, and where is God, and of whom is he God? Where is his dwelling? Has he sons and daughters, your God, and has he gold and silver? Is he immortal? Is he fair? Has his son been fostered by many? Are his daughters dear to the men of the world and fair in their eyes? Is he in heaven or in earth, in the sea, in the rivers, in the hill places, in the valleys? Tell us how we may know him, in what wise he will appear. How is he discovered? Is he found in youth or in old age? To these greetings Patrick replied, Our God is the God of all men, the God of heaven and earth, of sea and rivers, of sun and moon and stars, of the lofty mountain and the lowly valleys, the God above heaven and in heaven and under heaven. He has his dwelling around heaven and earth and sea and all that in them is. He inspires all, he quickens all, he dominates all, he supports all. He lights the light of the sun, he furnishes the light of the night. He has made springs in the dry land and has set stars to minister to the greater lights. He has a Son co-eternal with himself and like unto himself. The Son is not younger than the Father, nor the Father older than the Son, and the Holy Spirit breathes in them. The Father, the Son, and the Spirit are not divided. I wish to unite you with the heavenly King, as ye are daughters of an earthly king. Believe. With one voice and with one heart the two kings' daughters said, Tell us with all diligence how we may believe in the heavenly King, that we may see him face to face, and we will do as thou sayest. Patrick said, Do ye believe that by baptism ye can cast away the sin of your father and mother? They said, We believe. Do ye believe in repentance after sin? We believe. Do ye believe in life after death? We believe. Do ye believe in the resurrection in the day of judgment? We believe. Do ye believe in the unity of the church? We believe. Then Patrick baptized them in the fountain and placed a white veil on their heads, and they begged that they might behold the face of Christ. And Patrick said, Until ye shall taste of death, ye cannot see the face of Christ, and unless ye shall receive the sacrifice. They answered, Give us the sacrifice that we may see the Son, our bridegroom. And they received the Eucharist and fell asleep in death. And they were placed in one bed, and their friends mourned them. Then Caplet the Druid came, and Patrick preached to him, and he believed and became a monk. His brother Mael was wroth at his falling away, and hoped to recall him to the old faith, but on hearing Patrick's teaching he too became a Christian, and his head was tonsured. When the prescribed days of lamentation were over, the maidens were buried in a round tomb near the fountain. Their grave was dedicated to God and to Patrick and his heirs after him, and he constructed a church of earth in that place. In this curious legend is embedded some matter of historical significance. In the first place, we must treat the story of the brother Druids separately from the story of the maidens, for they are bound together only by an external link, and their motives are distinct. The motive of the legend of the two virgins who died in the hour of their conversion recurs in other tales, and the solid basis of fact was their tomb by the spring at Rathcroghan. At that tomb the story grew up that when they were baptized, their desire for the heavenly vision was fulfilled immediately by their death. This legend was then worked up artificially, and the dialogue was composed and written down in Irish, partly in verse. The freshness and simplicity, which are so striking, and some particular traits, justify us in surmising that this happened at an early date, within the first generation after the saint's death. The naive wonder of the maidens at the appearance of the clerks, the brief view which Patrick unfolds of the articles of his religion, the emphasis laid upon the unity of the church, point to the conclusion that the story took shape when Patrick's ways of teaching, and the first impressions made upon pagans by the apostles of the new faith, were within the memory of the church. The dialogue is artificial, for the questions of the damsels are arranged so as to lead up to the bishop's exposition of his creed. And on the other hand, the baptismal questions of Patrick assume a knowledge on the part of the princesses, which is inconsistent with their previous ignorance. Now, if we are right in the view that the legend originated at an early date and was cast into literary shape, at least before the end of the 5th century, we can hardly escape the inference that the maidens whose memory was preserved at Croghan were in truth daughters of Laguerre. Such an identification was not at all likely to have been invented by popular legend, nor by any recorder of Patrick's acts, living within a generation of his death. In sending children to be brought up away from their home, King Laguerre would have followed the general practice of the country, and that he should send them to the royal residence of Connaught would have been natural enough. The fathers of King Amilgade and King Laguerre were brothers, and it would not be surprising that Laguerre should send his daughters to Rathcroghan to be educated by the Druids of Amilgade. But the episode of these brethren has an independent motive of its own. One brother, Mael, has an Irish name, designating the native tonsure, by which only the front part of the head was shaven from ear to ear, while Caplet, his fellow, has a Latin name, capillatus, which signifies the removal of all the hair in the fashion already largely adopted in the Western Empire, and subsequently known as the Roman tonsure. Both Druids alike were tonsured by Patrick according to the story. Both alike, it is implied, wore the native tonsure before they were converted. The name caplet could not have been applied to either till after his conversion. But when they became monks it applied equally to both, just as male was equally applicable to both when they were still pagans. Thus the story, taken literally, does not hang together, and the transparent names suggest that it arose from some circumstance connected with the Christian tonsure. Fortunately, the narrative supplies us with the clue. The writer who tells the tale observes that the incident gave rise to an Irish maxim, cosmel male do chaplet, male is like unto caplet. It is manifest that here, as in other cases of the same kind, the story originated from the proverb, not the proverb from the story. The story was told to explain the existence of the proverb, but the existence of the proverb itself is the ultimate fact. It happens to be a fact of historical significance. We may infer that the Christian tonsure had been introduced and enforced by Patrick, but that his rule was relaxed and disregarded after his death, the native clergy adopting the old native tonsure of the Druids. The two fashions subsisted for a time side by side, then the Roman fell completely out of use till it was restored in the 7th century. But the proverb, male is like unto caplet, arose when the two tonsures were in use together, and expressed the claim that the native mode was as legitimate for a monk as the foreign. From Rathcroghan, Patrick and his company proceeded westward and planted religious foundations in the region which is now most easily described as the barony of Castlereagh. A number of Gallic clergy were with him, and these he dispersed to found churches in various places. One of these places stands out in interest, though it is of small account now. Basilic survives as the name of a parish, and preserves the memory of the foreign clerks who thought of the greater basilicae of the empire when they built their little sanctuary in the wilds of Connaught, and gave it the high-sounding name of Basilica Sanctorum. No place name, due to Christianity, in Ireland has a greater interest than Basilica, west of Rathcroghan. Another church founded in this region, near the banks of the river Suck, was Selgared, which is perhaps to be sought at Oran, where an old burial ground and the fragment of a belfry mark an ancient ecclesiastical site. Both Basilic and Selgared were the seats of bishops. Patrick then went northward to Sels, in the land of Brian. Here the sons of Brian welcomed him and were baptized, and he founded a church close to Lake Sels. On a hill hard by, where he and his companions encamped, a memorial of their visit was preserved for centuries. They wrote upon some stones in the place, and it was probably their own names that they recorded, so that posterity knew who were of Patrick's company when the sons of Brian were baptized at the hill of Sels. 2 bishops were with him, Bron, whose home, as we saw, was in the north, on the seashore under Knocknarea, and Satchal, bishop of the new church of Basilic, 8 priests, including Benignus, his favorite pupil, and 2 women. It may have been that the names of the company were inscribed on 3 stones severally consecrated by the names Isis, Christus, Soter. From here Patrick may have proceeded westward to Lake Tesset of Ireland, bearing the same name as the more famous Lake Tesset of Britain, which the stranger knows as the Lake of Bala. The boggy soil makes the waters dark, and if we look down from one of the hills which partly gird it, the form of the lake, with its many corners and inlets, eludes the eye. It was probably near the western or northern shore that Adrachta, who took the veil from Patrick's hand, founded a church. Nor is she forgotten today, for as we walk on the eastern bank of the lake, we are in the parish of Adrachta's church. We now come to a journey of Patrick, for which we have a definite chronological indication, since we know that it was undertaken soon after the death of King Amilgade, and that king probably died about 13 years after Patrick's arrival in Ireland. The story represents the land of Amilgade as the particular region of Fochlad which had been the goal of Patrick's desires, and describes the occasion of his setting forth as if it had been brought about by a pure chance. Near the palace of King Laegaire at Tara, he overheard a conversation between 2 noblemen, one of whom informed the other that he was Indi, son of Amilgade, and had come from the far west, from Mag Domnon and the wood of Fochlad. Then Patrick, hearing the magic name of his dream, was thrilled with joy, and turning round, he cried to Indi, "Thither I will go with thee if I live, for God bade me go." But Indi replied, "Thou shalt not come with me, lest we be slain together." "Yet," said the saint, "thou shalt never reach thy home alive if I come not with thee, nor shalt thou have eternal life. for it is on my account that thou hast come hither. And ND said, Baptize my son, for he is young. But I and my brethren may not believe in thee till we come to our own folk, lest they mock us. And Patrick baptized his son Canal. It appears that ND and his 6 brethren had come to Tara to invoke the judgment of the High King in a dispute about the inheritance of their father's property. The claim of ND and his son was opposed to the claims of the other 6. In giving judgment, King Liger is said to have invited the aid of Patrick, and they decided that the inheritance should be divided among the claimants in 7 parts. This doom was in favor of ND's brethren, if, as we may suppose, ND's claim was that the division of the property should be 8-fold, his son Canal receiving a separate portion for himself. But however this may have been, ND is said to have dedicated his 7th portion and his son Canal to Patrick and Patrick's God. When the award was given, Patrick and a company of ecclesiastics prepared to set forth with ND. But they took the precaution of making a formal agreement with ND and his brothers, and we may be certain that whatever the other terms may have been, the bodily safety of the Christians was expressly ensured. The most significant circumstance concerning this treaty is that it was made under the warranty of King Liger. This is an important piece of evidence as to the attitude of that king to the Christian teachers. It exhibits his policy of enlightened toleration and shows that, though personally he clung to the beliefs of his fathers, yet in his capacity of King of Ireland, he was willing to assist the diffusion of a doctrine subversive of those beliefs. Patrick set out with ND and his brethren, and having crossed the river Moy, perhaps at a ford where the town of the Ford stands today, they entered the territory of Amongade, where were the woods of Fochlad, and beyond, to westward, the wild Mag Domnon. That the baptism of Canal and the coming of the Christian teacher in the company of the chiefs should arouse wrath and disgust among the Druids is not surprising, and there may be some historical foundation for the legend which tells how the chief Druid, Ricrad, sought to kill Patrick. Along with 9 Druids, arrayed in white, he advanced to meet ND and his company. When ND saw them, he snatched up his arms to drive them off, but Patrick raised his left hand and cursed the wizard, and Ricrad fell dead and was burned up before the eyes of all. The other Druids fled into Mag Domnon, and when the folk saw this miracle, many were baptized on that day. It was in this way, according to the legend, that Christianity entered the northern regions of Fochlad. Near the forest and close to the seashore was founded a church, and not far from it a cross was set up, of which the memory is preserved in the local name Crosspatrick. The church, built doubtless of timber, was afterwards to be overshadowed by the neighboring foundation of Killala, conspicuous by its lofty belfry. Elsewhere Patrick caused a square church of earth to be constructed, at the gathering place of the sons of Amongade, which has been identified with Mullaghferry, the hill of the meeting place. Chapter 8. Foundation of Armagh, an ecclesiastical organization. Section 1. Visit to Rome, circa AD 441-3. It is possible that Patrick had intended in earlier years to visit Rome long before he began his labors in Ireland. If he entertained such a thought, it would seem that circumstances hindered him from realizing it. But it would not have been unnatural if he continued to cherish the idea of repairing to the center of Western Christendom. And we might expect that when he had spent some years in the toils, afflictions, and disappointments, the alternating hopes and fears, the successes and defeats, incident to missionary work in a barbarous land, he would have wished to receive some recognition of his work and sympathy with his efforts from the head of the Western churches. He might count upon sympathy and encouragement. The interest which the Roman see was prepared to take in the remote island had been shown by the sending of Palladius. Whether Patrick had ever himself received a message from the successor of Celestine is unknown. In addition to the object of directing the attention of the Roman bishop to the growth of the church in Ireland, an object which would at that time appeal strongly to Patrick or to anyone else in his place, there was another motive for visiting Rome, which, though subordinate, must not be passed over. Patrick was the son of his age, and it would display a complete ignorance of the spirit of the church, in Gaul and elsewhere at that time, if we failed to recognize the high importance which he must have attributed to the relics of holy men, especially of the early apostles, and the value which he would have set on acquiring such parcels of matter for his new churches in Ireland. The religious estimation of relics had become general in the 4th century. Such a learned man as Gregory of Nyssa set great store by them. The subject might be illustrated at great length, but it will be enough to remind the reader of the excitement which was caused in the religious world in the year 386 A.D., when Ambrose of Milan discovered the tombs of Saint Gervasius and Saint Protasius. The bishops of the West vied for shares in the remains. In Gaul, 3 cities, Tours, Rouen, and Vienne, were fortunate enough to receive scraps of linen or particles of blood-stained dust which had touched the precious bodies. The estimation of relics in Gaul will be best understood by reading the work of Victricius, Bishop of Rouen and missionary of Belgica, in praise of the saints. It is certain that Patrick could not have helped sharing in this universal reverence for relics, and could not have failed to deem it an object of high importance to secure things of such value for his church. The hope of winning a fragment of a ceramic cloth or some grains of dust, pulvisculum nescio quod in modico vasculo pretioso lintimine circumdatum, would have been no small inducement to visit Rome, the city of many martyrs. Patrick had been 8 years in Ireland when a greater than Celestine or Xystus was elected to the See of Rome. The pontificate of Leo the Great marks an eminent station in the progress of the Roman bishops to that commanding position which they were ultimately to occupy in Europe. His path had been prepared by his forerunners, but it is he who induces the emperor to accord a formal and imperial sanction to the sovereign authority of the Roman See in the West, and he plays a more leading and decisive part than any of his predecessors in molding Christian theology by his famous epistle on the occasion of the Council of Chalcedon. That Leo should have taken as direct and energetic an interest in the extension of the borders of Christendom as the less eminent bishops before him is what we should expect. It was in the year after his elevation that Patrick, according to the conclusion to which our evidence points, betook himself to Rome. No step could have been more natural, and none could have been more politic. It was equally wise whether he was assured of the goodwill of Leo or, as is possible, had reason to believe that his work had been misrepresented. To report the success of his labors to the head of the Western churches, of which Ireland was the youngest, to enlist his personal sympathy, to gain his formal approbation, his moral support, and his advice were objects which would well repay a visit to Rome and an absence of some length from Ireland. It is indeed hardly too much to say that nothing was more likely to further his success than an express approbation of his work by the highest authority in Christendom. But it is possible that he may have had a more particular motive, which may explain why he chose just this time for his visit. Hitherto, active in different parts of the island, he had established no central seat, no primatial or metropolitan church for the chief bishop. Not long after his return, he founded, as we shall see presently, the Church of Armagh, fixing his own see there and establishing it as the primatial church. This was a step of the highest importance in the progress of ecclesiastical organization, and it is not a very daring conjecture to suppose that Patrick may have wished to consult the Roman bishop concerning this design and obtain his approbation. The result of the visit to Rome is briefly stated in words which are probably a contemporary record. He was approved in the Catholic faith. He may well have received practical advice from Leo, such advice as a later pontiff gave to Augustine for the conversion of the English. But Patrick bore back with him to Ireland visible and material proofs of the goodwill of Rome. He received gifts which, to Christians of his day, seemed the most precious of all gifts, relics not of any lesser martyrs, but of the apostles Peter and Paul. They were gifts particularly opportune for bestowing prestige upon the new church which he was about to found and where they were afterwards preserved. Section 2. Foundation of Armagh, AD 444. No act of Patrick had more decisive consequences for the ecclesiastical history of the island than the foundation, soon after his return from Rome, of the church and monastery of Ardmach, in the kingdom of Oriel. King Dare, through whose goodwill this community was established, dwelled in the neighborhood of the ancient fortress of Emain, which his own ancestors had destroyed 100 years agone, when they had come from the south to wrest the land from the Ulidians and sack the palace of its lords. The conquerors did not set up their own abode in the stronghold of the old kings of Ulster. they burned the timber buildings and left the place desolate, as it were under a curse. The ample earth structures of this royal stronghold are still there, attesting that Emain, famous in legend, was a place of historical importance in the days when Ulster belonged to one of the elder peoples of the island. Once and again, long after the days of St. Patrick, the Picts from their home in Dallaradia made vain attempts to recover their storied palace, but it was not destined to become a place of human habitation again until, more than 1,000 years after its desolation, a house seems to have been built there by an Ulster king, for the entertainment of the learned men of Ireland. The abode of King Dare was somewhere in the neighborhood. It seems possible that he was the king of Oriel, though it may be held that he was only king of one of the tribes which belonged to the Oriel kingdom. Dare was not ill-disposed towards the foreign religion, and he was persuaded to grant Patrick a site for a monastic foundation not far from his own dwelling. Eastward from Emain, concealed from the eye by two high ridges, rises the hill known as Ard Mach, the height of Macha, bearing the name, it is said, of some heroine of legend. At the eastern foot of this hill, Dare apportioned a small tract of ground to Patrick, and this was the beginning of what was to become the chief ecclesiastical city of Ireland. The simple houses which were needed for a small society of monks were built, and there is a record, which appears to be ancient and credible, concerning these primitive buildings. A circular space was marked out, 140 feet in diameter, and enclosed by a rampart of earth. Within this less, as it was called, were erected, doubtless of wood, a great house to be the dwelling of the monks, a kitchen, and a small oratory. This record has an interest beyond this particular monastery, as we may believe that it represents the typical scheme of the monastic establishments of Patrick and his companions. We know not how long Patrick and his household abode under the hill of Macha, but this settlement was not to be final. It seems that the bishop ultimately won great influence over the king, who evidently embraced the Christian faith, and then Dare resolved that the monastery should be raised from its lowly place to a loftier and safer site. A curious story, with the marks of antiquity about it, has come down showing how all this befell, and it would be difficult to say how much is fable and what was the underlying fact. Patrick, so the tale relates, had from the very first cast his eyes upon the hill of Macha, but Dare refused to grant it and gave him instead the land below. One day a squire of the king drove a horse to feed in a field of grass which belonged to the monastery. Patrick remonstrated, but the squire made no answer, and when he returned to the field on the morrow, he found the horse dead. He told his master that the Christian had killed the horse, and Dare said to his men, "Go and kill him." But as the men were on their way to do his bidding, an illness unto death suddenly fell on Dare, and his wife said, "It is the sake of the Christian. Let someone go quickly, and let his blessing be brought to us, and thou shalt be well, and let those who went to slay him be stopped." Then two men went to Patrick and told him that Dare was ill and asked him for a remedy. Patrick gave him some water which he had consecrated. With this water they first sprinkled the dead horse, and it was restored to life, and then, returning to Dare's house, they found it no less potent in restoring their lord to health. Then Dare visited the monastery to pay respect to Patrick, and offered him a large bronze vessel, imported from overseas. The bishop acknowledged the gift by a simple "I thank thee" in Latin. The king looked for some more elaborate and impressive acknowledgement. He was annoyed that the cauldron should be received with no greater sign of satisfaction than a graticam, as the Latin phrase gratias agamus sounded in rapid colloquial pronunciation. And on returning home he sent his servants to bring back the bronze, as a thing which the Christian was unable to appreciate. When they came back with the vessel, Dare asked them what Patrick said, and they replied, "He said graticam." "What?" said Dare. "Graticam when it was given, graticam when it was taken away. It is a good word, and for his graticam he shall have his cauldron." Then Dare went himself with the cauldron to Patrick, and said, "Keep thy cauldron, for thou art a steadfast and unchangeful man." And he gave him, besides, the land which he had before desired. Whatever may be thought of the anecdotes of the horse and the cauldron, we may believe that Patrick won the respect of Dare as a man of firm character, and that for this reason Dare was induced to promote him to the higher site, granting him the land on the hill, with the usual reservation of the rights of the tribe. So it came about that Patrick and his household went up from their home at the foot of the hill and made another home on its summit. The new settlement was probably constructed on the same plan, though the close may have been larger, to suit the area of the hilltop. The old settlement below was perhaps devoted to the uses of a graveyard, and in later days a cloister was to arise there, known as the Temple of the Graveyard. Such, according to ancient tradition, was the founding of Armagh, which rose to be the supreme ecclesiastical city in Ireland. Though we have no record of Patrick's own views, it is hardly possible to escape the conclusion that he consciously and deliberately laid the foundations of this preeminence. It is true that some of his successors in the see supported and enhanced its claim to supremacy and domination by misrepresentations and forgeries. Just as in a larger sphere, the later bishops of Rome made use of fabricated documents and accepted falsifications of history in order to establish their extravagant pretensions. But as in the case of Rome, so in the case of Armagh, misrepresentation of history could only avail to increase or confirm an authority which was already acknowledged, and to extend the limits of a power which had been otherwise established. If the Church of Armagh had been originally on the same footing as any of the other churches which were founded by Patrick, it is inconceivable that it could have acquired the preeminence which it enjoyed in the 7th century, merely by means of the false assertion that the founder had made it supreme over all his other churches. Now we know of no political circumstances or historical events between the age of Patrick and the 7th century, which would have served to elevate the Church of Armagh above the churches of Northern Ireland, and invest it with an authority and prestige which did not originally belong to it. The only tenable explanation of the commanding position which Armagh occupied is that the tradition is substantially true, and that Patrick made this foundation, near the derelict palace of the ancient Ulster kings, his own special seat and residence, from which he exercised, and intended that his successors should exercise, in Ireland, an authority similar to that which a metropolitan bishop exercised in his province on the continent. The choice of Armagh may seem strange. It may be said that if his province was conterminous with the whole island, the hill of Macha was hardly a well-chosen spot as an ecclesiastical centre. We might expect him to have sought a site somewhere in the kingdom of Meath, somewhere less distant from the hill of Uisnech, which the islanders regarded as the navel of their country. Trim, for instance, would seem to be a far more suitable seat for a bishop whose duties of supervision extended to Desmond as much as to Dalriada. There are 2 points here which may be taken into consideration. If we confine our view to the sphere of Patrick's own missionary activity, namely Northern Ireland, Armagh was a sufficiently convenient centre. Meath and Connaught and the kingdoms of Ulster, the lands in which Patrick had himself chiefly worked, might seem to require closer supervision, and it may have been a matter of policy not to attempt to press his authority too strictly over the churches of the south. We shall see presently that though he visited southern Ireland, his work there was relatively slight. The evidence suggests that while the whole island formed a single ecclesiastical province in which Patrick occupied the position of metropolitan, there was actually, though not officially, a province within a province. He exerted a more direct and minute control over the northern part of the island. But in any case, the position of an ecclesiastical metropolis cannot be entirely determined by compasses. Geographical convenience cannot be always decisive. Here we come to a second consideration. The circumstance that King Laegaire was not a Christian may have weighed with Patrick against choosing a place in Meath. He may have thought it expedient to fix the chief seat of ecclesiastical authority in the territory and near the palace of a Christian king. If Dare was king of Oriel, his conversion to Christianity, in contrast with the obduracy of Laegaire, will go far to explain the choice of Armagh. It counted for much to have a secure position near the gates of a powerful king, and his conversion would have been the greatest single triumph that Patrick had yet achieved. Our oldest records do not describe Patrick's work in the kingdoms of Ulster with the same details or at the same length as his work in Connaught. But they indicate that he preached and founded churches in the kingdoms of Ailech and Oriel, as well as in Ulidia, and there is reason to believe that fuller records existed at an early period and were used by one of the later biographers. It may be noted that he is said to have consecrated the site of a church at Coleraine, and that a stone on which he sat was shown at Dunseverick, on the shore of the Northern Sea. In the land of the Condiri, who gave their name to the Diocese of Connor, many churches attributed their origin to him. For instance, Glenavy, near the banks of Lake Neag, and Glore, the Church of Glenarm. Section 3, in South Ireland. While Patrick's sphere of immediate activity seems to have been mainly the northern half of the island, there is not much room for serious doubts that he claimed to hold a position of ecclesiastical authority over the southern provinces also. His own description of himself, not as bishop in a particular province, but as bishop in Ireland generally, is sufficient to make this clear, and there are not wanting ancient records of his visits to Leinster and Munster. He is said to have baptized the sons of Dunlang, king of Leinster, and Crimthan, king of the High Cynsalach. He is recorded to have visited the royal palace at the Hill of Cashel and baptized the sons of Natfraich, king of Munster. It was remembered that he had passed through Ossory and worked in the regions of Muskerry. If, as is possible, Christianity had made greater way in the southern kingdoms, he had less to do as a pioneer, but the task of organization must have devolved upon him here as in the north. It is easy to understand why comparatively scanty traditions should have been preserved of his work in the south. His special association with the See of Armagh did not dispose the communities of Munster and Leinster to remember a connection which supported the claims of that see to a superior jurisdiction. In Leinster, Patrick had two fellow workers who occupied a special position. Auxilius and Iserninus, whom he had known at Auxerre, had been sent to Ireland about 6 years after his own coming. The origin of Auxilius is unknown. His name is still commemorated by a church which he founded, Killossy, not far from Naas, one of the chief abodes of the kings of Leinster. Iserninus was of Irish birth. His native name was Fifth. He was born in the neighborhood of Clonmore, on the borders of Carlow and Wicklow. Here, in the land of his clan, he first set up a church, but his ultimate establishment was at Aghaid, on the Slaney. These regions formed part of a considerable kingdom which was at this time ruled over by Ndi Sensalach, who seems to have founded the political importance of his tribe, for the land came to be known by the name of the children of Sensalach. This king did what lay in his power to oppose the diffusion of the new faith, and Iserninus found it prudent to withdraw beyond the borders of his kingdom. Perhaps he found a refuge at Kilcullen, close to Dun Éileann, one of the strongholds of the kings of Leinster. But Crimthan, the son and successor of Ndi, was converted and baptized by Patrick at his dwelling in Rathvilly, on the banks of the Slaney, where earthworks still mark a seat of the kings of the children of Sensalach. This case is similar to the case of the sons of Amulgade, and illustrates the general fact that while the older generation was still, fervently or patiently, clinging to the old beliefs, the younger generation was steadily turning to the new. The conversion of Crimthan enabled Iserninus to return to his own land, and he established himself at Aghaid, a crossing place on the Slaney, about 9 miles below Rathvilly. Among the acts which are ascribed to Patrick in Leinster, the consecration of Fiach, the Fair, a pupil of the poet Dubthach, and himself a poet, deserve mention. The conversion of the poet into the Christian bishop reminds us of the more illustrious contemporary case of Sidonius Apollinaris. There seems no reason to doubt the truth of this tradition, and perhaps the bell, the staff, the writing tablet, and the cup and paten, which Patrick is said to have given to Fiach, were preserved at the church where his memory was specially cherished. He was first settled at a church which was called after himself, Domhnach Fiach, the situation of which is not improbably supposed to have been east of the Slaney, not far from Tallow. But he afterwards became Bishop of Slabed, on the western bank of the Barrow, under the hills of Margie, and ended his days there. In the early Middle Ages, Slabed was a notable place on the ecclesiastical map, but the desolate site shows no vestiges of its ancient importance. At the end of the 7th century, Slabed renewed the ties which bound it to Armagh in the days of Fiach and Patrick, and we possess a monument of this reconciliation in the earliest biography of Patrick that has come down to us, written by a clerk of Fiach's church. Section 4, Church Discipline. It is not clear whether Auxilius and Iserninus were already invested with episcopal rank when they left Gaul, or were consecrated in Leinster by Patrick. But in any case, they seem, along with Secundinus, who came with them from Gaul, to have held an exceptional position of weight as counselors and coadjutors. Coming, perhaps, from the episcopal city where Patrick himself had been trained, they corroborated the Gallic influence, We might say the influence of Auxera, which presided at the organization of the church in Ireland. It was natural that Patrick should take special counsel with these men for laying down rules of ecclesiastical discipline, and on the occasion, perhaps, of one of his visits to Leinster, a body of rules was drawn up in the form of a circular letter, addressed by Patrick, Auxilius, and Iserninus to all the clergy of Ireland. The miscellaneous regulations are arranged in a haphazard manner and were evidently prompted by abuses or practical difficulties which had come to the notice of the framers. Most of the rules deal with the discipline of the clergy. They testify to such irregularities as a bishop interfering in his neighbor's diocese, vagabond clerks going from place to place, churches founded without the permission of the bishop. It is ordained that no cleric from Britain shall minister in Ireland unless he has brought a letter from his superior. All the clergy, from the priest to the doorkeeper, are to wear the complete Roman tonsure, and their wives are to veil their heads. A monk and a consecrated virgin are not to drive from house to house in the same car or indulge in protracted conversations. Provision is made for the stringent enforcement of sentences of excommunication. One of the most important duties of Irish Christians at this period was the redemption of Christian captives from slavery, and this furnished an opportunity for imposture and deception. It is provided that no one shall privately and without permission make a collection for this purpose, and that, if there be any surplus from a collection, it shall be placed on the altar and kept for another's need. It is interesting to observe a prohibition of the acceptance of alms from pagans. It points to the comprehensive religious view of some, perhaps many, of the still unconverted. Laguerre himself may have been an instance, who, though not prepared to abandon their own cults, were ready to pay some homage to the new deity whose reality and power they did not question. In a church growing up in a heathen land, it seems to have been found inexpedient and impracticable to enforce long periods of penitence for transgressions which were regarded more lightly in Ireland than in the Roman Empire. Accordingly, we find that only a year of penance is imposed on those who commit manslaughter or fornication or consult a soothsayer, and only half a year for an act of theft. The provisions contained in this circular letter cannot represent all the rules which Patrick, with his coadjutors, must have made for ecclesiastical order in Ireland. A number of other canons were ascribed to him, and though we cannot be sure that they are all authentic, it cannot be proved that they are all of later origin. One of them, not the least important, is a provision which, without any express evidence, we might surmise that Patrick would have ordained. It required no special discernment to foresee that in a young church difficult questions would inevitably arise which might lead to grave controversy and dissension. How were such to be decided? Could they safely be left to local councils with no higher court of appeal? The obvious resource was to follow the common practice of other Western churches and request the Bishop of Rome to lay down a ruling. For Patrick, as for his contemporaries, this was simply a matter of course. To consult the Roman See and obtain a ruling in the form of a decretal was the universally recognized means in the Western provinces of securing unity and uniformity in the Church. The position which the Roman See occupied, by common consent, in the days of Patrick has been sufficiently explained in a previous chapter. And if this position is rightly understood, it becomes evident that, when Ireland entered into the ecclesiastical confederation of the West, it was merely a direct and inevitable consequence that, for the Church in Ireland, just as for the churches in Gaul or in Spain, the Roman See was both a court of appeal, and also the one authority to which recourse could be had, whenever recourse to an authority beyond Ireland itself seemed desirable. This was so axiomatic that, if we are told that Patrick expressly prescribed resort to Rome in case of necessity, the only thing which might surprise us is that he should have thought it needful to formulate it at all. But in a new church, unfamiliar with the traditions of the older churches within the empire, it was clearly desirable to define and enact some things which were observed in Gaul and Spain, and Italy without express definition or enactment. We are therefore fully entitled to accept as authentic the canon which lays down, if any questions of difficulty arise in this island, let them be referred to the apostolic seat. Not to have recognized the Roman See as the source of authoritative responses would have been almost equivalent to a repudiation of the unity of the Church. That Patrick should have prescribed to Irish monks the form of tonsure which was usual in Western monasteries, was a matter of course. It was more significant that he introduced, as seems to be the case, the paschal reckoning which was at that time approved by Rome. It would appear that an older system for the determination of Easter was in use among the Christian communities which existed in Ireland before his coming. He brought with him a table of Easter days based on the system then accepted at Rome, so that in the celebration of this feast the new province might be in harmony with Western Christendom. Though we have no direct testimony as to the liturgy which Patrick introduced, we cannot doubt that it was the Gallican. The Gallican liturgy, which differs from the Roman by its Oriental character, prevailed in Ireland and Britain up to the end of the 7th century, and we are entitled to conjecture, in the absence of evidence to the contrary, that Patrick, trained at Auxerre, introduced the usage to which he was accustomed in that church. Section 5. Ecclesiastical Organization. St. Patrick has himself briefly described some of the features of his work, and his description bears out and supplements the general impression which we derive from the details recorded by tradition. In the first place, he indicates the double character of his work. On the one hand, he created an ecclesiastical organization. He chose and ordained clergy for a people which had been recently turning to the Christian faith. On the other hand, he planted that faith in regions which were wholly heathen in the extreme parts of the island, as he repeatedly insists. He spread his nets that a large multitude might be caught for God, and that there might be clergy everywhere to baptize and exhort a folk needing and craving their service. He says that he baptized thousands, and this need not be a figure of hyperbole, and ordained ministers of religion everywhere. The foundation of monastic communities is borne out by his incidental observation that young natives have become monks, and daughters of chieftains, virgins of Christ. These maidens, he says, generally took their vows against the will of their fathers, and were ready to suffer persecution from their parents. He mentions especially a beautiful woman of noble birth whom he baptized. A few days after the ceremony she came to him and intimated that she had received a direct warning from God that she should become a virgin of Christ. It is not suggested that the opposition of the parents was due to heathen obduracy. It would rather appear that, in the cases which are here contemplated, the parents themselves had likewise embraced Christianity. But they had a natural repugnance to seeing their children withdrawn from the claims of the family and the world. The triumph on which Patrick in this passage complacently dwells is not the triumph of Christian doctrine, but of the monastic ideal. Patrick refers to perils through which he passed in the prosecution of his work. He says that divine aid delivered me often from bondage and from 12 dangers by which my life was endangered. He mentions one occasion on which he and his companions were seized, and his captors wished to slay him. His belongings were taken from him, and he was kept in fetters for a fortnight. But then, through the intervention of influential friends, he was set free and his property restored. Such experiences would probably have been more frequent if he had not resorted to a policy which stood him in good stead. He used to purchase the goodwill and protection of the kings by giving them presents. In the same way, he provided for the security of the clergy in those districts which he most frequently visited, by paying large sums to the judges or brehons. It is easily conceived that their goodwill was of high importance for harmonizing the new communities and their new ideal of life with the general conditions of society. Patrick claims to have distributed among the judges at least the value of 15 men. All these expenses were defrayed from his own purse. Another feature in his policy, on which he prided himself, was plain dealing and sincerity towards the Irish. He never went back from his word and never resorted to tricks in order to win some advantage for God and the Church. He believed that by adhering strictly to this policy of straightforwardness, he averted persecutions. While Patrick was assisted by many foreign fellow workers, it was his aim to create a native clergy, and it was a matter of the utmost importance to find likely youths and educate them for ecclesiastical work. Our records do not omit to illustrate this side of his policy. Benignus, who afterwards succeeded him in Armagh, was said to have been adopted by him as a young boy soon after his coming to Ireland, and Satchel, who accompanied him to Rome, was another instance. A similar policy was contemplated by Pope Gregory the Great for England. We have a letter which he wrote to a presbyter, bidding him purchase in Gaul English boy slaves of 17 or 18 years for the purpose of educating them in monasteries. The churches and cloisters which were founded by Patrick and his companions seem in most cases to have been established on land which was devoted to the purpose by chieftains or nobles from their own private property. But the interests of the tribe to which the proprietor belonged and the interests of the proprietor's descendants had to be considered, and the consideration of these interests seems to have led to a peculiar system. We find that in some cases the proprietor did not make over all his rights to the ecclesiastical community which was founded on his estate, but retained and transmitted to his descendants a certain control over it, side by side with the control which the abbot, a spiritual head of the community, exercised. There were thus two lines of succession: the secular line, in which the descent was hereditary, and the ecclesiastical line, which was sometimes regularly connected by blood with the founder. This dual system kept the ecclesiastical community in close touch with the tribe, and it has been pointed out that the tendency ultimately was to throw the ecclesiastical succession into the hands of the lay succession, and so to defeat the object of the founder by transferring the endowment to the laity. Armagh and Trim are conspicuous instances of this dual succession. In other cases, the connection of the monastery with the tribe was secured, and the interests of the proprietor's family were consulted by establishing a family right of inheritance to the abbacy. There was only a spiritual succession. The undivided authority lay with the abbot, but the abbots could be chosen only from the founder's kin. Such a provision might be made conditionally or unconditionally. It might be provided that preference should be given to members of the founder's family, if a person suitable for such a spiritual office could be found among them. The monastery of Drumlease in Leitrim, which was founded by one Fethfio, furnishes an instructive example. Fethfio laid down that the inheritance to Drumlease should not be confined unconditionally to his own family. His family should inherit the succession if there were any member pious and good and conscientious. If not, the abbot should be chosen from the community or monks of Drumlease. But in other cases, the original proprietor seems to have alienated his land and placed it entirely in the hands of an ecclesiastical founder, who was either a member of another tribe or a foreigner. But the tribe within whose territory the land lay had a word to say. It seems to have been a general rule that the privilege of succession belonged to the founder's tribe, but that if no suitable successor could be found in that tribe, the abbacy should pass to the tribe within whose territory the monastery stood. In our earliest records, we find some ecclesiastical foundations expressly distinguished as free, which would seem to imply a release from restrictions and obligations which were usually imposed, and a greater measure of independence of the tribe. Thus, in Sligo, a large district was offered by its owners to God and Patrick, and we are told that the king, who seems to be acting as representative of the tribe, made it free to God and Patrick. But it is impossible to determine what were the limits of this immunity. The church in the Roman Empire has been described as an imperium in imperio, and the typical ecclesiastical community in Ireland may be described as a tribe within a tribe. The abbot, or, where the dual system prevailed, his lay coadjutor, exercised over the lay folk settled on the lands of the community a control similar to that which the tribal king exercised over the tribe. But though the community was thus constituted as an independent body and formed a sort of tribe itself, not subject to the king, it was nevertheless bound by certain obligations to the tribe within whose borders it lay. We have seen that the right of eventual succession to the abbacy was often reserved to the tribe. But in general, the monastery was bound not only to furnish the religious services which the tribe required, but to rear and educate without cost the offspring of any tribesman who chose to devote his son to a religious life. The tribesman, on his part, was bound, when he had once consigned his child to the care of the monks, not to withdraw him, on pain of paying a forfeit. A monastery might welcome novices from other tribes, if their parents chose to pay the cost of their education. Its attachment by a closer bond to what might be called its lay tribe was expressed in this right of the tribesmen to a free training for an ecclesiastical career. It is also to be observed that the member of a religious house, though he belonged to a society which managed its affairs independently of the tribe, did not altogether cease to be a tribesman. If he was slain, the compensation was due not to the church, but to his tribe. It is uncertain how far he continued to share any of the secular liabilities of his lay tribesmen. On his father's death, he inherited his portion of the family property, like any of his brethren, but we cannot say how far. In early times, the tribe permitted a monastic community to exercise rights over land thus inherited by one of its members. In later times, the church assumed possession, perhaps allowing the monk to hold his inheritance as a tenant and furnishing him with stock. But this custom may not have been introduced until the church had waxed in power and cupidity. It is uncertain, too, what claims the newborn monasteries ventured to press, in their early years, upon the liberality of those who had permitted their foundation. At a subsequent period, they claimed not only first fruits and tithes and the firstlings of animals, but also firstborn sons, and when a man had 10 sons, another as well as the eldest. We may doubt whether such claims, modeled on the law of Moses, and exceeding in audacity the claims of any other church, were often admitted or seriously pressed. But it is certain that rights of such a kind were not, and could not have been sought by Patrick and his fellows. This sketch of the conditions under which the new religious settlements were planted in Ireland is necessarily vague and slight, and is presented with the reserve which is due when the material for reconstruction is fragmentary, and we have to argue back from circumstances which prevailed at a later period. But the evidence, at least, shows clearly that the organization was conditioned and molded by the nature of the secular society. On one hand, there was a bond, of various degrees of intimacy, connecting the religious community with the tribe, in the midst of which it was established. And on the other hand, the community took upon itself the form and likeness of a tribe or clan, its members being regarded as the family or followers of its head. There is no reason to suppose that all Patrick's ecclesiastical foundations took the shape of monastic societies. Many of the churches which he founded were served, doubtless, by only 1 or 2 clerics, and furnished with only enough land to support them. But the monastic foundations were a leading feature of the organization. They were to be centers for propagating Christianity and schools for educating the clergy, but they also served the religious needs of the immediate district. A staff of clergy was attached, and the abbot was frequently also a bishop. It is not difficult to conjecture the reason and purpose of this remarkable union of the monastic institution with general church organization. It was probably due to the circumstance that there were no cities in Ireland. Centers had to be created for ecclesiastical purposes, and it was almost a matter of course that these ecclesiastical towns should be constructed on the monastic principle. If towns had existed, they would have been the ecclesiastical centers, the seats of the bishops. The bishops would not have been abbots or attached to monasteries. The fact that the word civitas, city, was used to designate these double-sided communities illustrates the motive of this singular organization. But the peculiarity must not mislead us into the error of supposing that there was no diocesan organization, or that the bishops whom Patrick ordained had not definite and distinct sees. It is inconceivable that in instituting bishops he should not have been guided by geographical considerations, or that in organizing a clerical body he should not have submitted them to the jurisdiction of the bishops whom he ordained. The limits of the bishoprics would naturally have corresponded to the limits of tribal territories. This was not only the simplest scheme, but was also dictated by obvious political expedients. The anomalous state of things which presently arose, the multiplication of bishops without sees, was assuredly never anticipated by Patrick. It was due to the extravagant growth of monasticism. When new monasteries were founded, they determined to have bishops of their own and to be quite independent of the bishops of the dioceses in which they were situated. This practice was not indeed confined to Ireland. There are several notable instances in Gaul, but whereas elsewhere it was the exception, in Ireland it seems to have become the rule. The desire of new foundations to be self-sufficient and completely independent of the diocesan bishop would not perhaps have been so strong if the diocesan bishop had not usually been associated with one of the older monasteries. But once the practice of bishops without sees was introduced, bishops multiplied like flies. A new and narrow conception of the episcopal office prevailed, and when it was recognized that bishops need not have sees, there was no reason to set a limit to their number. The order of bishop became a dignity to which any man of piety might aspire. There is no evidence that Patrick consecrated bishops without sees, and perhaps it would not be rash to say that he never did so. It cannot be seriously doubted that he established a diocesan organization, which, in the course of the subsequent development of religious institutions, largely broke down. The maintenance of the diocesan structure could not be secured without control from above, and unless we refuse to believe that Patrick attempted anything in the way of organization, it is evident that he must have founded a superior archdiocesan or metropolitan jurisdiction. He exercised this higher authority himself, and it is difficult to doubt that he attached it to the see which he occupied, the See of Armagh. The position of this see has already engaged our attention. But the centrifugal tendencies, which marked the secular society of Ireland, made themselves felt no less acutely in the Church. The ecclesiastical communities were animated by the same impulse to independence as the tribes, and it was hard for the Bishop of Armagh, as for the King of Ireland, to exert effectual authority. The independent tribal spirit was not flexible or readily obedient to the distant control of a prelate who was a member of another tribe. There was no secular power able or willing to enforce submission to the higher jurisdiction. Thus, it was a continual struggle for the bishops of Armagh to maintain the position which Patrick had bequeathed to them, and the rise within their province, during the 6th century, of new and powerful communities, owing them no obedience and outstripping their church in zeal, learning, and reputation, conduced to the decline of their influence. It was not till the end of the 7th century that the Church of Armagh began to succeed in re-establishing its power. In the meantime, the interests of religion had perhaps not suffered through the absence of ecclesiastical unity. At no time were the churchmen of Ireland more conspicuous, and famous in other lands, for learning and piety than in the 6th and 7th centuries. The difficulties and errors which have arisen as to the spirit and principles of Patrick's ecclesiastical policy are due to the circumstance that after his death his work was partly undone, and the Irish Church developed on lines which were quite from the purpose of his design. The old Easter reckoning survived his reform and lasted till the 7th century. Irish monks abandoned the recognized mode of shaving the head which he had enjoined, and adopted the native tonsure of the pagan Druids. The central authority at Armagh could not maintain itself against the centrifugal spirit of the land, or resist the love of local independence which operated in ecclesiastical exactly as in political affairs. Monasticism, an institution which appears to have been intensely attractive to the temper of the people, ran riot, we might say, at the expense of ecclesiastical organization. Abbots became of more account than bishops. The political changes in Gaul and Italy, connected with the dismemberment of the empire, tended to keep Ireland out of touch with the continental churches in the later part of the 5th and in the 6th century. The injunction to appeal to Rome, though no one would have thought of repudiating it, was a dead letter. Looking at Irish Christianity as it appears in the 7th century, when the movement set in to bring it into line with the rest of the Western Church, students have been inclined to assume that Patrick inaugurated the peculiar features which were really alien to the spirit of his work. Whatever concessions and modifications he may have found it necessary or politic to make in view of the social conditions of Ireland, he certainly did not anticipate, far less intend, such a development as that which actually ensued. But though his organization partially collapsed, and though the Irish Christians did not live up to his ideal of the unitas ecclesiae, there was one feature of his policy which was never undone. He made Latin the ecclesiastical language of Ireland. The significance of this will claim our consideration when we come to examine his historical position. It was remembered in the traditions of his work that he used to write alphabets for youths who were chosen for a clerical career. It was the first step in teaching them Latin. Some knowledge of the Latin alphabet must have penetrated to Ireland at an earlier period. It must have been known in the scattered Christian communities, and it may have been known much more widely. It was not a new thing when Patrick arrived, but his work seems to have secured it a new position. Yet we cannot say exactly what happened. We cannot say whether the introduction of the Latin script originated a written Irish literature, or only displaced an older form of writing in which a literature already existed. In the mist which rests over the early history of Ireland, this is one of the darkest points. It would be out of place to discuss the question here at large, but one or two considerations may be briefly noted. The mode of writing which the early Irish possessed, though how long before the 5th century we know not, and seem to have mainly used for engraving names on sepulchral monuments, is alphabetic. The characters, which are called agams, consisting of strokes and points, were probably a native invention, since such inscriptions are found only in Ireland and in regions of the British Islands which came within the range of Irish influence. But it will not be maintained that the alphabet itself was a native product, an independent discovery. It is simply the Latin alphabet, with the last 3 letters left out and 2 letters added. And a cipher representing the Latin alphabet can hardly fail to imply that when it was invented, the Latin alphabet was in use. No positive evidence has yet been discovered to show that the Irish ever employed, besides their monumental script, a less cumbersome system of symbols, suitable for literature and the business of life, other than the Roman. A few statements which may be gathered from their own later traditions are not sufficiently clear or authentic to carry much weight. The absence of evidence, however, is not decisive. It is to be remembered that writing was in use among the Celtic Iberians of Spain and the Celts of Gaul before the Roman conquest. The Iberians had their own script, and some of the Spanish peoples had a considerable literature. In Gaul, we are told by Caesar, the lore of the Druids was not written down, but Greek writing was used for public and private purposes. This means that the Gallic tongue was written in Greek characters, and some examples of such writing are preserved. These facts show at least that the art of writing might have reached Ireland at an early period, but there is no proof that it did. If any pre-Roman alphabet was ever used, it has left no traces of its presence. But the Roman alphabet was introduced, perhaps much sooner than is generally supposed, after the Roman occupation of Britain. And from it, some learned man in Ireland constructed the Agam cipher for sepulchral uses. The diffusion of Christianity tended, doubtless, to diffuse the use of writing, but Latin letters were a gift which the pagans of Ireland received from the empire, independently of the gift of Christianity. Chapter 9. p. 187. Bishop Ninias, generally called Ninian, see Bede, H.E. Roman 3, 4. This passage in Bede furnishes the only trustworthy tradition about Ninias. His expression ut perhibent shows that his information was oral. Bede does not fix the date of Ninias further than by the vague multo tempore before St. Columba, and by the statement that the church which Ninias built was dedicated to St. Martin. The usually accepted date, c. 400 AD, depends on the statement in Aelred's Vita Niniani, c. 2, that Ninias visited St. Martin and obtained at Tormasons to build his stone church. There is no evidence that the life composed by Aelred, abbot of Revolx in the 12th century, was based on any ancient documents unknown to Bede. Aelred seems to have drawn his material, mainly legendary, from traditions in Galloway, and, with the exception of the visit to Martin, he adds nothing that can pretend to be a historical fact to the brief notice of Bede. The personal contact of Ninias with Martin, however, may be a genuine tradition, and it furnishes the most probable explanation of the connection of Martin's name with Candida Casa. But we have an independent testimony that the conversion of the Picts of Galloway must have been at least early in the 5th century. Namely, their description as apostasy in Patrick's letter against Coroticus, which shows that they had been converted and fallen away before the middle of the 5th century. The fullest collection of everything bearing on Ninias is Forbes' Lives of St. Ninian and St. Kentigern, 1874. A more recent edition of Aelred's Vita will be found in Pinkerton's Lives of the Scottish Saints, revised by W. M. Metcalfe, Volume I, 1889. For a criticism on Aelred, see J. Mackinnon, Ninian und sein Einfluss auf die Ausbreitung der Christenthums in Nordbritannien, 1891. See also Plummer's Note on Bede, H.E. Roman 3, 4. Candida Casa, Whitern, was known in Ireland in the 6th century as Magnum Monasterium or Rosnet and had a high reputation as a monastic school. See passages in Colgan, Acta Sanctorum Hib, IP 438. This reputation led to the rise of a legend that Ninias founded a church in Ireland and died there, a lost Irish life known to Usher Brit. Eckel. Romans 6. 209 contain this story, and Ninias appears in Irish martyrologies under the name of Moinen my Ninias, Mart, of Talat ed. Kelly p. Roman 34, Mart, Dung, ed. Todd p. 249. p. 190. Soretic or Coroticus. The only source for the following events is Patrick's letter, see below, but the identification of Coroticus, who is the subject of the letter, depends on other considerations which seem quite conclusive. The table of contents to Muirchu's life describes the section which Muirchu devoted to him as de conflictu sancti patriciae adversum quarthech regem alu, p. 271. In Muirchu's text, he is simply described as Cuiusdom Regis Britannici, p. 498. Alu at once suggests the rock ale of Clyde, Bede's Alcluith, Ciuida's Bretnum Munitissima, usc hodi qui uicature Alcluith, H.E. I1, Adamnan's Petrocloith, and this identification agrees with the close association of Patrick's Coroticus with the Picts and Scots, which shows that he must have ruled in northern Britain. But the determination of Coroticus as ruling at Alcluith is demonstrated, as has been most clearly shown by Zimmer, Celtic Church, p. 54, cp. Skene, Celtic Scotland, I. 158, note by a genealogy of the kings of that place, preserved in a Welsh source. In the last quarter of the 6th century, in the time of Columba, Rodericus or Ridderch reigned at Alcluith Adamnan v. Call. I. 15, Rodericus filius Toddal qui in Petra Cloyth Rignavit, and we find him also as Ridderch hen Ridderch the Old in the Historia Brittonum ed. Mommsen p. 206. Now the pedigree of this Ridderch is found in a Welsh genealogy ed. Phillimore in Y. Simroder 9, 173, he was son of Tudegwal cp. Adamnan filius Toddal, who was son of Clinnock, who was son of Dumnal, who was son of Sinuit, who was son of Soretic Giletic. It is evident that Soretic, from whom Ridderch was sixth, corresponds chronologically to Coroticus, the contemporary of St. Patrick, reckoning a generation, 30 years to each king. The identification so completely fits with all the data that we can have no doubt of its truth. Thus Zimmer fixes the date of Soretic or Coroticus as 420-450 AD. But it is better to say that the reigns of Soretic and his son Sinuit probably fell more or less between 420 and 480. Zimmer thinks that the description of Soretic as Giletic in the Welsh source points to his position as claiming to be a successor of the Roman Dux Britanniarum. I do not feel certain that we can go so far, but I have no doubt that Soretic and his milits represented the Roman defense of North Britain. That these milits were Roman citizens is clear from Patrick's words, letter, p. 37523, militibus, non dico siuibus meis ac siuibus sanctorum Romanorum, sed siuibus demoniarum. The sting of this reproach is that they profess to be Roman. Coroticus was a tyrannus for Patrick, per Turanitum Coritis, p. 37619. It is not clear whether the reges and tyranny who arose in various parts of Britain in the 5th century, for example, Vortigern, bore Roman official titles. The fact that there were also generals who were not reges and who seemed to correspond to the Roman commanders, Ambrosius Aurelianus, Arthurius, cannot be considered decisive. For the continuance of Roman civilization in Britain after the rescript of Honorius, AD 410, see Mr. Haverfield's observations in Early British Christianity in Eng Hist, Reverend, July 1896, pp. 428-30, and on the other hand for a Celtic revival, his paper on the last days of Silchester, Ib. Oct. 1904, pp. 628-9. It is hardly necessary to mention the old view in Rhys, Welsh Saints, p. 135, followed by Todd, St. Patrick, p. 352, that Coroticus was Cerdig of Cardigan, son of the Welsh chief Syneda. p. 192. That the scene of the outrage was in North Ireland, in Down or Antrim, is only a probable conjecture. 1. These coasts were the most likely destination of an expedition from Strathclyde, and 2. The circumstance that Patrick happened at the time to be close to the place suggests Ulster. Zimmer says nothing as to this, but his theory would evidently compel him to assume that the outrage was committed in South Ireland, for otherwise the letter of St. Patrick would imply that his activity was not confined, as Zimmer contends that it was, to North Leinster. For a conjecture that the date may have been AD 459, see above, App. B. p. 303. Ib. Heathen Scots. Scotorum ac Pictorum Apostatarum, Patrick Letter, p. 37526. The Picts, not the Scots, are apostates, cp. p. 379-7. The natural inference is that the Scots of Britain were still heathen. Zimmer's inference that they were Christians, p. 55, seems extraordinarily perverse. He asks us to observe that the Scots are not reproached with paganism. The implication is inadmissible. Their paganism is taken for granted. In fact, it is their excuse. If they had been professing Christians, their guilt would have been greater even than that of the Picts, who had fallen away from Christianity. The fact that it is on the Picts, not on the Scots, that Patrick's reproaches fell, proves that the Scots were heathen and therefore might not be expected to know better. The mention of the Scots in this document is important because it proves that Scottish settlements in northwestern Britain had begun before the middle of the 5th century. This must be taken into account in criticizing the notice in Bede, HEI1, of the origin of the British Dalriada. p. 193. The outrage on the neophytes. Letter against Coroticus, 375. The language of Patrick implies that it was the Scots and Picts, not the Milits Coritici, who slaughtered some of the Christians. Socii Scotorum ac Pictorum Apostatarum, quasi sanguine ulent sagenari sanguine innocentium Christianorum quos ego innumerum, leg. Innumerum numerum ball. Innumeos Dio genui ac in Christo confirmi. The text of the letter is full of corruptions, some of which may be easily corrected. In the following sentence, we should perhaps read: Postera diquam qua chrismati neofidi in just candida, dum flagrabat in front ipsorum crux, crudiliter trucidati ac mactati gladio a superdictis, et missae epistolam, etc. Crux or crucis signum may have fallen out before crudiliter. For the sign of the cross and white chrism at baptism, see Warren, Liturgy and Ritual of the Celtic Church, p. 65, cp. p. 217. It was laid down by Innocent I. Ep. Roman 25, mean, pl. Roman 20. 555, that chrism in pector might be performed by presbyters, chrism in front only by bishops. For the Roman and Gallican baptismal ceremonies see Duchesne, Origins du Culte Creation, cap. Roman 9. p. 194. There is a difficulty, perhaps only superficial, in Patrick's narrative in his letter. He makes Coroticus fully responsible for the outrage, but his language suggests that the message which he had sent to demand the captives before the plunderers left Ireland was not addressed to Coroticus personally. The ruler's name is not mentioned, and the plural is used, Cachinos fecerunt diles, 3764. It is possible, however, that something has fallen out, see last note, before the words et missae epistolam. Ib. The persons in Strathclyde to whom the letter against Coroticus was transmitted, and who were asked to excommunicate the tyrant, are not designated by a more precise expression than sancti et humals cord, 37,623. They were, no doubt, the whole Christian community, but there is no indication who was to receive the letter in the first instance. There is apparently a reference to the contemplated transmission of the letter from one place to another in Britain, certainly from Ireland to Britain, by the hands of some famulous day in 38,019, and the writer is afraid that it might possibly be abstracted. The inference seems to be that it was not to go direct to Alcluith, but to some other place. Could it possibly have been Whitern? p. 194. The reference to the redemption of captives from the Franks is an illustration from Patrick's own writings of his knowledge of Gaul. An untenable inference has been drawn from this passage by Sir S. Ferguson and Dr. Stokes, namely, that it must have been written before the Franks crossed the Rhine and settled in Gaul, i.e. before A.D. 428. Introduction to Tripartite Life, PCI. The argument is based on ignorance of Frank history. The Salian Franks in question had been settled west of the Rhine since the time of Julian. Consequently, if there was any validity in the argument, it would prove that the letter must have been written before 358 AD. But the reasoning is invalid. It is not clear whether the Salians are meant, but if they are meant, as they well may be, there is no reason in the world why they should not have carried off captives to their territory in Lower Germany, on the Gallic side of the Rhine, early in the 5th century, whether in the days of Clojo or before. In fact, it is what we should expect in those troubled years from 407 to the campaigns of Aetius in the late 20s. The argument that the Franks must have carried their captives beyond the Rhine is to me unintelligible. Legend of the transformation of Seretic into a fox, Muirchu, p. 498, illico ulpeculi sic legendum, miserabiliter erepta forma. The curious expression ex illo dialac hora ulet fluxus acqui transiens nusquam comparut may possibly have been suggested by the words in the letter 3807 referring to Coroticus. Miserum regnum temporale quad utique in momento transit sicut nubs eul fumus qui utique unto dispergiter. Ita peccators et fraudulenti a facie domini parabunt. Muirchu found that story in an Irish written source, see above, app, a Roman 2. 3. p. 195. Bitter phrases and self-justification in the letter, c. 375, 37,616, non-usurpo aliena, 377, 378 2, 379. For similar phrases in the confession and the letter, cp. Mr. White's list of recurrent phrases, proc. of RIA, 1905, p. 299, to which may be added the use of utique. p. 197. Confession. What Patrick meant by confessio is made clear by the last sentences of the work, 374-375-5, and borne out by the general tenor. Compare Esp. 358, Confiteremer, 36,117, 36,620, 37,034. p. 202. The attack on Patrick, on account of the youthful fault, conf. 365-2, etc. Et quando temptatus sum ob aliquentes senioribus meis qui uinerunt et peccata me contra laboriosum episcopatum meum, utique in illo difortiter impulsus summat caterum cp. Ps. 118, 38, hic et in aeternum, sed dominus peppersit proslido et peregrino, etc. It is clear that the attack was made in Ireland, cp. App. c. 5. It seems probable that the persons described as seniors may were ecclesiastics in Ireland, and this view has been adopted in the text. But in another passage, we read that aliquanti de senioribus meis were offended by his persistence in the determination to go to Ireland, 36,729, and this might suggest the view that they came from Britain uinerunt for the purpose of attacking him. It seems impossible to decide. The vision which Patrick saw the night after an interview with the seniors has caused some difficulty. He tells it so badly. That night I saw in a vision of the night a writing which had been written against me, dishonoring me, and at the same time I heard the answer of God saying to me, "We have seen with displeasure the face of the person aforesaid, viz., the friend, revealing his name." The passage immediately following deserves attention. The writer gives thanks for two things. Ut non me sc. Deus, impediret approfiction quam statuaram, et de me quoque opera quod a Christo Domino meo dediceram, sed magis ex eo sensi in me uertutum non paruem. Here he designates as two great crises the attempts to dissuade him from his missionary purpose, and the attack afterwards made upon him, to which ex eo refers. p. 206. Patrick regrets his want of education, conf. 35,926. Quatinus modo ips id pedo in senectut me quad in iuentut non conperoi, quad abstiterunt peccata me ut confirmam quad antia perligeram, sc. The rudiments he had learned before his captivity. p. 206. Scriptural quotations in the Confession and Letter. A full conspectus of these has been furnished by Reverend N.J.D. White in his edition. His results as to the text used by Patrick may be summed up as follows. For the Old Testament, there is no evidence that he used the Vulgate, cp. Above, p. 293 ad fin, while there are distinctively Old Latin citations. The New Testament citations are not so clear. Some passages seem certainly to imply the Vulgate, others have Old Latin support. As there can be little doubt that Patrick quoted largely from memory, I am inclined to conjecture that he had been trained on an Old Latin version in Gaul, but that he possessed in Ireland a copy of the New Testament Vulgate, in which he looked up some of his references. This would explain the twofold character of the New Testament quotations, but I put forward the conjecture with great diffidence. Succession of Armagh bishops. See the 4 lists in Todd, St. Patrick, p. 174 SQQ. All these lists interpolate sectional, and 3 of them the fictitious sen patraic between Patrick and Benignus. But the breviarium in the Book of Leinster, F12, v letter 1d52, see my paper in E.H.R. October 1902 recognizes that Iarlathus, the successor of Benignus, was the 3rd bishop. I cannot, however, consider it certain that Benignus succeeded Patrick before his death in 461, because the 10 years which the lists assign to Benignus may have been based on the sen patraic interpolation. Sen patraic being supposed to have died in 457, and 10 years, 467-457, being thus obtained for Benignus. p. 207, day of St. Patrick's death. It is recorded in the calendar of Luxeuil, Martin et Durand, Thesaurus Novus Anecdotorum, Roman 3. See 1592, 1717. Stokes, Tripartite Life, Roman 2, 493. 2 distinct sets of petitions granted to Patrick are recorded, one in Muirchew, the other in the Lib. Arm, at the end of Tyrchan's memoir. One of the 4 petitions mentioned by Muirchew as granted by the angel before Patrick's death, 2 have obvious motives. One A is of Lydian origin, and the other B is in the interest of Armagh, see above, p. 207. The other 2 are, C, that whoever sings the hymn concerning St. Patrick, Sechnall's hymn on the day of his death shall be saved, and D, that Patrick shall himself judge all the Irish on the day of judgment. One wonders what Patrick would have thought of such petitions, especially of the latter. It seems clear that C and D were first invented and had become current before A and B were added. 2. The other set consists of 3 tres petitions ut nobis traditi sunt hibernensibus, p. 331, Rolls ed. And the Vita Tertia, c. 85, connects them with the sojourn for prayer on Mount Crochan. They are that none of the Irish who repents, even on his deathbed, shall be shut up in hell. B. That barbarous peoples shall not rule the Irish forever. C. That 7 years before the last day Ireland shall be overwhelmed by the sea, and none of the Irish survive. These petitions are given in the Historia Brittonum and must have been current in the 8th century. The point of the second petition is not clear. Possibly it refers to invasions from Britain. We may conjecture that the stories of the petitions grew out of an early legend that, through their saints' intercession, the men of Ireland were to have a privileged position at the Last Judgment. p. 211. St. Patrick's Crozier. The history of the crozier known as Baculus Isu, which existed in Armagh in the 11th century, see the obscure notices in Tigernach, SA 1027 and 1030, was transferred in the latter half of the 12th century to the Cathedral Church of Dublin, and was publicly burnt as an object of superstition in 1538, will be found set out in Todd's introduction, pp. Roman 8. SQQ. To the Book of Obits and Martyrology of the Cathedral Church of the Holy Trinity, Dublin, ed. By J. C. Crosthwaite, 1844. The veneration with which it was regarded in the 11th century shows that it was an ancient relic, and it can hardly be doubted that it was the existence of this relic at Armagh which occasioned the story that Jesus gave a staff to Patrick. This story occurs in the Vita Tertia, c. 23, which probably goes back to the 9th century. And even if the story was not invented till that period, the object which suggested it must have been older. It seems very probable that the staff was one of the insignia consecrata mentioned in the Liber Angli, 35,529, 3564, and this would take us back to the 8th century. There is therefore reason for thinking that the crozier which perished in 1538 may have been extremely ancient, but there is no positive proof that the tradition which assigned it to Patrick is correct, or that it was as old as the 5th century. St. Patrick's Bell. In Anne, Ult. SA 553, there is a notice derived from the Book of Cuana to the effect that in that year St. Columba placed the relics of Patrick in a shrine. 3 relics had been found in Patrick's tomb: the cup, the Gospel of the Angel, and the Bell of the Will, and an angel instructed Columba how to distribute them. The cup was to go to Down, the bell to Armagh, and he was to keep the Gospel himself. If this notice stood in the Book of Cuana, it would show that early in the 7th century the Bell of the Will existed at Armagh and was believed to belong to Patrick. The bell has been described and its history traced by Bishop Reeves in Transactions of the RIA, Roman 27, pp. 1 SQQ. 1877. It is a four-sided bell weighing 3 pounds, 8 awls made of 2 plates of sheet iron, which are bent over so as to meet, and are fastened by large-headed iron rivets. The handle is of iron. A shrine, which is also preserved in the Dublin Museum, was made for it, c. AD 1100. Bishop Reeves believed that the tradition which ascribed the bell to Patrick is sound. He seems to have thought that there is no room for reasonable doubt, but it is to be observed that the statement cited from the Liber Quana opens the door to possibilities of fraud. We may infer from it with certainty that for nearly a century after Patrick's death, this bell was not at Armagh. Its genuineness, therefore, depends on the truth of the story of the opening of Patrick's tomb at Saul and the discovery of the bell in the tomb. But if the relic was a forgery, just such a story might have been invented. Chapter 10. p. 218. Latin, the ecclesiastical language in the West. Since these remarks were written, I came across 2 short but valuable papers on the subject. P. Frédéric, Les conséquences de l'évangélisation par Rome et par Byzance sur le développement de la langue maternelle des peuples convertis, in the Bull. De l'Académie Royale de Belgique, Classe des Lettres, 1903, N11, 730-8751. F. Cumont, Pourquoi le latin fut la seule langue liturgique de l'Occident? In Mélanges Paul Frédéric, 1904, 63-66. Chapter 10. Patrick's place in history. 2 extreme and opposite views have been held as to the scope and dimensions of St. Patrick's work in Ireland. There is the old view that he first introduced the Christian religion and converted the whole island, and there is the view, propounded the other day, that the sphere of his activity was merely a small district in Leinster. The second opinion is refuted by a critical examination of the sources and by its own incapacity to explain the facts, while the first cannot be sustained because clear evidence exists that there were Christian communities in Ireland before Patrick arrived. But the fact that foundations had been laid sporadically here, and there does not deprive Patrick of his eminent significance. He did 3 things. He organized the Christianity which already existed. He converted kingdoms which were still pagan, especially in the West, and he brought Ireland into connection with the Church of the Empire and made it formally part of universal Christendom. These 3 aspects of his work have been illustrated in the foregoing pages. His achievements as organizer of a church and as propagator of his faith made Christianity a living force in Ireland which could never be extinguished. Before him, it might have been in danger of extinction through predominant paganism. After him, it became the religion of Ireland, though paganism did not disappear. He did not introduce Christianity, but he secured its permanence, shaped its course, and made it a power in the land. Not less significant, though more easily overlooked, is the role which he played by bringing Ireland into a new connection with Rome and the Empire. Ordinary intercourse, as we have seen, had been maintained for ages with Britain, Gaul, and Spain, but now the island was brought into a more direct and intimate association with Western Europe by becoming an organized part of the Christian world. There had been constant contact before, but this was the first link. The historical importance of this new bond, which marks an epoch in the history of Ireland as a European country, has been somewhat obscured through the circumstance that after Patrick's death the Irish Church, though it did not sever the link which he had forged or dream of repudiating its incorporation as a part of Christendom, went a way of its own and developed on eccentric lines. Relations with the center were suspended, and this suspension seems to have been due to 2 causes. The instinct of tribal independence, cooperating with the powerful attraction which the Irish found in monasticism, promoted individualism and disorganization. Monastic institutions tended to override the episcopal organization founded by Patrick, and the resulting lack of unity and general order was not favorable to the practical maintenance of that solidarity with Christendom which was inaugurated by the sending of Palladius. But it was not entirely due to the self-will and self-confidence of the Irish themselves that they drifted from his moorings. The political changes on the continent must also be taken into account. We can hardly doubt that, but for the decline of the imperial power and the dismemberment of the empire in Western Europe, the isolation and eccentricity of the Irish Church in the 6th century would not have been so marked. The bishops of Rome, between Leo I and Gregory the Great, were not in a position to concern themselves with the drift of ecclesiastical affairs in the islands of the north. But no sooner has Gregory accomplished his great revival and augmentation of the authority of the Roman See in Western lands than the movement begins which gradually brings Ireland back within the confederation from which it had practically, though never formally or intentionally, been severed. The renewal of the union with continental Christianity in the 7th century was simply a return to the system established by Patrick and his coadjutors, and it would not be surprising if, in that period, men looked back with intenser interest to his work and exalted his memory more than ever. It seems probable, as we saw, that the tendencies which asserted themselves after Patrick's death were partly of the nature of a relapse. Men went back to some practices which had been adopted in the Christian communities existent before his arrival on the scene. An old Easter reckoning, which he had attempted to supersede, was resumed. Perhaps, too, the Druidical tonsure from ear to ear had been used by earlier Irish Christians, and when it afterwards prevailed over the continental tonsure which he introduced, this was also a reversion to a pre-patrician practice. The work of Patrick may be illustrated by comparing him with other bearers of the same religion to peoples of northern and central Europe. He did not go among a folk entirely heathen, like Willibrord among the Frisians, or Adalbert among the Western Slavs, or Bruno of Querfurt among the Patzinaks. The circumstances of his mission have some resemblance to those of Columba's mission in Caledonia. Columba went to organize and maintain Christianity among the Irish Dalriadan settlers and to convert the neighboring Pictish heathen, just as Patrick went to organize as well as to propagate his faith. But while the conditions of their tasks had this similarity, their works are contrasted. It was the aim of Patrick to draw Ireland into close intimacy with continental Christianity. But Columba, who represented in Ireland tendencies opposed to the patrician tradition, had no such aim, and he established a church in North Britain which offered a strenuous, though not long protracted, resistance to unity. The nearest likeness to Patrick will perhaps be found in Saint Boniface, the Saxon Winfrith. He, too, like Patrick and Columba, had both to order and further his faith in regions where it was not unknown, and to introduce it into regions where it had never penetrated. But like Patrick and unlike Columba, he was in touch with the rest of Western Christendom. The political and geographical circumstances were indeed different. Boniface was backed by the Frank monarchy. He was nearer Rome, in frequent communication with the popes, and the popes of that day had an authority far greater than the popes before Gregory the Great. If Patrick looked with reverence to Rome as the apostolic seat, Boniface looked to Rome far more intently. In Patrick's day, the Roman Empire meant a great deal more than the Roman See. In the days of Boniface, the Pope was still a subject of the emperor, but the emperor was far away in Constantinople. And to a bishop in Gaul or Britain, it was the bishop of Old Rome who, apart from the authority of his see, seemed to represent the traditions of Roman Christendom. But the work of Boniface and Patrick alike was to draw new lands within the pale of Christian unity, which was closely identified with the Roman name. St. Patrick did not do for the Scots what Wulfilas did for the Goths, and the Slavonic apostles for the Slavs. He did not translate the sacred books of his religion into Irish or found a national church literature. It is upon their literary achievements, more than on their successes in converting barbarians, that the fame of Wulfilas rests, and the fame of Cyril. The Gothic Bible of Wulfilas was available for the Vandals and other Germans whose speech was closely akin to Gothic. The importance of the Slavonic apostles, Cyril and his brother Methodius, is due to the fact that the literature which they initiated was available, not for the lands in which they labored, Moravia and Pannonia, which no longer know them, but for Bulgaria and Russia. What Patrick, on the other hand, and his foreign fellow workers did was to diffuse a knowledge of Latin in Ireland. To the circumstance that he adopted this line of policy, and did not attempt to create a national ecclesiastical language, must be ascribed the rise of the schools of learning which distinguished Ireland in the 6th and 7th centuries. From a national point of view, the policy may be criticized. From a theologian's point of view, the advantage may be urged of opening to the native clergy the whole body of patristic literature, and saving the trouble of translation and the chances of error. But the point is that the policy was entirely consonant with the development of Western, as contrasted with Eastern, Christianity. In the time of Patrick, there was within the realm of the Emperor Theodosius Roman II a Syrian, as well as a Greek, ecclesiastical literature. In Armenia, there was an Armenian. Even in Egypt, there was a Coptic, whereas in the realm of his cousin and colleague Valentinian Roman III, there was only one ecclesiastical language, the speech of Rome itself. The reason was that Latin had become the universal language, not a mere lingua franca, in the Western provinces, a fact which conditioned the whole growth of Western Christendom. In the East, where this unity of tongue did not exist, no policy was adopted of imposing Greek on any new people which might be brought into ecclesiastical connection with the Church of Constantinople. In the West, the ideal of a common church language was formed, just because, within the empire, there were no rivals to Latin, and so it was a matter of course, and not, at first, the result of a deliberate policy that the Latin language and literature should accompany the gospel. And this community of language powerfully conduced to the realization of the unitas ecclesiae. The case of Ireland shows how potent this influence was. If Patrick had called into being for the Scots a sacred literature, such as Cyril initiated for the Slavs, we may be sure that the tendencies in the Irish Church to strike out paths of development for itself, which were so strongly marked in the 6th century, would have been more effective and permanent in promoting isolation and aloofness. And that the successful movement of the following century, which drew Ireland back into outward harmony and more active communion with the Western Church, would have been beset by far greater difficulties and might have been a failure. Even if the reform movement had been carried through in such conditions, there would have been the danger of a grave schism, like that which rent the Russian world in the 17th century when the reforms of Nikon the Patriarch were carried, but at the cost of dividing the church forever by the Great Raskol. The history of that episode illustrates the formidable resistance which a national sacred literature, partly consisting of, partly based on, translations, can offer to the ideal unity of a universal religion. If Greek had been originally established as the ecclesiastical language of Russia in the days of Vladimir, we may surmise that in the days of Alexius all national peculiarities and deviations which had been introduced in the meantime could have easily been corrected without causing the great split. On the other hand, if Gaelic had been established by Patrick as the ecclesiastical tongue of Ireland, the reformers who in the 7th century sought to abolish idiosyncrasies and restore uniformity might have caused a rupture in the Irish Church, which would have needed long years to heal. The Latin language is one of the arcana imperii of the Catholic Church. It is true that the Irish Church moved on certain lines which Patrick did not contemplate and would not have approved. The development of the organization, which it was his task to institute, was largely modified in coloring and confirmation by the genius Terry. But it would be untrue to say that his work was undone. The schools of learning, for which the Scots became famous a few generations after his death, learning which contrasts with his own illiterateness, owe their rise to the contact with Roman ideas and the acquaintance with Roman literature which his labors, more than anything else, lifted within the horizon of Ireland. It was not only the religion, but also the language which was attached to it, that inaugurated a new period of culture for the island and opened a wider outlook on the universe. The Irish were soon busily engaged in trying to work their own past into the woof of ecumenical history, to synchronize their insular memories with the annals of Rome and Greece, and find a nook for their remote land in the story of the world. These considerations may help to bring into relief the place which Patrick holds in the history of Europe. Judged by what he actually compassed, he must be placed along with the most efficient of those who took part in spreading the Christian faith beyond the boundaries of the Roman Empire. He was endowed in abundant measure with the quality of enthusiasm and stands in quite a different rank from the Apostle of England, in whom this victorious energy of enthusiasm was lacking, Augustine, the messenger and instrument of Gregory the Great. Patrick was no mere messenger or instrument. He had a strong personality and the power of initiative. He depended on himself, or, as he would have said, on divine guidance. He was not in constant communication with Xystus or Leo or any superior. He was thrown upon the resources of his own judgment. Yet no less than Augustine, no less than Boniface, he was the bearer of the Roman idea. But we must remember that it was the Roman idea of days when the Church was still closely bound up in the empire, and owed her high prestige to the older institution which had served as the model for her external organization. The Pope had not yet become a spiritual Caesar Augustus, as he is at the present day. In the universal order, he was still for generations to be overshadowed by the emperor. The Roman idea at this stage meant not the idea of subjection to the Roman See, but of Christianity as the religion of the Roman Empire. It was as impossible for Patrick as it was impossible for the High King of Ireland to divorce the idea of the Church from the idea of the empire. Christianity was marked off from all other religions as the religion of the Romans in the wider political sense of that imperial name. If Christianity aspired in theory to be ecumenical, Rome had aspired in theory to realize universal sway before Christianity appeared. The poet Claudian, in his brilliant sketch, written when Patrick was a boy, of the amazing career of Rome, expresses her ecumenical aspiration in the line, Humanium genus communi nomen fuit. That aspiration was destined to be fulfilled more completely in another sense after her political decline. The dismemberment of the empire and the upgrowth of the German kingdoms brought about an evolution which enabled the elder Rome to reassert her influence in a new way and a new order. But it was the same idea, at different stages of development, which was borne by Patrick, by Augustine, by Boniface, and by Otto. In this book, an attempt has been made to complete the picture of the transformation which was wrought in Europe during the century succeeding the death of the great Theodosius, by showing how, while the visible fabric of the empire was being undermined and disjointed, one corner of Europe which its peace had never reached was brought within the invisible sway of its influence. We must remember that the phrase, dismemberment of the empire, is far from embracing all the aspects of the momentous events which distinguish that eventful age. The process of Romanizing was going forward actively at the same time. The German peoples who settled in the western provinces, at first as unwelcome subjects, soon to become independent nations, were submitted there to the influences of Roman culture, which were never more active and efficacious than when the political power of Rome was waning. As the Roman conquest of the Hellenic world had signified also that the Hellenic idea entered into a new phase of its influence, so the Teutonic occupation of Western Europe meant a new sphere, and a new mode of operation for the ideas which it was Rome's function and privilege to bestow upon mankind. And while Goths and Burgundians and Franks and Suevians and Vandals were passing on Roman soil in greater or lesser degree, under the ascendancy of an influence which was to be the making of some and perhaps the marring of others, an influence which had begun before, but now became more intense, the folks of Hivern were reached by the same ineluctable force. But while the Teutons came themselves into Rome's domain to claim and make good their rights in the imperial inheritance, the smaller share which was to fall to the Scots of Ireland was conveyed to their own gates. It was Patrick with his auxiliaries who bore to their shores the vessel of Rome's influence, along with the sacred mysteries of Rome's faith. No wonder that his labors should have been almost unobserved in the days of ecumenical stress and struggle, when the Germans by land and by sea were engaging the world's attention, and the Huns were rearing their vast though transient empire. But he was laboring for the Roman idea no less than the great Aetius himself, though in another way and on a smaller scene. He brought a new land into the spiritual federation, which was so closely bound up with Rome, nexuc p longinquer ruinxit. Appendix Sources. Bibliographical note. The most important sources for St. Patrick's life are contained in a manuscript known as the Liber Armichanus, preserved in the Library of Trinity College, Dublin, to which frequent reference will be made in Appendix A. For a full account of this codex, I must refer to the introduction to Dr. Gwyn's definitive, diplomatic edition of all the documents which it contains. It is enough to say here that it was written in the first half of the 9th century, part of it at least before A.D. 807-8 by Ferdinand, a scribe of Armagh, who died in A.D. 846. He wrote by the direction of the abbot Torbach, and Dr. Gwyn has shown reasons for believing that the documents relating to Patrick were executed after Torbach's death, A.D. 807. These documents were printed by Dr. W. Stokes in the Rolls edition of the Tripartite Life of St. Patrick, Part 2. 1887, and I have given my references for the most part to the pages of this edition because it is the most convenient and accessible. The quotations, however, are always taken from Dr. Gwyn's reproduction of the text of the Ms. Another edition of these patrician documents by Dr. E. Hogan was published in vols. I and Roman II. Of the Analecta Bollandiana, 1882-3. See App, a Roman II. 3, p. 263. The Irish parts and the Latin passages containing Irish names have been included in the Thesaurus Paleohibernicus of Dr. Stokes and Professor Strachan, Volume Roman II. 238 SQQ. 259 SQQ. 1. The Confession. Our most important sources, the only first-hand sources we possess, for the life of St. Patrick are his own writings, 2 in number, namely, the document which is fitly known as his Confession, from its last words, hic est confessio me antiquam morier, and his letter against Coroticus. The motive and contents of the confession are dealt with in the text and in subsequent notes. Its tradition and genuineness may be considered here. The confession is preserved in the Codex Armicianus, ff. 2224, along with other patrician documents which will claim our attention, but the text is not complete. Considerable portions are missing, which are found in later MSS. There is nothing in these portions to excite suspicion of their genuineness. In fact, we have positive evidence that one of these missing parts was read in the text of the confession in the 7th century. For Tyre Chan, 3105, refers to a passage, 37,233, which is not found in the Armagh Ms., and on the other hand, there is not the slightest reason to suppose that the text of these later MSS does not represent the full extent of the original work. The question arises, how are the omissions in the oldest Ms. to be accounted for? The theory that the scribe omitted passages which were illegible in his exemplar cannot be seriously entertained, as there are no proofs to support it. The statements made by Todd, Haddon, and Stubbs, and Zimmer as to the obscurity or defectiveness of the copy used by the Armagh scribe are not borne out by the alleged evidence. The nature and subject of the omitted passages give us no clue. For, though it might be just conceivable that one passage was deliberately left out, because it refers to a fault committed by Patrick in his boyhood, the omission of the other portions cannot be similarly explained. And an explanation which does not apply to them all will carry no conviction. It seems that the imperfect state of this text of the confession may be due to no more recondite cause than the haste and impatience of the scribe to finish his task. There may have been some external motive for such haste and carelessness, and as a matter of fact, there is positive evidence that he stopped before his proposed task was finished. The heading of the confession is Incipient Libri Sancti Patricia Episcopi. This shows, as has often been observed, that the scribe intended to copy both the confession and the letter against Coroticus, but he did not fulfill his purpose. He never copied the letter. The confession ends on F24 V letter 1D52b. The second column is a blank, and therefore it is certain that the letter was never included in this Ms. Further. The paragraph which the scribe has attached to the end of the confession ought, possibly, to have followed the letter, though of course the autograph volumen may have contained only the confession. It seems then most simple to suppose that the scribe was hurried, and that in writing out the confession he scamped his work for the same reason which impelled him to omit copying the letter. It is perhaps superfluous now to defend the genuineness of the confession, especially as Professor Zimmer, the most important critic who impugned it, now admits it. 2 considerations are decisive. 1. There is nothing in the shape of an anachronism in the document, nothing inconsistent with its composition about the middle of the 5th century. 2. As a forgery it would be unintelligible. Spurious documents in the Middle Ages were manufactured either to promote some interest, political, ecclesiastical, local, or simply as rhetorical exercises. But the confession does not betray a vestige of any ulterior motive. There is no reference to Armagh, no reference to Rome, no implication of any interest which could prompt falsification. And what Irish writer in the 6th century would have composed as a rhetorical exercise and attributed to Patrick, a work written in such a rude style? But besides these considerations, which are decisive, the emotion of the writer is unmistakable, and I cannot imagine how any reader could fail to recognize its genuineness. A critical edition, the first accurate text, has been published by Reverend N. J.D. White in the Proceedings of the Royal Irish Academy, 1904, to which I may refer for an account of the MSS, and previous editions. 2. The Letter against Coroticus. The other extant work of St. Patrick is the Letter, which may be most conveniently called the Letter against Coroticus. It is addressed to Christian subjects of Coroticus, a ruler in North Britain. Its motive and contents will be dealt with ap. B. p. 316. It is not contained in the Arma-Mis, but it was known to Muirchew in the 7th century, and that the scribe of the Arma-Mis knew it and intended to copy it may, as pointed out above, p. 226, be justly inferred from the heading before the confession. Incipiunt Libri Sancti Patricae Episcopi. The document is preserved in a St. Vaast Mis, from which it was printed in the Acta Sanctorum, March 17, in 2 Fel MSS, which were collated for the edition of Haddon and Stubbs, Councils, Roman II, 314 SQQ, and in A. Catenian MS. Nero I, the text of which is given in Stokes's edition, Trip, Volume Roman II, 375 SQQ. The genuineness of the document seems to be written on its face, as in the case of the confession. That a falsification should have taken this form would be inexplicable. An analysis of the language and style points clearly to the same authorship as the confession, and the occurrence of such phrases in both documents as certus im rior or the favorite utique is characteristic of a writer who was in doctus and had no great command of language. It is noteworthy, and need not excite suspicion, that in both documents he uses the same formula in describing himself. Confession, 37,436, Patricia's Peccator Indoctus Silicet Hyberione Conscripsit. Letter, 37,511, Patricia's Peccator Indoctus Silicet Hyberione Constitutus Episcopum me esse fader. Dicta Patricae. Besides these 2 works of St. Patrick, there is preserved, in the Liber Armacanus, a brief section entitled Dicta Patricae, consisting of the 3 following utterances. Itimerum de habui dusum itineris, me per Gallias ac, Italium etiam in insolis qui sunt in mari tyranno. Roman II, de siculo resuscistis ad paradisum, Dio gratias. Roman III, Ecclesia Scitorum, immo Romanorum, ut Christiani ida ut Romani citus, ut decanteter uibiscum oportet, omni hora orationis, uox illa laudabilis siri lesion, Christ lesion. Omnis ecclesia qui sequitur me cantet siri lesion, Christ lesion, Dio gratias. In considering the question of the authenticity of these dicta, we must take into account their position in the Liber Armacanus. The section occurs between Muirchew's life and Tyrchon's memoir, see below, immediately before the beginning of the latter, and consequently I used to think that the scribe, Ferdinand, had found them at the end of the book from which he copied Muirchew's life. This assumption, however, falls to the ground through a brilliant discovery of Dr. Gwyn. Immediately before the Dicta Patricae, occupying the upper and middle part of the same column, fall 9 R letter 1D52A, is a paragraph Patricius unit, Ecclesiae Ustri, describing acts of Patrick in Connaught. Dr. Gwyn recognized this as a section belonging to Tyrchon's memoir, see below, p. 250, and drew the conclusion that it had been accidentally omitted from its context by the scribe of the exemplar of Tyrchon which Ferdinand used, and had been afterwards inserted by that scribe at the beginning of his Ms, whence it was copied by Ferdinand just as he found it. The external indications fully confirm Dr. Gwyn's discovery. 1. The text of the preceding column, fall 8 V letter 1D52b, containing the end of Muirchew's life and some brief additions, obviously entered at the end of the Muirchew exemplar, terminates before the foot of the column, leaving 7 lines blank. 2. The first word, Patricius, in fall 9 R letter 1D52a, has an enormous initial. The type in Dr. Gwyn's edition fails to do justice to its size, evidently marking the commencement of a new document. It follows that the section of the Dicta Patricae was copied into the Liber Armacanus from the Tyrchon exemplar. We must suppose it to have been written, in that exemplar, on the first page, in a blank space which still remained after the scribe had written the omitted paragraph of Tyrchon. Now the entry of these dicta in the book containing Tyrchon's memoir may not be without significance, for a passage in this memoir furnishes direct evidence bearing upon the first dictum. Tyrchon, see below, Appendix A Roman 2. 1. Consulted a book which was lent to him by Bishop Ulton of Ardbraccan, and from it he derived a number of details regarding Patrick's life before he came as a missionary to Ireland. We may refer to this book as the Liber apud Ultanum, and its great importance lies in the fact that it is, after the Confession, the earliest work bearing on Patrick's life for which we have a direct testimony. In it, Tyrchon found Patrick's 4 names and doubtless the summary sketch which he gives of his captivity and travels, and probably the date of his death. This book existed in Ardbraccan in the first half of the 7th century. The account of the captivity in this book depended partly on the Confession. The notice of Patrick's travels on the continent is as follows. Uiae aliis annis ambuloit et noigoit in fluctibus et in campistribus locis, et in canulibus montanis, per Gallias ac, Italium totem ac in insolis qui sunt in mare terreno. Ut ips dixit in commemoration laborum. The italicized words are identical with words in the first of the Dicta Patriciae, and the expression ut ips dixit permits us to infer that this Dictum Patriciae was accepted before the Liber apud Ultanum was written, latest date, first half of 7th century. It has been suggested that the words in commemoration laborum refer to some lost work of Patrick. Such an assumption is quite unnecessary. The words admit of 2 other explanations. 1. I formerly suggested that in the Liber apud Ultanum, the phrase commemoratio laborum occurred in reference to the autobiographical details in the Confession, and that Tyrchon, not knowing the Confession at first hand, thought that all the biographical facts furnished by his source were derived from Patrick's own account. But 2. I now think that the words ut ips laborum, as he said himself in describing his labors, merely refer to the utterance preserved in the Dicta Patriciae, and that the first dictum was the source of the compiler of the Liber apud Ultanum. I think we may go a step farther and attempt to answer the question, how did the Dicta Patriciae get into the copy of Tyrchon's memoir? It seems not unlikely that they were preserved in the very Liber apud Ultanum which Tyrchon used. One would judge from Tyrchon's extracts that it contained miscellaneous entries about Patrick's life, and it may well have contained the Dicta Patriciae. If so, we can easily understand that they might have been copied at Ardbraccan from the Ardbraccan book into a MS. Of Tyrchon, possibly by Tyrchon himself. It is obvious that these dicta could in no case be correctly described as a work of Patrick. So far as they were genuine utterances, they must have been remembered and handed down or put on paper by one of his disciples. The second dictum is certainly patrician, for it occurs in the letter against Coroticus, 37,922, Dio gratias, creduli baptizati de seculo resuscistis ad paradisum. It may be said that it was simply transcribed from this context. But this assumption is in the highest degree improbable. If anyone conceived the idea of making a collection of dicta, why should he have included only this particular excerpt? It seems far more likely that these words were a favorite phrase of Patrick, and that he made use of his favorite phrase in the letter. The first dictum is, I have no doubt, genuine also. It is not at all the sort of thing that anyone would think of inventing. There was no motive. And perhaps readers of the Confession and Letter will not think me fanciful if I detect a patrician ring in the words Timorum de habui ducem itineris me. The third saying presents more difficulty. The genuineness of the first 2 does not establish any strong presumption in favor of the third, because if anyone desired to father the introduction of a liturgical practice on Patrick, nothing would have been more natural than to attach it to the 2 genuine dicta. In any case, we should be inclined to reject the second part of the dictum, which repeats the first. The expression omnes ecclesia qui sequitur me suggests a period when patrician were strongly contrasted with non-patrician communities. The question turns on the date of the introduction of the Kyrie eleison into the liturgy. We know that it was not introduced into Gaul till not long before the Council of Vaison in 529. Its use is enacted by the 3rd canon of this council, where it is stated that the custom of saying the Kyrie had been already introduced, est intramissa, tam in sede apostolica quam etiam per todas orientals ac Italii provincias. This shows that if Patrick introduced it, he got it not from Gaul but from Rome. Now M. Duchesne observes, Origins du Culte Creation, 3rd ed. p. 165, note 2 that the council seems to regard the chant as having been recently introduced in Rome and Italy. Recently is vague, but the inference cannot be pressed, since the same phrase ESD intramissa embraces the Eastern churches, where the Kyrie was in use before the end of the 4th century. The question of the introduction of the Kyrie in the West has been discussed by Mr. Edmund Bishop in 2 papers in the Downside Review, December 1899, March 1900, to which Mr. Brightman kindly called my attention. His general conclusion is that it spread to the West through Italy, its introduction into Italy falling in the 5th century at the earliest, probably in the second half rather than in the first. The truth is that there is no evidence what the Roman divine service was, in its details, in the 5th century, and therefore it is possible to hold that the dictum of Patrick may be genuine, and a testimony that the Kyrie was used at Rome in the first half of that century. But while we admit this possibility, we can hardly build upon it. It must be acknowledged that the expression Ecclesia Scotorum immo Romanorum suggests 7th or 8th century. If it is patrician, Romanorum ought to mean the Church of the Roman Empire. For it is very difficult to conceive Patrick associating the Irish Church with Rome as opposed to Gaul and the rest of Western Christendom. But in this context, Romanorum and Romani supplies the ground for using the Kyrie, and would therefore logically stand in contradistinction to Gaul and other parts of the empire where the Kyrie was not in use. Again, the tenor of this dictum is in marked contrast to the other two. It is not an emotional expression of Patrick's experience, but an ecclesiastical injunction. The Deo gratias at the end is out of place. On the whole, I am strongly disposed to think that the 3rd dictum is spurious, and was added, perhaps, after AD 700, to the 2 genuine dicta. I may refer in this connection to the important discussion of the Stowe Missal by Dr. B. McCarthy in the Transactions of the Royal Irish Academy, 1886, volume Roman 27, 135 SQQ, a paper which seems to have entirely escaped the notice of M. Duchesne. His general conclusion is that the Mass, which is the oldest part of the MS, and which he separates as BA, is as old as the first half of the 5th century, pp. 164-5, and he considers it to be the Mass introduced by Patrick. He dates the transcription to the 7th century, after AD 628. 4 ecclesiastical canons of St. Patrick. It would be strange if the organizers of the Church in Ireland in the 5th century had not held synods, or some substitute for synods, and committed their resolutions to writing. And if so, there would be every probability that the acta or canons would have been extant in the 8th century, and would have been perfectly well known to the bishops and clergy who sat in the synods of the 7th and 8th centuries. For it was not till the 9th century that the destruction of books began through the devastations of the Northmen. It was clearly one of Patrick's duties to take measures to establish and secure harmony and unity of ecclesiastical administration between the north of Ireland, the special field of his own activity, and the south, which lay outside his immediate sphere of operations. As a matter of fact, we possess evidence which, if it is genuine, records a synod or meeting in which Patrick was concerned, but it has been called in question and is generally rejected. Nevertheless, the last word has not been said. The evidence is twofold. 1. We have 30 canons preserved in a Ms. which once belonged to the Cathedral Library of Worcester, and is now Ms. 279 in the Library of Corpus Christi College, Cambridge. It was written on the continent in the 9th or 10th century, and an account of it and its contents will be found in the early collection of canons known as the Hibernensis, 2 unfinished papers, by Henry Bradshaw, 1893. These canons are usually described as the acts of a synod, Synodus I Patricia, and were printed inaccurately in the collections of Spellman, I 52 SQQ, and Wilkins, I 2-3. An accurate text is given in Haddon and Stubbs, Councils, Roman 2, 328-30. The document begins thus: Gratias agimus Deo, patriet filio et spiritui sancto, presbyteris et diaconibus et omni clero, patricius auxilius iserninus episcopi salutum. Satius nobis negligens praemunere culpere que facta sunt, Solomon dicent, melius est arger quam erascae. Exempla definitionis nostri inferius conscripta sunt et sic inchont. The canons follow. Thus the document professes to be a circular letter addressed by Patricius, Auxilius, and Icerninus to the clergy, and embodying ecclesiastical rules and penalties on which the three bishops agreed. It seems misleading to describe these rules as the canons of a synod. They are canons laid down by a conclave of three bishops whose authority was acknowledged, and a conclave of three bishops is not a synod in the usual sense of the term. It may be observed, before going farther, that the preface, instead of arousing suspicion, prepossesses us in favor of the genuineness of the document. Conferences and cooperation between Patrick and the southern bishops Auxilius and Icerninus are, as I hinted above, just what we should expect. And a forger who, say in the 8th century, desired to foist upon Patrick canons of later origin would have been much less likely to associate Patrick with these two bishops than with others, such as Benignus, who appeared more conspicuously in the story of his life. We may fairly argue that, if the canons themselves should turn out to be spurious, at all events the forger must have founded his superscription on the fact that genuine canons had been issued by the three bishops. Consequently, the superscription seems to me, in any case, to be evidence for the cooperation of Patricius, Auxilius, and Icerninus in organizing the Church in Ireland. The early date of the canons was rejected by Todd, who assigned them to the 9th or 10th century, pp. 486-8, by Haddon and Stubbs, who placed their origin between AD 716 and AD 777 or 809, Roman II, 331, Z, and by Wasserschleben die Irisch Kanonensammlung, ed. 2, p. 1. Todd brought forward three arguments. 1. The injunction in Canon 6 that clergy should wear the Roman tonsure. 2. The implication of a more near approach to diocesan jurisdiction, as well as a more settled state of Christianity in the country than was possible in the days of St. Patrick. 3. The reference in Canon 25 to the offerings made to the bishop, pontificially ad dona, as a mos antiquus. Haddon and Stubbs add as another argument a point noticed by Todd, but not pressed by him as an objection, that 4. Canon 33 must have been enacted when the Britons and the Irish had become estranged, by the adoption of Roman customs by the latter north as well as south, while the former retained the Celtic ones, and hence they derive their limits of date mentioned above. Now, if we admit that all these objections are valid, it would not necessarily follow that the whole document is spurious. There is the alternative possibility that the document as a whole is genuine, but interpolated. The interpolations would amount to Canons 25, 30, 33, 34, and a clause in Canon 6. Before I proceed to criticize the arguments of Todd and Haddon and Stubbs against the genuineness of the document, it will be convenient to state the other evidence for Patrick's activity in the shaping of ecclesiastical canons, as it has a close and immediate bearing on the present question. 2. The Collectio Canonum Hibernensis, which has been admirably edited by Wasserschleben die Irisch Kanonensammlung, ed. 2, 1885, was put together, it is generally agreed, at the end of the 7th or in the first years of the 8th century. The external evidence is that 2 of the 13 manuscripts which contain the collection were written in the 8th century. The internal evidence is that the latest authors cited are Theodore of Tarsus, ob. 690, and Adamnan, ob. 704. None of Bede's works are cited. As for the place of its origin, Wasserschleben and Bradshaw, though they differed otherwise, agreed that it originated in Ireland, while Loufs de Antiqua Brittonum Scotorum Ecclesia, p. 76, argued for Northumbria on the insufficient grounds that the headings Hibernenses, Synodus Hibernensis, implied an origin outside Ireland, and that an Irish compiler would hardly have been acquainted with the penitential of Theodore. A rubric in a Paris Mise, which came from Corby and was written in Brittany, may contain a clue. Hucusk nubanet CV, Cuaminier and du Rennes. Bradshaw infers that the collection was compiled by an Irish monk or abbot of Derrines near Youghal. Dr. W. Stokes acutely saw that the name of Cucumny, a learned ecclesiastic, ob. 742 or 747 an, ult., is concealed in the corruption, and also amended Reuben, Academy, July 14, 1888, Mr. Nicholson in an ingenious article in the Zeicher. Fur Celt. Philology Roman 3, 99 SQQ. 1899, amends thus. Hucusk, Reuben et Cucuamini iet Durines. And finds the names of Reuben, ob 725, and Cucuamni of Aya, Hai. He concludes that the collection was compiled in Hai and probably by Adamnan. The question need not be discussed here, since for the present purpose it is indifferent whether the compilation was made in Ireland or in Hai. The collection has been characterized by Bradshaw as an attempt, and there seems good ground for looking upon it as a first attempt, to form a digest of all available authorities, from Holy Scripture, from the decisions of councils, native and foreign, and from church writers, native and foreign, arranged methodically under 65 several titles. Though the method has not been carried out so fully as to produce an arrangement of the titles themselves in any but the most accidental sequence. Early collection of canons, p6. A survey of the sources will be found in Wasserschleben's introduction. Native sources are referred to under the headings Hibernenses, Synodus Hibernensis, Patricius, and also with other superscriptions which will be mentioned below. Among the canons attributed to Patricius, we find 14 items which are contained in the circular epistle of Patricius, Auxilius, and Iserninus. Pater Aux is Hibernensis. Preface 18, A B 25, C 26, A 26, a B 72, B 10, B 810, C 1, E 49, XB CP 3, 11. It is to be observed that 43, 4 equals 24 is quoted as from Synodus Patriciae. Another canon of the Patrician conclave is also cited in the Hibernensis, but under a different title, which will be noticed below. Thus, the evidence of the Hibernensis establishes that a considerable portion of the matter in the circular letter of the three bishops was held to be of patrician origin, c. AD 700. And consequently, it would be impossible to accept the date assigned by Haddon and Stubbs for the circular letter, except in the sense that some interpolations might have been introduced in the course of the 8th century. The question now arises as to how far we can, prima facie, trust the compiler of the Hibernensis as to the patrician origin of the canons which he labels patrician, and which are also found in the circular letter. In estimating the value of his evidence, one consideration, it seems to me, is very important. There is another set of canons, extant in more than one MS, ascribed to Patrick and generally referred to as Synodus Roman II, Patricii. Of these 31 canons, 9 are quoted in the Hibernensis, but in no case attributed to Patrick. 3 others are quoted in one ms of the later recension, B-text, of the Hibernensis, namely, in the Valle Solanus 10th century, and one of them is there ascribed to Patrick. The correspondence is shown in the following table. Syn Roman II Patriciae, Hibernensis, 23, Synodus Romana 8, D. Romani, 1, C. Synodus Romana 14, D. Synodus Romanorum, 15, C. Synodus, 3. Dominus in Evangelio, 4. Synodus Romana 35, B. Romani, 8. Synodus. The circumstance that the Hibernensis ascribes to Patricius the canons, with one exception, which it quotes from Synodus I, and does not ascribe to him the canons which it quotes from Synodus Roman II, is a fact which places the two synods on a different footing and furnishes a certain prima facie evidence in favor of the circular letter known as Synodus I for the claim of Synodus Roman II. To authenticity is invalidated by the fact that one canon, 27, is in direct contradiction with a passage in Patrick's Confession. It will be observed that most of the quotations in the Hibernensis, which correspond to canons of Synodus Roman II, are ascribed to Romani or Synodus Romana. These headings are frequent in the Hibernensis, and it is important to determine what they mean. There are, I think, 12 quotations of this kind which have been identified in non-Irish sources, mostly in the Statuta Ecclesiae Antiqua. There are, as shown in the above table, 6 quotations corresponding to canons of Irish origin included in Synodus Roman II. There is one quotation under Synodus Romana, 33:1, E, which is found in the circular letter of the three bishops. There are 25 quotations which cannot be controlled. There seems to be no case in which a canon referred to as Synodus Romana can be discovered in the acts of a synod held at Rome. Thus, out of 45 Roman headings, it is remarkable that only 12 can be identified in non-Irish sources, and of these 4 are from non-Roman councils, 6 from the Statuta Eccle, and 2 from the decrees of a bishop of Rome. 7 others are from Irish sources. It seems, on the face of it, much more likely that most of the remaining quotations which have not been identified were derived from native sources, seeing that the acts of the Irish synods before AD 700 have not been preserved. It is hardly likely that so many as 25 citations of this kind from foreign sources would remain unidentified. There is a particular indication which seems to me of some significance, 33. 1e cites a canon found in the circular letter of the 3 bishops, can. 20, as from Synodus Romana. 33.1. F follows with a quotation, evidently from the same context and under the heading item, but not found in the circular letter. The inference, I submit, is that both sections are quoted from the acts of an Irish synod, in which the canon found in the circular letter was adopted, but without a reference to its origin. The only theory which seems to me to cover all the facts is that in the Hibernensis, Synodus Romana, or Romani, designates synods held in Ireland in the 7th century in the interest of Roman reform and under the influence of its advocates. This view will explain the 2 categories of canons which can be identified as of Irish origin, and canons which are unidentified. It is also perfectly consistent with the fact that 12 canons have been identified in foreign sources, only that we have to suppose that the compiler took them, not from the original sources, but from the acts of Irish synods at which they were adopted. We may infer that the document, known as Synodus Roman II, Patrissa, was taken from the acts of an Irish synod of the 7th century. Before we leave the Hibernensis, it must be mentioned that it contains a number of other canons ascribed to Patrick which do not appear in the circular letter. They are 14 in number, besides 2 which are found only in 1 or 2 MSS. The 2 most remarkable of these quotations, chapters entitled De eo quod malorum regum opera destruenter and De eo quod binorum regum opera edificent, are found in the pseudo-patrician treatise De Abisionibus Seculi, c. 9. The most important is 20. 5b, ordaining an appeal to Rome, cp. chapter Roman 3, section an app, c. 16. The question has now to be considered whether the objections which have been urged against the circular letter of Patricius, Auxilius, and Iserninus amount to a valid proof that it is spurious or has been interpolated. 1. The 6th canon of this letter enjoins, under penalty of separation from the Church, that the tonsure of clerics be more Romano. We know that in the 7th century, the Celtic tonsure de ora ad orem prevailed in the Irish, as in the British Church, and this was one of the chief questions in the Roman controversy. The conclusion has been generally drawn that this was the tonsure of Irish clerics in the 5th century, and that the Roman tonsure, the corona, supposed to be an imitation of the Spinia Christi corona, was not known in Ireland until the victory of the Roman party in the 7th century. This conclusion relies on the support of a text in the Catalogus Sanctorum Hiberni, where it is said that in the first period of the Irish Church, including the time of Patrick, 1 tonsure ob ora usque ad orem was worn, h. and s. Councils, Roman 2, p. 292. The particular statements, however, of this document are not decisive. If this statement were entirely true, it would follow that Patrick permitted or acquiesced in the native form of tonsure, and cannot have promulgated the canon in question. Another possibility, however, must be considered. It is equally conceivable that, as Usher held, the native tonsure might have been condemned by Patrick, Auxilius, and Iserninus, men who had been trained on the continent, under Gallic and Roman influences, and that after their time, the prepossession of the Irish in favor of the native pagan tonsure prevailed, and the prohibition of the 3 bishops became a dead letter. It might therefore be argued that, if no other evidence is forthcoming, and if there are no other insuperable objections to the circular letter, the canon concerning the tonsure cannot be declared non-patrician, but that, on the contrary, we are entitled to appeal to it as a proof that the foreign tonsure was introduced in the days of Patrick. There is, however, a striking and interesting piece of positive evidence which has been quite overlooked because it requires some interpretation. It occurs in the memoir of Tyre Chan, who, it is to be remembered, belonged to the north of Ireland, and wrote before that part of the island adopted Roman usages. See below, p. 248. The passage occurs in Lib. Arm. F12 R letter 1D52 A Rolls ed. p. 317. The conversion and tonsure of the two brothers Caplet and Mael is there recounted. Caplet believed first, et capilli ius oblati sunt, then Mael was converted. Et oblati sunt capilli capitis, Elias id norma magica, in capit joidbatter erbec, ut dissiter gieni. This passage seems slightly corrupt, and it is not known what exactly the norma magica, called in Irish erbec gian, was. This, however, does not concern our present purpose. Mael, like Caplet, was shorn of his hair. As both Mael and Caplet were magicians or Druids, they already bore the native tonsure from ear to ear. The name Mael, tonsured one, implies this, and the Christian tonsuring must evidently have removed the hair from the back part of their head. Thus the story as told by Tyre Chan, and his source implies the tradition of a distinction between the native and the Christian tonsure of Ireland in the time of St. Patrick. But the explanatory remark which Tyre Chan adds to his story throws new light on the whole matter. He says, De hoc est ubum quod clarius est omnib ubis Scotticis, similes est calus contra Caplet. The tripartite life, Rolls ed. 1046, gives the proverb in the Irish form, Cosmel Mael du Chaplet. A moment's consideration will show that Tyre Chan cannot be right in supposing that this saw, Mael is like to Caplet, arose out of the story which he tells. Both Mael and Caplet were magicians converted to Christianity and tonsured under Patrick's direction. In this, they resembled each other. But how could such a resemblance become enshrined in a popular saying, unless there were some typical contrast to give it a point? There is, however, no contrast in the story, except that Mael was more obstinate and aggressive and was converted subsequently to his brother. We cannot hesitate to conclude that the saying did not arise from the story, but, as we should a priori expect, the story was invented or adapted to account for the saying. What was the origin of the saying? The clue lies in our hands. Caplet is a loan word from the Latin capillatus, decapillated, shorn, and a proverb declaring that the Mael is like to the Caplet proves that the two were not the same. The Mael being the man with the native tonsure, the Caplet was the man with a foreign tonsure, as his foreign name implies. This proverb, which was current in the 7th century, preserves the memory of a Christian tonsure, distinct from the native, formerly used in Ireland. But the proverb gives us still more information than this. It directly confirms the view, which I suggested above as possible, that the foreign tonsure was at first, in Patrick's time, enforced, and afterwards yielded to the native one. The proverb is evidently a surviving witness of the struggle, probably in the latter part of the 5th century, between the two forms of tonsure. The clerics who clung to native customs cried, "There is no distinction between a Mael and a Caplet." That is, the old national tonsure is as good a mark of his calling for the Christian cleric as the foreign tonsure, which removes all the hair from the crown. The story of the conversion of the two magicians, as told by Tyre Chan, was evidently designed to illustrate this proverb, but without any comprehension of the proverb's real significance. In other words, it was invented, or reshaped, at a time when the native tonsure had so completely ousted its rival that men almost forgot that there had been a rival. The story indeed bears upon it an obvious mark of manufacture, in that it represents one of the Druids as named Caplet. He could not have borne this name till after his conversion. That the story was entirely invented for the purpose of explaining the proverb is extremely unlikely. I suggest as probable that in the original story there was only one Druid, who on his conversion received the Christian tonsure, and thus from being Mael became Caplet. The proverb suggested the duplication of Mael Caplet into two brethren. It is another question, and for the present purpose does not matter, whether the Christian tonsure of the 5th century was the tonsure of the 7th century, the corona, or not. It may have been a total shaving of the head, no fringe being left. The earliest mention of the corona seems to occur in Gregory of Tours, Liber Vitae Patrum, Roman 17, 1 p. 728, ed. MGH, and it may not have become general before the 6th century. We have no particulars as to the exact nature of the tonsure referred to in Socrates, H.E. 319, or in Salvian de Gub. de 821. Once the coronal tonsure was introduced in the West, the total tonsure was distinguished as the Greek or St. Paul's tonsure, see Bede, H.E. Roman 4. 1. But it seems not improbable that the total tonsure was universal in the early part, at all events, of the 5th century. There is a passage in Tyre Chon which seems to me to preserve the memory of the practice of total tonsure in the days of St. Patrick. It is the name of Patrick's charioteer, Fall, 13 v. 1d52b, 322. Et sepiluit illum origam totum id tot melcalium. The hybrid name totmale contrasts the Christian tonsure with the native semitonsure, but it suggests total rather than coronal tonsure. It is, in any case, another undesigned testimony to the difference between the ecclesiastical and the native tonsures in Patrick's time, while it possibly indicates that the mos romanus introduced into Ireland in the 5th century may have been partially different from the mos romanus which was reintroduced in the 7th. But the passage in Tyre Chon on which I have commented appears to me to demonstrate that the foreign tonsure had at one time been customary for clerics in Ireland, and therefore the objection to the genuineness of the circular letter, which has been founded on the inclusion of a canon on this subject, falls to the ground. 2. The second objection urged by Todd is that some of the canons imply a nearer approach to diocesan jurisdiction and a more settled state of Christianity than was possible in the days of St. Patrick. So far as a relatively settled state of Christianity is concerned, it must be remembered that Todd did not realize how far Christianity had spread in Ireland before St. Patrick. And if we take into account that the letter of the 3 bishops is designed both for those parts of the island where Christian communities had existed many years before, as well as for those, like Connaught, where churches had only recently been planted, there is nothing in the canons that need surprise us on this head. The canons, which imply spheres of ecclesiastical jurisdiction, are 30 and 34. Episcopus, quislib et qui de sua in alteram progreditor parochia, nec ordinare p re sumat nisi p missionum, exceperit ob eo qui in suo principato est. Die Dominica offerat tantum susception, et obsequi hic contentus sit. Diaconus nobiscu similiter, quin consultu suo abate sine literis, in alium parochium, absentat nec sibum minister dec, et a suo p re esbitero quem contempsit per penitentiam uindic, et The first of these canons implies that a bishop has a defined parochia and that he cannot perform episcopal acts in another parochia without the permission of its princeps. The second deals with the case of a deacon belonging to a monastic community, the head of which is not a bishop but a presbyter. He is forbidden to betake himself to another district without a letter from his abbot. Canon 30 corresponds to the 22nd canon of the Council of Antioch, A.D. 341, Mansi, Conc. Roman 2. 649, letter 1 F10 piode sigma cap omicron pi omicron u, mu letter 1 F74, letter 1 F10 piode beta alpha iota nu epsilon iota nu, letter 1 F00, lambda lambda omicron tau rho iota letter 1 FB3, pi omicron lambda epsilon iota. Epsilon letter 1 F30, mu letter 1 F74, letter 1 F040 alpha, mu epsilon tau letter 1 F70, gamma nu omega mu sigma, tau omicron letter 1 Fe6, omicron letter 1 F30, kappa epsilon iota omicron upsilon tau sigma, chi omega rho alpha sigma, letter 1 F10 pi iota sigma kappa omicron pi omicron upsilon. Parochia means an episcopal diocese as in Eusebius, Hist. Ec. V33, 1 and 3, for the considerations which show that Patrick must have defined spheres of episcopal jurisdiction, I must refer to Excursus 18 in Appendix C on the patrician episcopate. In Canon 34, parochia seems to have a different meaning and refer to the district which the church of the abbot's monastery served. It is the district of a presbyter, not of a bishop. This ambiguity would not be fatal to the genuineness of the canon. In the passage of Eusebius, cited above, pi alpha rho omicron iota kappa iota alpha iota also occurs in the sense of rural districts, several of which were under one bishop, as Duchesne has pointed out. But the canon may well be a later addition to the genuine document, belonging to an age when the monastic communities had acquired greater importance. 3. The Mos Antiquus of Canon 25 may refer not to Ireland, but to the Christian Church generally. 4. Another objection is founded on Canon 33, which enjoins Clericus qui de Britannis ad nos uniat, sine epistola etsi habet, et in plebe non licitum ministrare. It is suggested that this must belong to a period when the British and Irish churches were estranged by the latter's adoption of Roman customs, that is, not earlier than AD 716. I cannot see the cogency of this argument. The canon does not seem to me to imply hostility to the British Church, but to be a natural precaution and safeguard against unauthorized and possibly heretical clerics coming over from Britain. It is an application to Irish circumstances of the 7th canon of the Council of Antioch, Mansi, Roman 2. 644. Muida delta epsilon nu alpha letter 1 f04 nu epsilon upsilon, epsilon letter 1 f30, rho eta nu iota a kappa letter 1 ff6, nu delta epsilon chi epsilon sigma theta alpha iota, tau letter 1 ff6, nu xi epsilon nu omega nu. In Patrick's time, when there was Pelagianism in Britain, some such precaution may have been specially necessary, and it is conceivable that a case of a heretic coming over to Ireland and attempting to propagate his views may have occurred and called forth this ordinance. The word sine epistola, letter 1 f04 nu epsilon upsilon, epsilon letter 1 f30, rho eta nu iota kappa, letter 1 ff6 nu, show that no hostility to the British Church is implied. The outcome of this investigation is that the case for rejecting the circular letter of the 3 bishops on internal evidence breaks down, and otherwise an early date is suggested, as Todd admits when he says that some of the canons were certainly written during the predominance of paganism in the country. Hence, the external evidence being in its favor, we need not hesitate to accept the document as authentic. This treatise is ascribed to Patrick in some MSS. But the authorship has been generally rejected, on account of the Latin style, which is very different from that of the Confession and the Letter, and on account of the scriptural quotations, which are taken from St. Jerome's version. In itself, the difference in the quality of the Latin might not be decisive, for we have a conspicuous example of similar difference in style between the Historia Francorum and the Gloria Martyrum of Gregory of Tours. In MSS, this treatise is variously ascribed to Cyprian and Augustine, though external evidence for Cyprian is best, because Jonas of Orleans, who lived in the first half of the 9th century, quotes it as Cyprian S. De Institution Regia, C3 Mean, PL, 106, 288-9. This testimony and the testimonies of the MSS are directly contradicted by the internal evidence, namely, by the scriptural citations from the Vulgate, which render the authorship of Cyprian or Augustine untenable. There is earlier evidence which points in a different direction. In the 8th century, the tract was regarded as the work of Patrick both in Ireland and in Gaul. 1. The 9th abuse is quoted almost entirely in the Hibernensis, above, p. 239, and ascribed to Patricius. 2. Extracts from the same section are quoted in a letter of Catulphus, apparently otherwise unknown, addressed c. AD 775 to King Charles the Great, and preserved in a 9th century MS. Ep. Carolini Evi, Roman 2. p. 503, the editor, E. Dumler, leaves the quotation unidentified. This evidence proves that the treatise is older than AD 700 and strongly suggests that its origin is Irish, that it was ascribed in Ireland to Patrick and traveled to Gaul under his name. The 12th abuse, Populus sine Liege, is consonant with the origin of the work outside the Roman Empire. 5. Irish hymn ascribed to Patrick. The Lyrica of St. Patrick is an unmetrical quasi-poetical composition of great antiquity. It is called the Feath Fiata, interpreted the Deer's Cry, and hence the preface in the Liber Hymnorum connects the hymn with the story of the deer metamorphosis in Muirchew, p. 282. But it seems C.P. Atkinson, lib. Hymn. Roman 2, 209, that the phrase really meant a spell or charm which had the power of rendering invisible, and that the story of the deer arose from a popular etymology. We need not hesitate to identify this work with the Canticum Scoticum, which was current before the 9th century under Patrick's name, as we learn from a note in the Liber Armicianus, p. 33,310. Whether Patrick was really the author was another question. The verdict of Professor Atkinson is as follows. It is probably a genuine relic of St. Patrick. Its uncouthness of grammatical forms is in favor of its antiquity. We know that Patrick used very strange Irish, some of which has been preserved, and the historians who handed down Mutabroth as an ejaculation of his would probably take care to copy as faithfully as they could the other curious Irish forms which the saint had consecrated by his use. Lib. Him. Roman 2 p. LVI. If it can be proved that some of the forms in the Lyrica could not have been used by a native Irish writer, this would be a very strong argument for its composition by Patrick. It seems possible that Patrick's expression Mutabroth was remembered as the solecism of a foreigner. The oath dar mo de broth is mere jargon. De broth ought to mean something like God's doomsday. But even then there would be a difficulty, because the genitive day could not precede its governing noun. Atkinson, Ib. Roman 2, 179. It may be said, then, that the Lyrica may have been composed by Patrick. But in any case, it is an interesting document for the spirit of early Christianity in Ireland. The latest editions are Atkinson's in the Liber Hymnorum, I-133 SQQ, with translation Roman 2, 49 SQQ, and that of Stokes and Strachan in Thesaurus Paleohibernicus, volume Roman 2, 353 SQQ. 6 Hymn of Saint Sechnal. The Latin hymn of Saint Sechnal or Secundinus, the coadjutor of Patrick, preserved in the MSS. Of the Liber Hymnorum, is certainly very ancient. It might be rash to affirm that its ascription to Secundinus is correct, but Patrick is spoken of throughout as if he were alive, and the absence of all references to particular acts of the saint or episodes in his life confirms the view that it was composed before his death. Hymnographers of later times would hardly have omitted such references. There is no mention of miracles. As the author thus confined himself to generalities, the hymn supplies no material for Patrick's biography. It is worthwhile noticing that, if the hymn is contemporary, as it seems to be, the verse Testis Domini Fidelis in Lege Catholica may be elusive to the event commemorated in Anne. Alt. Essay 441, see below, p. 367. The hymn, in trochaic meter, is unrhymed, and does not exhibit the characteristics of later Latin hymns composed in Ireland. It takes no account of elision or quantity, except in the penultimate syllable of the verse, which is always short. The best text will be found in Bernard and Atkinson, Liber Hymnorum, I-3 SQQ. On the meter see Atkinson, Ib. Roman 13, Roman 14. 7 Life of Germanus, by Constantius. Constantius, who wrote the Life of Germanus of Auxerre, has a place in literary history, for Sidonius Apollinaris published his letters at his suggestion and dedicated them to him. Constantius, for whose character see Sidonius, Roman 3. 2. Composed the life at the wish of Patiens, Bishop of Lyons, who also appears in the correspondence of Sidonius, and one of the 2 letters which are prefixed to the life is addressed to Patiens. The other is addressed to a bishop Censurius, see Sidonius, Roman 6. 10. The Episcopate of Patiens gives the years 450 and c. 490 as the limits for the composition of the work, but the author implies in the first prefatory letter that some time had elapsed since the death of Germanus. W. Levison, News Archive 29, pp. 97 SQQ. 1903 suggests p. 112, c. 480 or some years later as the probable date. The editions of the life in the collection of Surius, Roman 4, 405 SQQ, ed. 1573, and the Acta Sanctorum, July 7, p. 200 SQQ, do not represent the original work but a text with extensive additions. The older text of Membricius Sanctuarium, I 319 SQQ. 1480 comes much nearer to the original Levison, p. 101. The original work is preserved, without the later interpolations, in various MSS, and its extent was recently defined by the Bollandists, Bibl Hagiographica Latina, I 515, N 3453, CP. Roman 2, 1354. A critical edition is promised in the last volume of the Scriptures Rerum Merovingicarum, MGH. But in the meantime, Dr. Levison has given not only the results of his researches on the MSS, but also a study of the life in the important monograph cited above. The compass of the original work and the subsequent editions are set out clearly in tabular form on p. 113. The motive of the life, its main interest for its author, was to represent Germanus as a miracle worker. He states as his object, in the letter to Patiens, proftui omnium mirabilium exempla largiri. The life accordingly is full of miracles, and largely of typical miracles, some of which have a pronounced family likeness to some recorded in the life of Saint Martin by Sulpicius Severus, Levison, pp. 114 SQQ. Constantius forms no exception to the general rule that authors of hagiographies did not condescend to trouble themselves with chronology. There is not a single date in the book. But the main outline of the biography, though there may be inaccuracies in detail, cp. Note, p. 297, seems to be trustworthy and has sustained the detailed criticism to which it has been subjected by Levison. 2. One Memoir of Patrick by Tyrchon. The earliest extant document that gives an account of St. Patrick's life is a memoir written in the second half of the 7th century by Tyrchon, a bishop who had been the alumnus or disciple of Bishop Ultan of Ardbraccan in Meath. He speaks of Ultan as no longer living, so that his work was compiled after AD 657, the year of Ultan's death. The mention of the recent plague, mortalitates novissimi, suggests that Tyrchon was engaged on his memoir soon after the disastrous years AD 664-668. The presumption is that it was compiled in the late 60s or the 70s, and as there is a presumption that Muirchew's biography, see below, was composed in the 80s or 90s, there is a presumption that Tyrchon's work is earlier than Muirchew's. At all events, we may take it as highly probable that it was not later. Tyrchon was attached to some community in North Connaught, probably in Turali. His memoir, which is incomplete, is divided into 2 books, of which the first, after a preliminary summary of Patrick's early life, deals with the saint's work in Meath, the second mainly with his work in Connaught. The first was probably compiled in Meath, the second certainly in Connaught. The author wrote in the interests of the Parochia Patricae, diocese of patrician communities, of which Armagh claimed to be the head. He speaks of attacks and encroachments made upon that parochia and asserts the theory that by divine donation, almost the whole island belongs to it. The object of his work is to set forth the circumstances of the foundations of communities of patrician origin, and for this purpose he collected material. Much of it he may have collected on the spot, and he may have traveled to gather local traditions with a view to his work. We know from his own statements that he had visited Armagh, Tara, Alafend, Siali, El Sels, Baslick. We know that he derived information not only from Bishop Ultan, but from many seniors whom he consulted, presumably, in different places. But he used written sources as well as oral traditions. One for his prefatory account of Patrick's early life, he refers to a book in the possession of Bishop Ultan, of which I have spoken above, p. 229. It is uncertain whether his reference to the confession in another place, 3105, inscription sua, implies a first-hand acquaintance with that document. The reference might have been derived from the Book of Ultan, which contained matter based on the confession. 2 certain passages in Tyrchon are based on common sources with corresponding passages in Muirchew. These sources were in Irish, see below, p. 258. 3 chronological passages imply written sources. 4 epigraphic source, inscribed stones near El Sels. 5. The confusion which I have traced in Tyrchon, see Appendix C, 13, between different journeys of Patrick in Connaught can be most easily explained by assuming that he had some older written notes before him. 6. In the same paper in which I pointed out the use of Irish poetical sources by Muirchew, Sources of the Early Patrician Documents, EHR, July 1904, I showed that the story of the conversion of Laguerre's daughters is a Latin reproduction of an Irish poetical source, the evidence being of the same nature as in the case of the Muirchew passages, namely, graphic indications in the Liber Armachanus, combined with the rhythmic, assonant, quasi-poetical character of the Latin. There is perhaps some room for doubt whether it was Latinized by Tyrchon himself or by an intervener. 7. Written sources are implied by the author's uncertainty as to numerals in 3 passages, 30,230, 3211, 30,027. The work of Tyre Chan stops abruptly and is almost certainly incomplete. That is, it was left unfinished by the author. But it has recently received a new accession by the convincing discovery of Dr. Gwyn that an isolated anonymous paragraph which precedes the memoir in the lib. Arm. F9, R letter 1D52, a patricius unit, ecclesiae ustri, is really part of the memoir. Its place in the text can be approximately determined. It must come in F12, V letter 1D522, before the arrival at Cels. For proof and details, I must refer to Dr. Gwyn's introduction to Book of Armagh, chapter Roman 3. And see above, p. 229. The memoir was put together without any regard to literary style. In this respect, it contrasts with the life by Muirchew, as also by the fact that Tyre Chan supplies a number of chronological indications, while Muirchew's work furnishes no dates. In regard to contents, while the two works have a few incidents in common, Tyre Chan is mainly concerned with Patrick's work in parts of Ireland, especially Connaught, on which Muirchew does not touch at all. It is also to be observed, a point first emphasized by Dr. Gwyn, that Tyre Chan assumes on the part of his readers familiarity with the general story of the saint's life. For instance, he refers to the call of the children of Fochlad as a familiar fact. We infer that the outline of the patrician story was current in North Ireland in the time of Tyre Chan. Though Tyre Chan had little idea of literary form, he has endeavored to string together his information as to Patrick's activity in various places on a geographical thread. Critical examination shows, as I pointed out in a paper on Patrick's itinerary, and show more fully in a separate note, Appendix C, 13, that he has thrown the events of several journeys into one circulus or circular journey, setting out from Tara and returning to Meath, through Meath, Connaught, and Ulster. It may be noted that Tyre Chan conceives all the events related in his memoir as having happened during the year or two immediately following Patrick's arrival in Ireland, long before the foundation of Armagh. And the fact that he makes Patrick, starting from Tara, return finito circulo to Laguerre and Canal, seems to show that he conceived the bishop making his central quarters in Meath before he set up in Armagh. An analysis, as well as criticism, of the memoir will be found in Dr. Gwyn's introduction, see Roman 3. Additions to Tyre Chan. In the lib. Arm. A few notices are appended to the memoir of Tyre Chan, FF. 15 V letter 1D522, 16 R letter 1D52A. They are the subject of a minute and careful discussion in Dr. Gwyn's introduction, chapter Roman 6. The first, on the three petitions, was probably found in the MS, from which Ferdinand copied the memoir. It is separated by the word dairn, which has not been explained, from a number of notices which are probably, as Dr. Gwyn shows, due to Ferdinand himself. 1. Patrick's age and the periods of his life. 2. Comparison with Moses. 3. The contest for his body and Columcille's discovery of his grave. 4. Patrick's mission by Celestine, Palladius also called Patricius. 5. Patrick's fourfold honor in Ireland. 6. A table of contents to this breviarium. I pointed out that this table refers not only to Tyre Chan's memoir, but also to Muirchew's life, Ang Hist, Reverend April 1902, p. 237. Dr. Gwyn has shown in detail that these notes were suggested by passages in the preceding documents in the Ms. Muirchew and Tyre Chan, to which they may be regarded as editorial observations. 2 additional notices in the Liber Armachanis. These notices, ff. 1619, are described by Ferdinand as Saratini's temporibus innuenta and collected by the diligence of the heirs, that is, of Patrick's successors at Armagh. First comes the foundation of the Church of Trim, in Latin but with Irish names and phrases. Then a few notices, chiefly of grants to Patrick in Connaught, Sligo, and Leitrim, also in Latin strewn with Irish forms. Then the text suddenly changes into Irish 3385, diversified here and there by a Latin sentence describing ecclesiastical grants and acts of Patrick in Connaught and Leinster. Then the scribe concludes with this apology. Finiant hic pauca per Scoticam imperfect scripta, non quad ego non poduisum Romana candera lingua, sed quad uix in sua Scotia, he fabuli agnoscae passant. Sin autem alias per Latinam digesti fuissent, non tam insertus fuisset aliquis, in eyes quam imperatus quid legiset, aut quam linguam sonicet pro habendantia, scade coram nominum non habentium qualitatem. He adds 4 Latin hexameters, with several false quantities, evidently of his own composition, formally declaring the completion of his task and asking his readers to pray for him. The scribe's explanation as to the language of his material is worthy of attention. It is clear that he had Irish material before him. Part of this material he translated into Latin, including the foundation of trim, and the following notices up to 3385. But at this point, coming to a passage in which there were so many irreducible Irish words that there seemed little use in translating the few that could be translated, he simply transcribed his original. And he continued to do this to the end. Although the same consideration does not apply to all the remaining text, with the exception of 1 or 2 passages which he turned into Latin 340-342. The importance of this lies in the fact that it reflects light on Tyrchan. The similarity in character between these notices and those which Tyrchan has wrought into his itinerary is unmistakable, and points to the conclusion that he made use of Irish material, resembling in form and style that which the Armagh scribe partly translated and partly transcribed. The scribe, in fact, performed, though more slavishly, a task similar to that of Tyrchan. The scribe's own description of his additional material as Seratini's temporibus innuenta, discovered in late times, naturally suggests a doubt whether these notices were not innuenta in a more pregnant sense than he intended to convey. We cannot control their antiquity, but their character is quite consistent with the supposition that they had escaped Tyrchan when he was collecting local material, and had more recently been brought to the knowledge of Armagh or collected by the care of the abbots. One passage, 33,722, shows Armagh editing, and the whole collection is, like Tyrchan's memoir, in the interest of the Parochia Patricii. But it is wholly different in character from the Armagh 8th century fiction, the Liber Angli, and we can hardly be mistaken in supposing that genuine local records are here transcribed or translated. 1. The Trim narrative is evidently translated from an Irish document. It contains a list of the lay succession at Trim from Fergus, grandson of Laguerre, and the last name is Sechnasach, 10th in succession from Laguerre. This, Dr. Gwynn observes, points to the later part of the 8th century as the date of Sechnasach, so that this record was written at or up to a date which was almost recent when Ferdinand used it. Probably the date of Sechnasach represents the time at which the record was obtained from Trim by an abbot of Armagh. 2. The series of Connaught records and copies of grants begins a new leaf in the Ms, and are evidently copied from a distinct batch of documents. An analysis of them will be found in Dr. Gwynn's introduction, chapter Roman 6. 3. The Leinster records also begin a new leaf, the second half column of the preceding page being left blank. It may be conjectured that these notices were communicated to Armagh by Bishop Ede of Slaped, CP, below p. 255, towards the close of the 7th century. This is strongly suggested by the circumstance that a notice of Ede's visit to Armagh immediately follows 34,621. The juxtaposition is almost irresistible. Dr. Gwynn, Introduction, chap Roman 6, arrived independently at the same conclusion. It would seem that after finishing his work, the Armagh scribe gained access to a collection of Irish material describing St. Patrick's Acts. He did not undertake the task of transcribing or translating it, but simply indexed it. This long list of abbreviated memoranda, which he has appended in small script, consists of names of places and people associated with acts of St. Patrick, not recorded in the preceding documents. The traditions which these headings represent, they are almost entirely in Irish, are for the most part found in the Vita Tripartita, see below, p. 272. And Dr. Gwynn, who has made a careful study of the material, has pointed out that it is disposed in groups corresponding more or less to geographical regions. See his introduction, chapter Roman 6. Probably, however, he did not index the whole of his document. It may be shown, I think, that the scribe had before him part of the same material which Tyrchan used, and that the object was to note those parts of it which Tyrchan had not incorporated in his memoir. The ground for this conclusion is that he has, through inadvertence, inserted references to a few acts which are found in Tyrchan. Thus the first 2 jottings correspond to Tyrchan 3134 and 314. Dr. Gwynn, however, has made ib The important suggestion that Ferdinand simply transcribed memoranda which were left among the papers of the abbot Torbach, under whose direction he undertook the task of copying and putting together the patrician documents. If he completed the ms, as is probable after his master's death, he would feel bound to include the matter, collected by Torbach, as he found it, however obscure. This hypothesis seems very probable. If it is true, my view would still hold with the substitution of Torbach for Ferdinand. An interesting proof of the antiquity of this material has been discovered by the acuteness of Dr. McCarthy. Patrick's dealings with the sons of Foret in Musgravetyre are described in Vit. Trip. 210 and indicated in Lib. Arm. F19 R letter 1D52B, 3513. Fuerg Muendech Mechar, F. Foret. Patrick is alleged to have given a lasting blessing to Mechar, who believed, whereas Fuerg, who did not believe in him, is to be in misery till doom. Dr. McCarthy has pointed out that these prophecies are inconsistent with the history of the descendants of both brothers. The seed of Mechar did not survive. We learn this from the genealogy of Musgravetyre, in Book of Balamote, 141b, and Book of Leinster, 323f, extracts in McCarthy's paper. Dr. McCarthy thinks that the extinction of the line is to be placed about the middle of the 6th century. On the other hand, the descendants of Fuerg prospered. They were a distinguished and important clan in the 9th and 10th centuries. See the evidence which Dr. McCarthy has collected from the annals, note D. The inference is that the record of Patrick's dealings with the sons of Foret had taken shape before the respective destinies of the posterities of Mechar and Fuerg could be foreseen. 3 Life of Patrick by Muirchew. The first formal biography that we possess, perhaps the first formal biography that was written, was composed by Muirchew towards the end of the 7th century. Muirchew is designated as Macu Machtheni, son or descendant of Machdine. He refers to his father Cogwitasis, and there may be room for doubt whether a natural or spiritual father is meant. If the suggestion that Cogwitasis is a Latin rendering of Machdine, as connected with Machnagem, I consider with wonder, is correct, Cogitasis was Muirchew's father in the flesh. There can be no doubt that Muirchew lived in North Lagan, and perhaps he may be specially associated with Co Wicklow. The evidence is 1. His close association with Bishop Ede of Slaped on the borders of Co. Carlo, to whom he dedicated his book, addressing him me Domine Edo, and from whom he derived material for it. 2. The existence of Kilmerchan, Church of Muirchew in Co Wicklow, and we may add 3. The connection of Muirchew's father Cogitasis with this part of Ireland, a connection fairly to be inferred from his writing a life of Bridget of Kildare. The fact that Muirchew lived and wrote in the latter part of the 7th century is established by the date of his friend Bishop Ede's death, which is recorded in the annals as AD 700, and by the circumstance that he as well as Ede attended the synod known as Adamnan S, which met shortly before that date, AD 697 and Ult. As Muirchew's book is dedicated to Ede as still living, AD 699 is the lower limit for its composition. Or perhaps more strictly for the composition of Book 1, for Muirchew has divided his work into 2 books. The ground of the division is not quite evident. One might have thought that Book 1 would naturally have terminated with the episode of Laguerre, where the chronological order ceases. Now at the end of the table of contents to Book 1, there occurs a notice, of which more will be said below, that Ede helped him, and it might be held that the distinction between Book 1 and Book 2 was based on the fact that he had Ede's cooperation in Book 1, and not in Book 2. In that case, Book 1 might have been composed before and Book 2 after Ede's death. If so, the preface was written before Book 2. In this interesting dedicatory preface, written in a most turgid style and partly modeled on the opening verses of St. Luke's Gospel, Muirchew declares, or seems to declare, that he is venturing upon a novel experiment, which had been tried before in Ireland only by his father Cogitasis. It is of considerable importance to know on Muirchew's authority that the Life of Bridget by Cogitasis was a new departure in hagiography in Ireland. As Cogitasis must have written in the 7th century, it follows that before the 7th century hagiographical literature in Ireland must have differed materially in character from the works of Cogitasis and his son. One difference possibly was that the earlier writings, some of which Muirchew used, see below, consisted of acta and memorabilia, and were not regular biographies. but there are grounds, as will be shown, for inferring a more important difference, namely, that they were written in Irish. Muirchew aspired to do for Patrick what his father had done for Bridget, but in venturing into what he calls the deep and perilous sea of sacred story, he may have been helped by Ede. From the lemma which is found at the end of the table of contents to Book 1, one might think that Ede has even more claim to be considered the author than Muirchew. Hic, Muirchew, dictante aeduo, conscripsit. Taken by itself, this might almost suggest that Muirchew's share in the work was little more than that of a scribe. But such an inference is completely contradicted by the dedicatory preface, in which Muirchew takes upon himself the whole responsibility, though he acknowledges that he had undertaken the work in obedience to a wish of Ede. If, then, the lemma has any good authority, it may be doubted whether it is due to the author himself. We must interpret it to mean that Ede furnished Muirchew with some of the material. But it is possible that the note has no good authority and merely expresses the misconception of a copyist. Muirchew used written sources. He refers to them in his preface in the phrase insurdes auctoribus, which seems rather to imply that the documents were anonymous than that he was skeptical about their statements. In regard to the character of the sources, it is important to observe that there is a strongly marked contrast between the early portion of the biography up to Patrick's arrival in Ireland and the rest of the book. The early portion is free from the mythical element, whereas the narrative of Patrick's work in Ireland is characterized by its legendary setting. These two parts must therefore be carefully distinguished. In the first part, the best of all authorities, the Confession, is followed, though not without errors in interpretation, so far as it goes. Then another source succeeds, dealing with Patrick's studies on the continent and his ordination, and including a notice of Palladius. It seems, however, not unlikely that for Muirchew these two sources may have been one, that he may not have used the Confession itself, but a document in which the Confession and the other source had been already condensed. In any case, that other source is marked by the absence of mythical elements and stamps itself as dependent on early and credible records. Nor are other possible traces of this source entirely lacking. It may well be that it was also utilized by the author of the Liber apud Ultanum, which was consulted by Tyrchan. But when Muirchew's story passes to Ireland, it assumes a different complexion. We enter a world beset by legends. But here too Muirchew used written sources. A legendary narrative had been shaped and written down before his time. The evidence that he used written material here is as follows. 1. He refers to writings himself, 295. Miracula tanta qui, alibi scripta, sunt et qui or fideli mundus celebrat. This seems to imply some stories that were known to him only by oral tradition. 2. The accounts given by Muirchew and Tyrchan of the destruction of the magician who was shot into the air depend on a common written source, and their notices of the angel's footsteps at cert point in the same direction. A comparison of these passages suggests that they are independent translations of a common Irish original. 3. I have shown that the lives which are known as Vita Secunda and Vita Quarta depend on a document W, whose compiler probably used not only Muirchew but Muirchew's source, which must have been written in Irish. 4. This conclusion is confirmed by the evidence which I collected in a paper on sources of the early patrician documents, Eng. Hist. Review, July 1904. It is there shown that A. The prophecy of the magicians, p. 274, and B. The description of Macuil's character, p. 286, reproduce Irish poetical sources. The proof lies in the tabular, columnar arrangement of these passages in the Liber Armichanus, combined with their rhythmic and assonant character. In that article I also pointed out that the Irish material used by Muirchew began with the account of Patrick's ordination, if not at an earlier point, the proof being the form amathorge for amator of Auxerra. Muirchew's amathorge represents amathorig and betrays that his source was in Irish. On the form compare Zimmer, Nennius Vindicatus, p. 123 note. The question arises whether part of the written material used by Muirchew, under Ede's guidance, originated at Sletty, Slaped. There is nothing decisive on this point in the text of Muirchew, for the notice of Fiac's presence at Tara may have been inserted by him, from Sletty tradition, in a narrative which did not otherwise depend on Sletty tradition. That this was really the case seems to me to be shown by the fact that, as mentioned above, Tyre Chan used the same source as Muirchu for an incident in the Tara episode. This fact makes it difficult to suppose that Muirchu's account of that episode was based on sleddy tradition derived from Faic. The legend naturally arose in the regions of Tara and Slane. There is, however, another fact which must be considered. There is a presumption that the hymn Gener Patrick, ascribed to Faic, was composed at Sleddy, and this presumption is strengthened by the remarkable correspondence of the argument of the hymn with the argument of Muirchu's biography. The hymn will be discussed below, and it will be pointed out that its author used either Muirchu or part of Muirchu's material. In the latter case, it would follow that this material existed at Sleddy. But even then, it need not have been derived from Faic or Sleddy traditions contemporary with Patrick. Sleddy might in the meantime have obtained copies of records existing at Armagh or elsewhere. For these reasons, I do not feel able to speak of a Sleddy tradition with as much confidence as Dr. Gwyn. He traces this, or at least Leinster, tradition, not only in the narrative of Slane and Tara, but also in the Gallic portion. On the other hand, there can be no doubt that the Ulidian portions of Muirchu depend on Ulidian or down tradition. This has been set forth fully and lucidly by Dr. Gwyn. I think, however, that it must remain an open question whether Muirchu, as Dr. Gwyn is disposed to believe, visited down and collected information on the spot. The local coloring might have been taken from a written source. In any case, he used a written source, also used by Tyre Chan for the Slemish episode. For a full running analysis of Muirchu's work, I may refer to Dr. Gwyn's introduction, chaps Roman 2 and Roman 3, but I must indicate the remarkable construction of Book 2, which he was the first to explain. The theme with which it opens is Patrick's diligence in prayer sect. 1, which is illustrated sect. 2, by the story of the dead man and the cross, which leads to another story sect. 3, told on the authority of the Auriga of Patrick. Then the narrative passes to the circumstances connected with Patrick's death and burial. After which there is a final section in which the author, with the words itrum recurret oratio, recurs to the initial subject, de diligentia orationis. The sections which recount the saint's death and burial form a separate unity within the framework, and there is external evidence which Dr. Gwyn has with great probability interpreted as showing that this narrative was a distinct document which Muirchu incorporated. The evidence consists in two numerals, ui and uye, which occur in the Misfal. 8, R letter 1d52b, and must be explained as two of an original series of numbers which occurred in the exemplar which the scribe Ferdinand had before him. These numbers could not have represented the numbers of the sections of the whole book, as given in the table of contents, but they correspond exactly to the sections of the narrative of the death and burial. This will be best shown by a tabular arrangement. Sections of Book 2. De pater, de lig, orationis de mortuo ad si laquent de illuminata dom, noct, etc. Sections of incorporated document. De eo quad anglis, etc. equals de rubo ardent, etc. equals de quater pater. Petitionibus equals de dimortis, etc. equals de termino contra noctem pacido, equals de caligen Roman 12. Noctium obstursa, equals ui de vigilis primi noctis, etc. equals de concilio sepulchri, etc. equals uie de in de sepulchro, etc. equals de frito sussum surgent, etc. equals de felici seduction populorum equals de diligentia orationis. This incorporated document, however, with its signs of distinct numbering of its chapters, was composed, as the style testifies, by Muirchu himself. It was not a mere transcription. I therefore think that the sectional numberings did not belong to Muirchu's source, but rather that this narrative was compiled first by Muirchu with the intention that it should form Book 2, and that he numbered its sections accordingly, so that its opening words, post-euro miracula tanta, etc., were the transition from Book 1 to Book 2. Afterwards he changed his arrangement by the introduction of the 3 chapters, which he made the beginning of Book 2. This altered the numbering of the chapters, and in transcribing his narrative of the death and burial, he was obliged to leave out the numbers. But he transcribed 2 of them by inadvertence, and they were faithfully retranscribed by Ferdinand. In regard to the tables of contents, it might perhaps be suggested that they may have been added by an editor and not drawn up by Muirchew himself. It is important to show that such a suggestion is untenable. A definite proof that Muirchew is responsible may be found in the last heading of the table of Book 1. There we read eduisum quarthech regem alu, whereas in the text of the corresponding section, though the Irish form of the name Coroticus, miscorictic, occurs, he is not described as rex alu. Obviously, the title is not due to an editor summarizing the contents of the Latin text, but to Muirchew himself, who had before him an Irish document containing the legend of the metamorphosis of Coroticus. This is sufficient to establish Muirchew's authorship for the tables. Muirchew belonged to that part of Ireland which had conformed to Roman usage since c. AD 634, and in this interest he took part in Adamnan's synod, which brought about the conformity of the north. It would indeed be erroneous to suppose that these facts are required to explain the expression which he uses of the Roman see, caput omnium ecclesiarum totius mundi, an expression which he might readily have used even if he had been an adherent of the Celtic celebration of Easter. But it may be asked whether the life which Muirchew wrote at the wish of Eid had any tendency beyond its mere hagiographical interest. There is, I think, some reason for supposing that it had a particular motive. When Muirchew wrote, the Church of Slabed had just been brought into close connection with Armagh. The record stands thus in the Liber Armacanus Fall. 18, R. Letter 1D52b, p. 346 Rolls ed. As translated by Stokes. Bishop Ead was enslaved. He went to Armagh. He brought a bequest to Segane of Armagh. Segane gave another bequest to Ead, and Ead offered a bequest and his kin and his church to Patrick forever. We cannot hesitate to bring this visit of Ead to Armagh and his dedication of Slabed to Patrick into connection with the Muirchew to undertake the biography. So much seems clear. It is another question what was the motive of policy which drew interest which he evinced in Patrick's life, when he stimulated Ead so closely to Armagh, and it is yet another whether we can discover any reflection of such a motive in Muirchew's work. Segane, the abbot of Armagh, died in AD 688, so that Ead's visit must have occurred before that date. During the penultimate decade of the century, many must have been trying to prepare the way for bringing about uniformity between Northern and Southern Ireland, by inducing the North to accept the Roman usages which had, more than a generation ago, been accepted by the South. It is a reasonable conjecture that Ead, who took part in the synod which afterwards brought about this result, was working towards it in his dealings with Armagh, and it certainly is not impossible that, in giving such a prominent place in his narrative to the legend of Patrick's first Easter in Ireland, Muirchew was thinking of the Easter controversy. In any case, it is significant that just at the time, or just on the eve, of the reconciliation of North and South, an ecclesiastic of South Ireland, whose name is associated with that reconciliation, should have given to the world a life of Patrick, which, if it had come down to us anonymously, we should assuredly suppose to have been written in the North, and perhaps guess to have emanated from Armagh. No mention is made of traditions connecting Patrick with southeastern Ireland, with the country of Muirchew, though such traditions existed. The notice of Fiac's relics at Slabed is indeed a local touch, but one which could never have suggested a clue, since there is a precisely similar notice of Erc's relics at Slane. Muirchew was eclectic. He had much more material than he used, so he expressly tells us, Pauca hic de multis sancti patriciae gestis. It is to be noticed that apart from the events connected with the celebration of the first Easter, and apart from a number of unlocalized miracles, the gesta of Patrick which Muirchew describes are entirely laid in Ulster, at Armagh and in Ulidia. The tradition of Dare was, of course, preserved at Armagh, and the legend of the appearance of the angel to Patrick before his death bears on the face of it its Armagh origin. It seems probable, therefore, that some of Muirchew's written material was derived directly from Armagh, and we can hardly be charged with going beyond our data if we regard Muirchew's biography as setting a seal upon the new relation which had been established between Slabed and St. Patrick's Church. Muirchew's life had a marked influence on all subsequent patrician biographies. It established a framework of narrative which later compilers adopted, fitting in material from other sources. The text of Muirchew is preserved incompletely in the missing parts are supplied by a late Ms preserved at Brussels, and later compilations, Vita Secunda, Vita Quarta, Probus, furnish help for criticizing the text. See Barry, The Tradition of Muirchew's Text, Cit. Supra. 4. Hymn Gener Patrick. An Irish hymn on the life of St. Patrick, generally known as the Hymn of Fiach, or, from its first words, the Hymn Gener Patrick, is included in the collections of Irish hymns preserved in 2 MSS. Of the 11th, Trinity College, Dublin, E42, and 11th or 12th, Library of Franciscan Convent, Dublin Century. The MSS. Ascribe the authorship to the poet Fiach, who lived in the time of Patrick and became Bishop of Slabed, Muirchew, 2833. But this ascription is clearly false, not only from philological considerations, since the language points to a date which could not be much anterior to AD 800, but also from the evidence of the first verse. Patrick was born in Nemthar, this is what he narrates in stories. And the 12th verse. He read the canon with Germanus, this is what writings narrate. Expressions which show that the sources of the author were written documents, and that he could not have been a contemporary. There is also in V44 a reference to an event which occurred in AD 561, the abandonment of Tara, but this, see below, was probably not part of the original poem. The hymn was acutely analyzed by Professor Zimmer in his Keltish Studian, Roman II, 162 SQQ, and more soberly and judiciously by Professor Atkinson in the introduction to the Liber Hymnorum, ed. Bernard and Atkinson, Volume Roman II, pp. XL. SQQ. Professor Atkinson submits it to a careful criticism from the metrical side, dealing also with linguistic points and the literary construction, and his analysis leads to the same general conclusion as Professor Zimmer's, namely, that the hymn has been largely interpolated, and that its original compass was very much smaller. I examined the work independently, from the literary side, and found that most of the stanzas which from this point of view arouse suspicion are those which Professor Atkinson, applying his objective metrical tests, branded as interpolations. It may be useful to give here the original uninterpolated hymn as it emerges from these criticisms. It contained 15, instead of 34, stanzas. I have adopted Professor Atkinson's translation, but with some changes, using the new lights furnished in the version of Dr. Stokes and Professor Strachan. Hymn Gener Patrick. Patrick was born in Nemthar, this is what he narrates in stories, a youth of 16 years when he was brought under tears. Sucat his name, it was said, what his father was were worth knowing, son of Calpurn, son of Podid, grandson of Deacon Otis. He was 6 years in bondage, men's good cheer he shared not, many were they whom he served, Cothrage, servant of 4 households. Said Victor to Milchew's bondsman, that he should go over the waves. He struck his foot on the stone, its trace remains, it fades not. The angel sent him across all Britain, great God, it was a marvel of a course, so that he left him with Germanus in the south, in the southern part of Letha. In the isles of the Tyrrhene Sea he fasted, in them he computed, he read the canon with Germanus, that is what writings narrate. A help to Ireland was Patrick's coming, which was expected, far away was heard the sound of the call of the children of Fochled Wood. His Druids from Laguerre hid not Patrick's coming, the prophecy was fulfilled of the prince of which they spoke. Hymns and Apocalypse, the 350s, he used to sing them, he preached, baptized, prayed, from God's praise he ceased not. Patrick preached to the Scots, he suffered great labor widely, that around him they may come to judgment, every one whom he brought to life. When Patrick was ailing, he longed to go to Armagh, an angel went to meet him on the road at midday. He said, leave thy dignity to Armagh, to Christ give thanks to heaven thou shalt soon go, thy prayers have been granted thee. Patrick set a boundary against night that no light might be wasted with him, up to the end of a year there was light, that was a long day of peace. Patrick's soul from his body after labors was severed, God's angels on the first night kept watch thereon unceasingly. Patrick, without sign of pride, much good he meditated to be in the service of Mary's Son. It was a pious fortune to which he was born. It has been supposed that the author of the hymn made use of Muirchew's life. This was suggested by Louf's aunt, Britanum Scotorum Ecclesiae, 42 SQQ, and seems plausible not only on account of the resemblances, but also because Muirchew was connected with Ede of Slabed, and the attribution of the hymn to Fiach of Slabed suggests that it was composed there. But there are some statements which are not found in Muirchew, I have indicated them by italics in the foregoing text, so that Muirchu's life cannot, in any case, have been the only source. There is no reason why the author might not have used some of the documents which supplied Muirchu himself with information. If so, the hymn would be an independent testimony for that lost material, whereas if it is based on Muirchu, it has no historical importance whatever, except in so far as the few statements not found in Muirchu might depend on an older source than any that we possess. In support of this view, it may be urged that, if the writer's main source was Muirchu, it is strange that he has not embodied any of the portions of Muirchu which rest on Olydian tradition. This circumstance suggests that he used the documents on which the other parts of Muirchu's life were based. It is perhaps significant that the statements concerning Cothrage in 3 and the Tyrrhene Islands in 6 are found in Tyre Chan, in connection with the fact that one source of Muirchu had also been used by Tyre Chan. It may be noted that, in the interpolated stanza 26, the hymn, which is to be a lyrica, lurech, to everyone is not the hymn of secondiness as has been generally held, but, as Professor Atkinson has pointed out, lib. Hymn, Roman 2, Roman 44. The lyrica of Patrick. The most recent editions of the hymn with the glosses are that of Atkinson, Liber Hymnorum, I-96 SQQ, English version in Roman 2, 31 SQQ, and that of Stokes and Strachan, Thesaurus Paleohibernicus Roman 2, 307 SQQ, who date the hymn about AD 800. 5 early acts in Irish. It has appeared in the foregoing pages that an analysis of Tyre Chan, Muirchu, and the additional notices discloses the existence of an early patrician literature in Irish, of which a writer in the 7th century could avail himself. And it may be useful to emphasize this important conclusion by stating it under a distinct heading. The preface to Muirchu's life is weighty in this connection. The novel movement of which he designates his father Cogitasus and himself as pioneers was the writing of hagiography, narratio sancta in Latin. Hagiography already existed in Ireland. He implies and refers to written documents, and analysis shows that he used Irish documents. Thus, before the 7th century, the hagiographical literature which entertained the pious in Ireland was composed in their own language, and it was not till the age of Cogitasus and Tyre Chan that a new departure was made, and men began to write Latin works on Irish saints. But the demand for Irish lives, for the mass of the folk who could not understand Latin, continued, and the Vita Tripartita, see below, may be regarded as a descendant from the early Irish acta. Some of these acta, such as the account of the episode of Slane and Tara, may have had wide circulation in different kingdoms, and there may have been different versions. Others may have had only local circulation, such as the Olydian stories garnered by Muirchu and the Connaught traditions collected by Tyre Chan. Besides, many communities which ascribed their foundation to Patrick seem to have preserved written records of grants, which, whether genuine or not, were old and drafted in Irish. The Acts of Patrick, which circulated in the 6th century, supplied the public with what they liked, miraculous legends in a historical setting. But the legends which Muirchu derived from this source differ strikingly from the ordinary apparatus of the hagiographer. From the miracles, for instance, so colorless and monotonous which Adamnan has strung together in his wearisome life of Columba. The patrician legends, to which I refer, were worked up in the cells of ecclesiastics, but the arguments of the stories, which they molded, were created by popular imagination and suggested by the motives of folklore. Such, for instance, is the story of the first Easter, inspired by a transference of Beltane customs to Easter Eve. Such are the Olydian stories associated with the salt marshes at Lake Strangford. Such, we may conjecture, is the story of the ogre Macuil who tempts Patrick, is converted, and then, sent to drift in a boat of skin, without oar or helm, reaches the Isle of Man, of which he becomes bishop. Some old legend connecting man with the coast of Dalaradia seems here to have been hooked onto Patrick, and perhaps Macuil of Cyclopean type may be the mythical Macuil, son of Hazel, husband of Banba. But in any case, we may take it that the name of a mythical ogre, familiar in the folklore of the regions of Lake Strangford, supplied popular imagination with a motif for a story of Patrick's power. But historical tradition was also present, determining and contributing. The Olydian legends were determined by the memory of Patrick's actual and close association with Olydia, the legend of his appearance at Tara, by the memory of an actual visit, the whole story of his relations with Laguerre, by Laguerre's loyalty to paganism. And we can detect genuine details, handed down by tradition and embedded like metallic particles in the myth. Such is the notice of the presence of the poet Dubthach at Tara when Patrick was there. It has all the appearance of being a true historical tradition, like the incident of Simon of Cyrene in the story of the crucifixion of Jesus. The character as well as the language of the hagiographical stories, which were doubtless read aloud in the pulpit, was determined by the needs of the public for which they were intended. The excellent remarks of Professor W. Mayer in the introduction to Die Legend des H. Albanus, 1904, apply here. The chief object in these compositions was to produce a strong impression on the faithful einstarker Eindruck auf die Glaubensgenossen. Die Legenden wurden christlich Unterhaltungsliteratur. Solch Literatur schmiegt sich dem Empfinden des Volks und des Volksschaft selbst dabei mit. Die glanzenden Gedenken und die Glanzen Darstellung der Kiesellegend entspricht der feinen Kultur Roms im 5. Jahrhundert, die Phrasenhaft oder die unbeholfen Darstellung, mit welcher die Soverskeden Freund Fortunat und Gregor von Torplat Kleinigkeiten umhüllen, entspricht ihrer Zeit, wo der Maßstab des Skonen ganslich fehlt, p5. 6 Vita Secunda, v2, and Vita Quarta, v4. The two anonymous lives, most conveniently distinguished by their order in the Trias Thaumaturga of Calgan, who first published them, are closely related and taken together have considerable importance for the criticism of Murchu's life. A full comparison between the two documents will be found in my paper on the tradition of Murchu's text. Hermathena, 1902, 186 SQQ. Both follow the order of Murchu up to the end of the Tara episode, and at this point our text of V2 stops abruptly. There is a close parallelism throughout. V4 is rather more prolix and has some notices which are not in V2, but V2 has also notices which are not in V4 and has some Irish sentences which do not appear or appear in a Latin equivalent in V4 in the parts dependent on Murchu. V2 is closer to Murchu. The comparison shows that neither document depends on the other, but both on a common source which I have designated W, the tenor of which can be, almost mechanically, reconstructed. It can then be shown that W was not simply a mis of Murchu, but a document which was sometimes a free paraphrase, sometimes a close copy of Murchu, but derived from a mis of Murchu of different lineage from that contained in the lib. Arm, but it must have been something more. For there are a number of passages in V2 and V4 which are not in Murchu, and the close parallelism between V2 and V4 throughout, and not merely in the Murchu portions, makes it practically certain that, in the other portions too, they were both following the same source, namely W. Thus W was a compilation based on Murchu and some other source or sources. The antiquity of this source is proved by the following facts. 1. Cothrage, the Goidelic form of Patricius, appears in an older form with initial Q, quadriga, quadrach, which points to a document older than the 7th century, since Tyre Chan has initial C. 2. This Goidelic name, not Patricius, appears in the part of W which related Patrick's dealings with Miliuc. 3. The name Sucset takes the place of quadriga, where his sister Lupita recognizes him, as it is the name by which she would have known him. Such traits of verisimilitude are not likely to have been introduced by late compilers. It is probable that this source was in Irish. This would account for the Irish bits in W preserved in V2 and the Irish source, from which W supplemented Murchu, probably resembled, being based on the same material, the Irish source which Murchu used for his life. In this connection, it is to be observed that W and Murchu give variant renderings of the prophecy of the Druids, pointing to variant versions of the Irish original. As for the latter part of V4, where V2 fails us, it seems probable that W was also a source, though there may have been other sources, cp. Barry, Tradition, etc., p. 195. 7 Vita Tripartita. A life of Patrick written in Irish, but largely interspersed with Latin passages and clauses, is extant. A Latin translation of it was published by Calgan, who named it the Vita Tripartita because it is divided into 3 parts. This translation represents a different text from that preserved in the 2 existing MSS, from which Dr. Stokes published the Editio Princeps of the Irish text, Roll Series, 1887. This edition can hardly claim to be critical, as no attempt whatever is made to establish the mutual relations of the MSS. It is clear, even on a superficial examination, that the two extant MSS imply an archetype representing a tradition different from the text which Colgan followed. A study of the language of the life, which is full of Middle Irish forms, led Dr. Stokes to conclude that it was compiled in the 11th century in Todd. pp. Elziv Sqq. The text contains several references to events of the 9th century, ib. Plzi, and Joseph, Bishop of Armagh, who is mentioned at the end of Part 3. p. 266 is evidently identified rightly by Stokes with the bishop who died AD 936. But this passage has further significance. The writer, having enumerated the members of Patrick's household, says, "And that is the number that should be in Joseph's company." It is a clear inference that he was a contemporary of Joseph, and that this appendix, found in the Egerton MS, and in Colgan's version, was written in the first half of the 10th century. This consideration suggests that, if the linguistic forms prove that the life could not have assumed its present shape before AD 1000, then the work of the 11th century compiler was practically confined to modernizing an older compilation and substituting new for ancient forms. In its older shape, the life existed in the time of Bishop Joseph, when the enumeration of Patrick's household was appended. But there is nothing to show that the life as a whole was not put together at an earlier period. The references to events and persons of the 9th century may be significant. There is one passage which especially suggests the second half of the 9th century. Quod probavimus, Connachon son of Calman came into the land with a host, p. 174. Connachon's death fell in AD 855, he was killed in Ulster. The expression quod probavimus, instead of which was fulfilled, suggests that the event was within the recollection of the writer. This, taken along with the reference to Senja Khan, king of Cashel, Ob 897, may raise a presumption that the life took shape in the latter part of the 9th century. It may, of course, be argued by those who would ascribe greater antiquity to the work that these references were posterior insertions, not due to the original compiler. I am inclined to think, however, that this involves an unnecessary multiplication of hypotheses. The material used by the compiler was older than the 9th century, but there is no positive indication to suggest that the compilation was older. The tendency of the work is strongly marked. Like Tyrchand's memoir, it is intended to support the claims of Armagh. Dr. M. Carthy even describes it as, in its present form, rather a plea for the privileges of the primatial see than a eulogy of the Apostle of Ireland. It is to be observed, indeed, that the tendency is entirely absent from Part 1. This, however, would hardly justify us in assuming a different authorship or date for the composition of Part 1, inasmuch as the subject matter of this part, Patrick's childhood, youth, arrival in Ireland, and the Tara legend, did not offer opportunities for urging the Armagh claims. It may also be observed that all the references to events later than AD 800 occur in Parts Roman 2 and Roman 3. The last paragraphs of Part 1, pp. 60-62, which are omitted in the Rawlinson Ms., have clearly been inserted here from the end of Part 3, pp. 256-8. The motive of this repetition is, doubtless, supplied by a remark of Dr. M. Carthy, that upon the recurrence of his festival, a sketch of the life and labors of St. Patrick should be delivered in the churches of Ireland would be a procedure in mere conformity with ecclesiastical usage. The tripartite life was practically used as material for sermons, though we may not feel warranted to go so far as to say that it represents sermons reduced to literary form. The particular paragraphs in question were added to Part 1. As a wind-up for pulpit purposes, there is a similar but shorter wind-up to Part 2. Among these added paragraphs, p. 60 equals p. 256, occurs a bibliographical notice. These are the miracles which the elders of Ireland declared and connected with a thread of narration. Columcille, son of Fedlimid, first declared Patrick's miracles and composed them. Then Ultan, son of Conchabar's descendant, Adamnan, grandson of Tin, Ellerin of the Wisdom, Saharan of Balach Duin, Bishop Ermidach of Closhar, Calman Uamach, presbyter collate of Druim Royalgech, Trans Stokes. Of these works we know nothing, though we may suspect that Ultan may refer either to the memoir of Tyrchan, cp. the lemma in the lib arm, or to the book which Ulton lent to Tyrchan. Observe that no mention is made of Muirchu's life, but Muirchu was certainly a source of the tripartite. If, therefore, this list represents the works which were used in the compilation, the compiler did not use Muirchu's life directly, but some later work in which it had been wholly or partly incorporated. This agrees with a conclusion which I had entertained on other grounds, namely, that the compiler used W, the common source of V2 and V4, in which the Muirchu narrative had been incorporated with non-Muirchu material. The inference would be that the author of W is to be sought in the list. For instance, Sayarran of Balach Duin, who died AD 775, would suit chronologically. The material of Tyrchan appears almost entirely in parts Roman 2 and Roman 3, but there are considerations which suggest that it was not derived merely from Tyrchan, but from the older written material from which Tyrchan himself selected the memoranda which he has recorded. The compiler certainly used Tyrchan's memoir, which was accessible to him if he wrote at Armagh, but he has added supplements which produce the impression of having belonged to the original records and not of being later interpolations. CP. For example, the account of the altar in Sliab Hu Enelela, p. 94, and of the inscriptions at Cels, p. 106. It would, perhaps, be impossible to prove this directly, but there is another fact connected with the sources of the life which enables us to establish the probability indirectly. The life contains a great number of notices of acts of Patrick in various parts of Ireland which are not recorded by Tyrchan, but which are closely similar in character and style to the acts which he records. Now we know that this material existed in the 8th century. For in the additional notices in the Liber Armachanus, ff. 18 v letter 1d52b, 19 r letter 1d52, as we have already seen above, p. 254, we find the greater part of it indicated by a series of memorial words, names of men and places, most of which not all are explained in the tripartite life, parts Roman 2 and 3. The tripartite life, therefore, contains a considerable body of ancient material, homogeneous with the material which Tyrchan worked into his memoir, and not to be found elsewhere. We have a means for controlling it in the collection of jottings in the Liber Armachanus, and an attempt to discriminate later accretions might be successful within certain limits. For an analysis of the tripartite life in connection with the jottings, see Dr. Gwyn's introduction, chap Roman 6, with appendix 8, Vita Tertia. An anonymous life of Patrick, dating perhaps from the 9th century, is preserved in MSS, representing two different recensions which I have investigated and attempted to reconstruct in a Life of St. Patrick, Transactions of RIA, Roman 32, c. Part 3, 1903. A corrupt text with large accretions at beginning and end was published by Colgan in the Trias Thaum, as his Tertia Vita, and this designation may be conveniently retained. The life was written in Ireland by an Irishman, but the archetype of our MSS was written in West Britain, as is shown by Brythonic, Welsh, or Cornish interpolations. One interpolation, which has led to vain speculation, must be noticed here. The passage in C21, alleging a visit of Patrick to Martin, can be shown to have been intruded into the context, which otherwise depends on Muirchu, and caused confusion in the sense. The interpolator states that an angel told Martin to go to the Insula Tamarensis. Modern biographers have supposed that the command was given to Patrick, though it can hardly be held that there is any ambiguity in the Latin, and have conjectured many things about the mysterious island. The island is St. Nicholas at the mouth of the Tamar in Plymouth Sound, as Mr. C. J. Bates discerned. St. Martin was popular in southwest Britain, and this interpolation enables us to connect the archetype specially with southwest Britain. From it was derived a lost Glastonbury copy, which is the parent of two of our existing MSS, which contain an interpolation claiming Glastonbury as Patrick's burial place. The author of the life used the confession, Muirchu Tyrchan, but he also incorporated a number of stories and incidents not found in any of the documents in the Liber Armachanus. Some of these stories are also found in the Vita Tripartita or the Vita Quarta, but others are not found elsewhere. See my enumeration. Op. Cit. 221-2. The Vita Patricae in the Sanctologium of John of Teignmouth, see text in Horstmann's Nova Legenda Angli, Volume Roman 2, is an abridgment of the Vita Tertia, cp. Barry, Op. Cit. 223-4. 9. Life by Probus. A Life of Saint Patrick, published in the Basel edition of Bede's Works 1563 and reprinted by Colgan as the Vita Quinta, has for author a certain Probus, who compiled the work at the request of a certain Paulinus ex Habes, Frater Pauline, ami humili probo, etc. Roman 2. 41. Of Probus we know nothing otherwise. Colgan p. 219 conjectures that he is to be identified with Coanacher of Slane, whose death by the Northmen is noticed in the Annals of the Four Masters, sub a 948. Paulinus, he suggests, p. 64, may be the male poil who is described in the same chronicle as bishop, anchorite, scribe, and abbot of Indednan, near Slane, sub a 920, where his obit is noticed. If these conjectures were right, the date of the life would be prior to 920. But the conjectures have no basis, the identification of Probus resting merely on the possibility that this name might have been chosen as a Latin equivalent of Coanacher. There is internal evidence that the author was Irish, see Colgan's note, p. 61, but the only indication of date is the prophecy that Patrick should baptize Scotium ac Britanniam, Angliam et Normanium Ceterasque, Gentes Insulinorum, I-10. Colgan supposes that Gallic Normandy is meant, and if so, the life could hardly be much earlier than the middle of the 10th century. Probus made use of Muirchu's life, but reconstructed certain parts of it, introducing matter from other sources. Thus he adopts the two captivities in Ireland from Muirchu, but while he identifies the first with the captivity of the Confession, he connects Miliuc with the second. His story of the second captivity is that Patrick's parents and family were in Armorica when it was devastated by the sons of Rithmidis, Reed Sethmedi, king of Britain. Patrick, his brother Ruchti, and a sister were carried captive to Ireland, where Patrick served Miliuc. Ruchti was married by another chief to his sister. This incident is obviously the same as Miliuc's attempt to marry Patrick to his sister, as recounted in the W document, V2 and V4, so it may be inferred that Ruchti is an error for Suchti, and that Suchet Patrick has been split by Probus or his source into two brothers. But Miliuc's abode is placed near Mount Egly, instead of Mount Miss. On escaping, Patrick is taken to Gaul by a man who sells him there into slavery, but at Trachtis, he is redeemed by Christians. The story of the fictitious second captivity is thus composed of 1. Matter derived from the true story of the first captivity, as told in Muirchu and the Confession, 2. The Armoric legend, 3. The story of the marriage of the brother and sister, and 4. The escape to Gaul, with the mention of two towns, Venit cum Gallis ad Bratgellum into Trajectum. Bratgellum, Colgan suggests, is meant to represent Bertigallum, Bordeaux, CP. Appendix C, 6. After this, Patrick goes through a number of experiences before he comes to sit at the feet of Germanus, or, in other words, Probus, before he resumes the narrative of Muirchu, interjects material derived from other sources. Patrick goes 1. To St. Martin of Tours, who tonsures him. 2. To the plebs' day, who are barefooted hermits. 3. To an island between mountains and sea, where a great beast infested a fountain. 4. To Saint Senior, bishop, in Monte Herman in dextro later maris oceani, et valata est civitas ius septem muris. This bishop ordained Patrick in sacerdotum, and he read with him for a long time. Here Patrick heard in a vision the voice of children summoning him to Ireland. Then he went with 9 men, and held converse with the Lord, who made him 3 promises. 5. To Ireland, where he is unsuccessful. 6. To Rome, whence having received the apostolic blessing reversus est itiner, quo venerat alluc, c. 20. At this point, the narrative of Muirchu is resumed most awkwardly. The author might have made Patrick visit Germanus on his way back through Gaul, but instead, he proceeds, transnavigato viro mari Britannico, following Muirchu literally, without any attempt to make the extraneous matter fit in speciously to Muirchu's story. Some of these incidents are also found in the Vita Tertia, namely, the visit to Martin, the visit to Rome, and the visit to Mons Arnon, besides which the visit to a hermit who gives Patrick the staff of Jesus is recorded. Now the author of the Vita Tertia and Probus undertook the same problem of working these incidents into the main thread of the Muirchu story, and they solved it in different ways. Probus solved it by a single interpolation, grouping all the new matter together and finding a place for it before the sojourn with Germanus. In the Vita Tertia, there are 3 distinct interpolations arranged as follows. Muerchu reads with Germanus. Interp sojourns with Martin. Muerchu, Germanus sends Seditius with him to Rome. Interp visits a hermit in Quadam Loco and receives staff of Jesus. Muerchu is ordained bishop by a mater. Interp visits Rome and goes thence ad montem Arnon when he salutes the Lord. It is difficult to say which of the arrangements is the more unskillful. The same matter is found in a more expanded and advanced form in the tripartite life, where the arrangement is as follows, rolls ed. p. 25 SQQ. 1. Patrick reads with Germanus. 2. Is tonsured by Martin. 3. Visits a cave in the Tyrrhenian Sea, between mountain and sea, where there were 3 other Patricks, and a beast infested a fountain. 4. Victor bids him go to Ireland, and Germanus sends Seditius with him. 5. Patrick goes to sea, with 9, and visits an island, where he found a young married couple who had lived there since the time of Christ. And 6. Goes thence to Mount Hermon, near the island, where the Lord gives him the staff of Jesus and grants him 3 requests. 7. Goes to Rome. In these 3 documents we have the same matter differently combined, variously modified and augmented. Probus presents it in a more advanced stage than the Vita Tertia, the tripartite in a more advanced stage than Probus. The matter, however, is not homogeneous. The visit to Pope Celestine at Rome has no legendary superstructure, and is found in the W document, V2 and V4, which does not contain any of the other incidents. The rest of the common material depends on 3 motives. 1. The association of Patrick with Martin. 2. The staff of Jesus. 3. Converse with the Lord. The Vita Tertia presents these motives in their simplest form. 1. It is not stated that Patrick was tonsured by Martin. 2. The staff of Jesus is received from a hermit, not from the Lord. 3. There is no account of the conversation, we are simply told salutavit dominum ut moises. The tripartite life brings the second and third motives into the same setting. In this legendary material, the only thing which, for our purpose, requires investigation is the description of the place in or near which Patrick saluted the Lord. In the Vita Tertia it is designated, Montem amen ar mer lethi supra petram maris tyranni in civitate qui vocatur capua, where the Irish words, ar mer lethi are equivalent to super mer latinum, that is, super mer tyrrhenum. Probus has in Monte Hermon in dextro later maris oceani et velata est civitas septem muris. The tripartite has Hisliab Hermon, to Mount Hermon. What was the name of the mountain? The MSS. Of the Vita Tertia give Arnon, Probus, and Trip. Hermon. As the form Hermon may well have had a scriptural motive, we might suppose that the original name was Arnon. But the description in the Vita Tertia points in another direction. Supra petram maris tyrrhenni is clearly intended to represent the Irish words preceding. But why petram? It points to montem armene ar merleth. And so, in view of Hermon in the other sources, it looks as if Arnon is a corruption of Armene or Armane, which the writer took to mean the Irish armene equals supra petram. The account in Probus of Patrick's visit to this place deserves attention. The city on the mountain is the seat of a bishop, who ordains Patrick priest. While he is there, he hears the voices of children in a vision, and the angel bids him go to Ireland. Now here we have happening in the city of the bishop on Mount Hermon exactly what, according to the narrative of Muerchu 271-2, happened at Auxerre, the city of Germanus. The conclusion is strongly suggested that the Sanctus Senior Episcopus of Mount Hermon is simply a double of Germanus. In the transference of Germanus from Auxerre to the shores of the Mediterranean, we have a step in the tripartite life, where he instructs Patrick in the Arelanensis Insula, p. 26 rolls ed. That, however, is a conscious combination of known sources. But if the bishop of Mount Hermon masks Germanus, we have the Germanus episode coming down to us through a different channel of tradition. Is it possible that this channel was British? There is a place, Llanarmon in Wales, which means the Church of Germanus. Penarmon would mean the mountain of Germanus, and it is worth considering whether the presumable Mons Armine of Vita Tertia and Mons Hermon of Probus may not be explained as the mountain of Germanus, being derived from a British source. The rest of the work of Probus is based, entirely or almost entirely, on Muirchu and Tyrchan. 10. Notice of Patrick in the Historia Brittonum. It is unnecessary to discuss here the complicated question of the gradual evolution of the Historia Brittonum through successive recensions. In its oldest form, it seems to have been mainly founded on a lost legendary life of Germanus of Auxerre, in which the British chief Vortigern played a prominent part. This, the oldest form to which we can get back, though there may have been a still older text behind it, can be fixed to the year 679, and there can be no doubt that it contained the Arthurian chapter, c. 56. In the course of the following century, a recension of this, with some additions, was executed, and we possess it in an incomplete form in a mise preserved at Chartres. Then towards the year 800 the work was rehandled, and considerable additions were made to it by Nennius, a native of Wales. All our MSS, except that of Chartres, are derived from the compilation of Nennius, but represent different recensions. Among the other additions which Nennius, pupil of Elbedug, Bishop of Bangor, made to the Historia Brittonum, was a sketch of the life of St. Patrick, Caps. 5055. It is to be observed that in another interpolation concerning the migrations of the Scoti, c. 15, Nennius refers to oral information which he received from Irish scholars, sic mihi paritissimi scatorum nunciarunt, and it is possible that for the patrician section also he may have received help from the same source. 1. The account of the mission of Palladius, the ordination of Patrick and his departure for Ireland, is derived directly from Muirchu, but with some additions. 2. The description of Patrick's experience on Cruachan Isle seems not to be derived directly from Tyrchan, but to depend on another source, in which the words ut uterit fructum sui laboris occurred hist. Brit. 19,718, Tyrchan, 3235, and some other expressions common to both. The date of the 5th year of La Guerre, 1966, might have been, but need not have been, taken from Tyrchan. 3. The three petitions of Patrick, 197, are identical with and correspond verbally to those which are added in the Liber Armachanus to the incomplete text of Tyrchan, 331. And the 4 points of comparison with Moses, 198, are also found in the same order among these additions to Tyrchan, 332. The dates in C55 do not correspond to the dates in the additions to Tyrchan. The statement that he was ordained in his 25th year seems to stand alone, but the period of 85 years assigned to his preaching in Ireland has arisen, we may surmise, from a confusion of numerals LXI and LXXXU. It is unnecessary to deal here with the notices of Patrick in the chronicles of Marianus Scotus, ob AD 1083, Text and Perts, MGHV, and Mean, PL 107, but these are superseded by Maccarthy's Codex Palatino Vaticanus, number 830, 1892, to which I may refer for a discussion of the dates. Nor need I speak of Jocelyn's biography, 12th cent. Since it is founded on sources which we possess, and the only value which it may have for patrician researches is that a minute examination might conceivably show that Jocelyn used different recensions of some of our documents. For the purpose of the present biography, such pieces as the homily on St. Patrick in the Lebar Breck, printed by Stokes in Vit. Tripp, Volume Roman II, or the prefaces to the hymns of Sechnal and Fyac, do not demand particular notice. 3. 1. The Irish Annals. The extant chronicles which supply material for the history in the 5th century are 1. Annals Ultonienses, or Annals of Ulster, compiled by Cathal MacManus of the island of Shannon, Bellil, in Lough Erne, who died 1498. The chronicle begins at AD 431 and comes down to the compiler's own time, continued to 1504. For the early Middle Age, at least, it is the most valuable of the extant Irish annals. Its greatest merit consists in the fact that the compiler did not attempt to solve chronological difficulties, but copied the data which he found. In his introduction to the Rolls series ed. Of the work, Volume Roman 4, p. Roman 9, Dr. Maccarthy says, the sustained similarity between these and the other native annals proves that the work of MacManus consisted in selection, mainly with reference to Ulster events, from the chronicles he had collected. Unlike O'Clery and his associates, he neither tampered with the text, vitiated the dating, nor omitted the solar and lunar notation. But side by side with the chronological errors he was unable to correct, preserved the criteria whereby they can with certainty be rectified. The years are distinguished by the ferial incidents and the lunar epoch of January 1, as well as by the AD and the Annus Mundi. Up to the year 486, the AD corresponds correctly to the other criteria, but from this point on up to AD 1014, it lags 1 year behind. Dr. McCarthy was the first to fix the precise point at which the error arises and to explain its cause. It was due to the accidental omission of a blank year corresponding to AD 486 before the AD numeration was inserted. The cal, which represented 486 having fallen out, 486 was annexed to the cal, which really represented 487, Introduction pp. XCVI Roman 9. Thus, it is only the AD data that are wrong. The ferial, lunar, and mundane data are right. 2. Annals of Anisfallen in Cary. The entries in this chronicle are much fewer than in the Ann. Alt, and the ferial and lunar data have been very imperfectly preserved in the only extant copy. Dr. McCarthy, who has shown how the 5th century portion can be reconstructed, Cod, Pal Vat, 830 pp. 352-3, regards it as the most ancient body of chronicles we possess, p. 369. He has shown that the early part was based on the Victorian cycle. 3. Tigernach ob 1088 composed a chronicle at Clonmacnois, beginning in the remotest ages of which only portions are preserved. They have been published by Dr. W. Stokes in the Revue Celtique, vols. V and Roman 6. The second fragment ends at AD 361, and the third begins at AD 489, so that his record of the patrician period is lost. His incompetence in chronology has been shown by Dr. McCarthy. He drew mainly from the same sources as the compiler of Ann. Alt, but as he was not influenced in his selection by the same Altonian interest, his work contains many additional records. A. The Chronicon Scotorum is an abridgment of Tigernach. This was disputed by its editor, Hennessy, Rolls series, but has been established by Dr. McCarthy, who has at the same time shown the incompetence of the abbreviator Macrobus. For the 5th century, its value consists in showing what entries were to be found in Tigernach. 4. The Annals of the Four Masters, a chronicle in Irish from the earliest times, compiled in Donegal by O'Clery and 3 others in the 17th century, has some value for the early Middle Ages because it preserves notices derived from older chronicles that are not extant. But its dates are untrustworthy because the compilers had no skill in chronological computation. This has been shown by Dr. McCarthy op. Cit. p. 370 SQQ. One of their sources was the Annals of Ulster, which supplies a means of correcting their mistakes. Among their other authorities were the Book of Clonmacnois, Tigernach, and the Book of the Island of Saints in Lake Ree. From these compilations, it might be possible to reconstruct the common annalistic structure on which they are based. With the help of the chronological tracts and poems which are contained in the Book of Leinster, the Book of Ballymote, etc., it is clear that for such a reconstruction, the Annals of Ulster would supply the clearest traces of the plan. The Irish seem to have had a special taste and faculty for chronological computations, and in the early part of the 7th century, if not sooner, they were laying the foundations for national annals on the model of the Roman annals. In the Annals of Ulster, a number of entries, ranging from AD 467 to AD 628, are justified by references to the Liber Cuanach. Zimmer, with great probability, identifies Cuana, the author of this lost work, with Cuana mac Ailsine, a king of Ferme, whose death is noted in Cron. Scott, and in Annals of FM under AD 640. The references under the year 482 show that the Book of Cuana dealt with the chronology at least of the pre-Christian period. The authorship of a South Irish prince is consistent with the circumstance that many of the entries in question relate to the affairs of South Ireland. For chronological studies, I may refer also to the evidence of Tyrchan, on which I have dwelt in Ang Hist. Reverend April 1902, 244-5. The Annals of Ulster and Tigernach have some entries in Latin and others in Irish. Of the Latin entries, some relate to Roman history, others to native history. So far as the 5th and 6th centuries are concerned, it is reasonable to conjecture that the Latin entries represent an early and generally accepted synchronistic reconstruction, which had been made with the help of Roman annals, and especially the chronicle of Marcellinus. It has been proved by Dr. McCarthy, from the synchronistic treatises which he has studied in connection with Tigernach, that the chronology of pre-patrician history was based on Jerome's edition of the Chronicle of Eusebius. For the 5th and 6th centuries, Isidore and Bede are referred to, as well as Marcellinus, but most of the foreign entries are taken verbally from Marcellinus. The difficulties and uncertainties of the synchronizers seem to be reflected in the alternative dates of the Annals of Ulster, where an event given under 1 year often appears in another place, with the addition hic alii dicunt, or something of the kind. In regard to the few and brief entries relating to Patrick, the internal evidence testifies to the antiquity of the tradition, and excludes any suspicion of fabrication on the part of the annalistic compilers. While the legendary date of Patrick's death, which had become vulgar in the 7th century, was admitted and emphasized, the true date, notwithstanding the inconsistency, was allowed to remain. And in the second place, not a single notice based on the assumption that Patrick was still alive appears in the interval between the true date and the false date. A fabricator who was concerned to invent notices about Patrick would not have been likely to leave 30 years a complete blank. Thus, if the few patrician entries prior to AD 461 were fabrications, it would seem that they must have been invented before the legendary date of his death in AD 493 had become current. This consideration establishes a strong presumption of their antiquity. If they are not genuine, they must have been very early inventions. But intrinsically, they offer nothing to arouse suspicion. On the contrary, it is incredible that a fabricator, producing annalistic records in the interest of a patrician legend, would have confined himself to the interpolation of just these slender notices. These entries will be found under the years 432, 439, 441, 443, 444, 461, the notices of the deaths of Secundinus, 447 Anne. Inisf, 448, and Auxilius, 459, may perhaps be added. Dr. McCarthy has made it highly probable that the Paschal table formed the nucleus or framework of the early, from AD 432, portion of the original annals, Locke. Cit. PC SQQ. On this hypothesis, he is able to give so satisfactory an explanation of the notice of Patrick's advent that the truth of the hypothesis may almost be said to be demonstrated. The mission of Palladius is recorded, in the words of Prosper, under A.D. 431, with which the Inisfallen and Ulster annals begin, but it is assigned to the wrong consuls in Anne. Ult. AD 431 was the year of Bacchus and Antiochus, but it is here described as the year of Aetius and Valerius, who were consuls in AD 432. Obviously, therefore, the words Aetio et Valerio consulibus have been erroneously transferred from the Notice SA 432 to the preceding year, as is borne out by a passage in a chronological tract in the Book of Balamote, where we read, "The year after that, Patrick went to preach the gospel to Ireland. Aetius and Valerianus were the 2 consuls of that year." Locke. Cit. P6. Note. Now, seeing that the advent of Patrick is not recorded in any Roman chronicle, and that Irish events are not dated in the Irish annals by consular years, the question arises how the advent of Patrick came to be associated with the consuls of the year. Dr. McCarthy solves the problem, simply and I think convincingly, by pointing out that Patrick drew up, before he left Gaul, and took with him to Ireland a prospective Paschal table, which, like other Western Paschal tables, would have had its initial year distinguished by the consuls. Even if we had no definite testimony that Patrick took with him a Paschal table, we could have no doubt that he must have done so. It was an inevitable precaution. But we have the definite testimony of Cummian, who mentions the 84 Paschal cycle, quem sanctus patricius, papa noster, celit et fecit. The initial year in this table would naturally be the year in which Patrick started for Ireland, AD 432, and thus the year of his advent was recorded with a consular date. As for the other patrician notices in the annals enumerated above, the most probable origin seems to be that they were derived from brief entries made in the margin of this or another Paschal table dating from the 5th century. This view best accords with the paucity and the nature of the notices, which were certainly not composed by anyone wishing to work the incidents of St. Patrick's life into existing annals. The Old Welsh Annals, Annals Cambriae, the edition in the Roll series has been superseded by that of Mr. E. Phillimore in Y. Simroder, Roman 9. p. 141 SQQ. 1888, contain a few notices of Irish ecclesiastical history. This chronicle extends from AD 444 to 977, but the first entry is under 453 and the last under 954, the preceding and the following years being respectively blank. Mr. Phillimore gives reasons for supposing that the annals in their present form were finished in 954 or 955, p. 144. Now it is to be observed that before the year 516, to which the Battle of Badon is falsely assigned, there is no entry bearing on British history. Before this year there are only 5 entries, of which 4 relate to Ireland and the 5th to the celebration of Easter. They are as follows. En Pascha commutator super diem Dominicum, cum Papa Leone Episcopo Rome. En Brigida Sancta Nascitur. En Sanctus Patricius ad Dominum migrator. En Quis benigni Episcopi. En Episcopus eber posset in Christo anno. CCCL etatis sui. The Irish dates do not coincide exactly with those of the Irish annals. In Ann. Ult. 452 and 456 are given as alternative dates for the birth of Bridget, 467 for the death of Benignus, and the death of Ibar appears under 3 years, 500, 501, and 504. Tigernach gives 502 and adds the legendary age Cuius Aetas CCCI. Anorum erat. The date of Patrick's death corresponds to the entry in Ann. Ult. AD 457. Quis sinis patrici ut alii libri dicunt. In these and 1 or 2 other Irish dates in the 6th century, there is nothing to suggest a British chronological tradition independent of the Irish annals. The dates were clearly taken from Irish books, just like the Irish dates in the Historia Brittonum, and throw no additional light on the chronology. Leaving out the Irish dates, which were certainly inserted at a late period in the growth of the chronicle, we have a long and empty enumeration of years, unrelieved except by the notice of Pope Leo's decision as to the celebration of Easter in 455. This notice, which appears under 453, properly belongs either to 454 or 455. It might appear under 454, because in that year Leo notified his decision to the bishops of the West. This blank table of years, with 1 paschal notice, seems a confirmation of Dr. Macarthy's theory, and suggests that the original basis of the Cambrian annals was a Paschal table. If this be so, the circumstance that the initial year is AD 444 should have some significance. I hazard the guess that it may have some connection with the second visit of Germanus to Britain. In AD 444, Germanus was at Arles, where he took part in the deposition of Bishop Celadonius. The investigation of Leveson shows that the second visit probably occurred between this year and the death of Germanus, which happened before AD 450. If, as is possible, 445 is the date, a paschal table with 444 as initial year might have been brought to Britain by Germanus. 2. The Catalogus Sanctorum. The Catalogus Sanctorum Hiberni Secundum Diversa Tempora is a very brief sketch of the ecclesiastical history of Ireland from the time of St. Patrick to the year 665 AD. Its composition may belong to the first half of the 8th century, but is generally admitted not to be later. The text has been printed by Usher, Brit. Eckel, Ant. 913 SQQ. Ed. 1639 equals Works Roman 6, 477 SQQ. From 2 MSS, and by Fleming Collectania, 431, from a Ms. which is supposed to be a Codex Salmonticensis at Brussels. From these 2 texts, it has been printed by Haddon and Stubbs, Councils, Roman 2, 292-4. There is a translation in Todd St. Patrick, 88-9. The framework of this sketch is patently artificial. 3 definite periods are distinguished, and to each is assigned a different category of saints. The chronology is marked by the reigns of the kings of Ireland, and the three periods are as follows: 1. 432–544 AD, Ordo Sanctissimus; 2. 544–598 AD, Ordo Sanctior or Sanctus Sanctorum; 3. 598–665 AD, Ordo Sanctus. There is thus a decline in saintliness in the second order of saints, and a further decline in the third. The distinctive features of the first period, which includes the time of Saint Patrick, are noted as follows. 1. All the saints were bishops. 2. There was unity in the church, one liturgy, one tonsure, the Celtic, one mode of observing Easter, and all obeyed the guidance of Patrick. 3. The saints did not disdain the ministration and society of women. The second period differed in all three respects from the first. 1. This order of saints consisted chiefly of presbyters, there were few bishops. 2. The unity of the church was not wholly maintained. It was maintained in regard to the tonsure and the paschal cycle, but different liturgies were introduced, and different monastic rules. It could no longer be said that unum ducem patricium habent. 3 women were separated from the monasteries. The third order consisted of presbyters and only few bishops. The conversion of the south of Ireland to Roman usages falls into this period, so that it is marked by still more diversity than the second, since 2 different modes of tonsure and of the determination of Easter prevailed in Ireland. There was, moreover, a tendency among the saints to betake themselves to the solitary life of hermits. The artificiality of this arrangement is emphasized by the circumstance that the author conceives each period to be coincident with exactly 4 reigns. This is contrary to fact in the case of periods 1 and 3. In period 1, the reign of Muirchertach, which lasted 20 years, is omitted. In period 3, 3 reigns are omitted. Thus historical accuracy has been sacrificed to symmetry. But there is also a fundamental chronological error. The author's date for the beginning of his second period is too late, for the activity of some of the leading saints whom he places in it, such as Ciaran of Clonmacnois and Finian of Clonard, began earlier than AD 544. These examples of looseness do not predispose us to accept the author's particular statements without further evidence. But the most important point in his conception of the development, namely, the decline from uniformity and the rise of individualism after the patrician period, though he puts the beginning of this movement too late, is in consonance with probability and with other evidence. 3. Liber Angli. This document, contained in the Liber Armachanus, printed in Rolls ed. 352 SQQ, is a clumsy invention fabricated at Armagh, probably early in the 8th century, in the interests of the Armagh jurisdiction. It has importance for the ecclesiastical history of Ireland, but none for the Acts of Patrick. Its motive, however, illustrates the confessed motive of Tyrchon's memoir, the interest of the Parochia Patrici. It has been, for the first time, critically treated by Dr. Gwynn, who makes it highly probable that it consists of 2 different compositions: 1. The colloquy with the angel, and 2. Decrees concerning the rights of Armagh. These parts are separated by a space in the Ms at the top of fall. 21. R. Letter 1D52, a Part 2. Begins de specially ruerantia, and Dr. Gwynn shows by a careful comparison that they are probably of distinct origin, the decrees being the older, and the colloquy being composed as a sort of introduction to them with the view of supporting their validity by divine authority. See Gwynn. Introduction to the Book of Armagh, chapter Romans 6. For the mention of the appeal to the Roman See in last instance, see App. C. 16.